He's fired.
Our vets are being treated horribly. It will change. We will have so much winning if I get elected that you may get bored with winning. Believe me.
Donald J. Trump, the 45th President of the United States, is truly unlike any president who has come before him.
Trump or Hillary?
America has finally witnessed a commander-in-chief who doesn't just go off script. Sometimes he just goes off.
Who is Uma married to? One of the great sleazebags of our time. Anthony Weiner. Did you know that? She's married to Anthony Weiner. You know, the little bing, 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 bum, bum. I love you very much. I just learned that Crooked Hillary, along with her friend, you know, she's got this goofy friend named Elizabeth Warren. She's on her Twitter rant. She's a goofus. She is a goofus. So, Elizabeth, you ever see her? I mean, this woman, she's a basket case.
And while he skewers the press, the establishment, and even himself, almost all of America is laughing out loud.
You've called women you don't like fat pigs, dogs, slobs, and disgusting animals. Your Twitter account...
Only Rosie O'Donnell.
No, it wasn't.
You should not have called Mayor Koch a moron. That was not good public relations.
Hey, what can I do?
Well, doesn't it, isn't this, aren't you a little, don't you want to take this back at all?
I don't think that's bad public relations. No, I don't take it back. When it comes to running the city, he's about as bad as anybody I've seen. Ed Koch has been a disaster for New York. People that live in New York understand it. Taxes have gone through the roof. Everything's gone through. You have, whether it's a Wallman rink or a subway system, whether it's a school that comes in, it takes 8 or 9 years.
Excuse me, but here you're out with your folks at City Hall getting your picture taken. Was it good old days?
Well, I guess he liked me in those days.
Americans' trust in President Trump is rising because their faith in politicians and the big media has fallen to new lows.
Let me just tell you something, and it's very interesting. You're not bringing up anything new. You know, you're acting like you're the great reporter, blah, blah, blah. Hillary Clinton was the worst Secretary of State in the history of the United States. Hillary was the worst. In the history of the United States, there's never been a Secretary of State so bad as Hillary. The world blew up around us. Is Trump a good speaker? She's talking about he uses a language that, you know how easy, remember I used to tell how easy it is to be presidential? But you'd all be out of here right now. You'd be so bored. Because I could stand out, right? I could stand out. I'm very presidential. And then you go, God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much. That's easy. See, that's easy. That's much easier than doing what I have to do.
Trump's casual and often caustic style is not only refreshing, it touches a nerve with heartland Americans disconnected from Washington and the elites in New York and Hollywood.
Don't worry about that baby. I love babies. So. I love babies. I hear that baby crying. I like. Actually, I was only kidding. You can get the baby out of here.
Or if I don't run, they're out of business. Who's going to cover? They're going to cover Bernie? Hey, they're going to cover, like, Sleepy Joe Biden? They're going to cover Pocahontas? Who was... Think of it.
But I just hate gutless people.
Trump is like the new Don Rickles and Rodney Dangerfield combined.
Donald, you don't really mean we're going to build a wall, do you? I say, absolutely we're going to build a wall, 100%.
Hold it. Why build? Hey, you're better off leasing at $1.25, $1.50 a square foot. Take your down payment and put it into CDs. Or something else you can roll over every couple of months.
Okay, you ready? Who's going to pay for the wall? Who?
Oh, you left out a bunch of stuff.
Whatever.
First of all, you're going to have to grease the local politicians for the sudden zoning problems that always come up.
Who cares?
I don't know if you're familiar with who runs that business, but I assure you it's not the Boy Scouts.
They said to me, what is your comment? I said, the wall just got 10 feet higher.
Are you kidding? The Japs will kill us on a labor cause.
We're going to build a wall. It's going to be a real wall. See that ceiling up there? I mean, this is a wall that if you get up there, you're not coming down.
Fantasy land.
Thank you.
He really seems to care. About what, I have no idea.
Where's your daddy and your mommy, right? Do you want to go back? Do you want to go back to them, or do you want to stay with Donald Trump?
Trump.
Donald Trump is not a politician. He is a billionaire businessman who isn't looking for anything and not afraid to speak his mind.
How stupid are our leaders? How stupid are these politicians to allow this to happen? How stupid are they?
Rosie O'Donnell's show is a disaster. He said, sir, I've been in politics for 25 years. I've been a senator for many years. I really know what I'm doing. I said, sir, I've been in politics for 2.5 years, and I'm the president of the United States.
This dais is the perfect metaphor for where America stands today. Look at our economy, barely moving, gasping for air, and desperately clinging to life. Very much like Larry King.
Whether you agree with him or not, he tells it like it is, or at least as he sees it.
Do you think a businessman like Trump has a chance to be president? Do you think he has any shot at all? Do you think this is real?
No, just because no one would work with them. Like, Republicans and Democrats would be babies, and they would pout because they're, like, bought and owned. And it's like, how come this guy's free and gets to say whatever he wants? I mean, I don't know. I've enjoyed the hell out of him, just all the stuff the guy's been saying. I hope more politicians are at least say what they're thinking.
Right.
I love when they were going like, yeah, you said all this sexist stuff about women. You said this about women. You said that about women. You said this. And he goes, no, I said that about Rosie O'Donnell. And then they laughed, and then they're like, no, you said it about other women, too. And he goes, hey, you're probably right. And then it was just over. That's all you got to do is just admit, that's what I do, you know?
America's first citizen president, Donald Trump never apologizes and never pulls punches.
And people are worried about my tone. You heard the other night at debate, they asked Ted Cruz, serious question, well, what do you think of waterboarding? Is it okay? And honestly, I thought he'd say absolutely, and he didn't. He said, well, he's concerned about the answer because some people, she just said a terrible thing. You know what she said? Shout it out, because I don't want to. Okay, you're not allowed to say, and I never expect to hear that from you again. She said, I never expect to hear that from you again. She said he's a. That's terrible. Terrible.
Are you getting everything from Medicare you deserve? You need Medicare for You. It reveals how to maximize benefits while improving your health care. Medicare for You shows you how to reduce costs, improve coverage, get procedures approved, and avoid 4 big mistakes and scams. Make sure Medicare works for you. Get Medicare for You at bookstores or see the free offer. Go online now or call today. Your health is too important to wait.
I call upon the scientific community in our country, those who gave us nuclear weapons, to turn their great talents now to the cause of mankind and world peace.
On March 23, 1983, President Reagan surprised not only the nation, but members of his own cabinet and military by announcing an Oval Office address that the United States would embark on creating an anti-missile system to stop and destroy nuclear-tipped missiles in space. Reagan called the program the Strategic Defense Initiative, or SDI, while his critics quickly dubbed the program Star Wars. Still, the idea gained popular support and played a key role in undermining the Soviet Union and its arms buildup. By 1987, with his own nation facing economic collapse and unable to match the U.S. program, Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev capitulated and signed the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty. Within 4 years, the Soviet Empire itself would collapse, ending a Cold War that lasted more than 4 decades. You're watching An American Moment on Newsmax TV.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would, and now you can, with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol, combined with 15 other important ingredients. Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function, and that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You discover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
You're watching Stand Up Trump, making America fun again.
I know Hillary met my campaign manager, and I got the chance to meet the people who are working so hard to get her elected. There they are, the heads of NBC, CNN, CBS, ABC. There's the New York Times right over there, and the Washington Post.
President Trump knows he's not going to get a fair shake from the press, so he calls them out every time.
Okay, just for the media, the fake news back there. They took very good care of him. They were very gentle. He was very obnoxious. It was only one person. So we have thousands of people here. So listen, tomorrow the headline will be, "Protesters Disturb the Trump." One person, folks.
Since you're attacking us, can you give us a question?
Go ahead.
No, Mr. President-elect.
Go ahead.
President-elect,
Go ahead.
Since you are attacking
No,
our news
not you.
organization,
Not you.
Can you give us a chance?
Your organization
you
is
are attacking
terrible.
our news organization.
Your organization
Can you give
is
us a
terrible.
chance
Let's
to
go.
ask a question, sir?
Go ahead.
Sir,
Quiet.
can you
Quiet.
Mr. President-elect.
Go ahead.
Can you
She's
state
asking a
categorically-
question.
Mr.
Don't be rude.
President-elect, can you give us a question?
Don't be
You're
rude.
attacking us. Can you give us a question?
Don't be rude.
Can you
No, I'm
give
not
us a
going to give you a
question?
question. I'm not going to give you a question.
Can you state categorically?
You are fake news.
Sir,
go ahead.
And with 55 million Twitter followers, he just goes around the press, always making sure he has the last laugh.
I don't know. Let me ask you, should I keep the Twitter going or not? Keep it going? I think so. You know, the enemies keep saying, oh, that's terrible. But, you know, it's a way of bypassing dishonest media, right? We go, wow, wow.
The President of the United States retweeting a video on Twitter that shows him hitting a golf ball and then the golf ball striking Hillary Clinton and knocking her down. You see it there.
At real Donald Trump, Mitt Romney had his chance and blew it. That's true, actually. I lost. You may not have noticed. Let's see. Who are you anyway? And by the way, where do you buy the shoe polish you wear in your hair? At Trump 2016. I buy it at Costco in bulk.
They don't want to get a nasty tweet from Donald Trump. Do you believe that?
The media dare not ignore the president. The late-night TV hosts pretend to hate him, but they love the high ratings the president always brings.
The President of the United States has personally come after me and my show. And there's only one thing to say. Don't you know I've been trying for a year to get you to say my name?
Do you know Donald Trump? Is he somebody that you've come across in your many appearances?
What are you, a cop? He said, this would be great for you and Barbara, with this kitchen overlooking the sea, overlooking the ocean, overlooking the town, overlooking the park. And what is that? This is $1.7 billion, and this is $1.8 billion, and this is $9.6 billion, and this is $8.9 billion. And I looked at him and I threw $1 on the floor and says, leave me alone.
Americans yearned for a president to say what's been on their minds, and now their wish has been fulfilled with Donald J. Trump.
Sit down. Sit down. We'll get it.
Just because of the attack of fake news and attacking our network, I just want to ask you, sir.
I'm changing it from fake news, though.
Doesn't that undermine?
Very fake news.
I know, but aren't you?
I want to see an honest press. I mean, I started off today by saying that it's so important to the public to get an honest press. The public doesn't believe you people anymore.
I never want to live in a world where Donald Trump isn't running for president.
It's clear to friends and foes, you either get on board the Trump train or you might just get run over.
I'm beating him awfully badly in the polls.
But you're not beating Hillary.
So you're not beating Hillary. Well, then if I can't beat her, you're really going to get killed, aren't you?
We're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
In the early morning hours of May 2nd, 2011, the Central Intelligence Agency launched Operation Neptune Spear and set into motion a mission to bring one of the world's most notorious terrorists to justice. All indications were that Osama bin Laden was asleep as the U.S. Naval Special Warfare Development Group, known as SEAL Team 6, approached his highly secured three-story Pakistani-based compound. When located in his living quarters on the third floor of his compound, the head of the Islamist group Al-Qaeda was found using his young wife as a shield. The Obama administration reported the 54-year-old terrorist was given a traditional Islamic burial at sea. 9 years, 7 months, and 21 days following his infamous attack on New York's Twin Towers, killing thousands of innocent civilians, its mastermind, Osama bin Laden, was dead.
Here at McKinley High School, because you're like, they were like, you're a good boy, but yet you keep getting arrested and getting in trouble.
The Rock was born Dwayne Douglas Johnson on May 2nd, 1972, in Hayward, California, to Samoan-born Atta Johnson and former professional wrestler Rocky Johnson. But he was also a gifted athlete and excelled in football, track and field, and wrestling. He attended Miami University on a football scholarship, and after graduating with degrees in criminology and psychology, he applied to the NFL draft but wasn't selected. The future 10-time World Wrestling Champion entered the world of wrestling as a third-generation wrestler, something of which he was very proud. As legendary as his wrestling career was, it was his film debut as the Scorpion King that would send The Rock into the stratosphere. His first film, The Mummy Returns, broke box office records by earning more than $28 million in one day. To date, The Rock's films have a combined worldwide revenue in excess of $10 billion, making him one of the world's highest-grossing and highest-paid actors. On August 18, 2019, Dwayne Johnson married Lauren Hashian. Dwayne Johnson has proven to be as generous with his time as with his talent, making numerous personal appearances in support of numerous charities. Well-liked by his fellow actors not only for the talent The Rock brings to his roles, but also the humor.
I call it a friendship
Kevin likes to call it a bromance. I think it's a little inappropriate.
That's absolutely incorrect.
You're watching An American Life on Newsmax TV.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Now back to Stand Up Trump, making America fun again.
I know people have talked to you about whether or not you want to run. Would you ever?
Probably not, but I do get tired of seeing the country ripped off.
Why would you not?
I just don't think I really have the inclination to do it. I love what I'm doing. I really like it.
Also, it doesn't pay as well.
No, it doesn't.
Americans know our 45th president as the real estate mogul and television star who turned to politics when he saw the country he loves going down the wrong path. Born June 14, 1946, in the rough-and-tumble borough of Queens, New York, Donald J. Trump was just in his 30s when he started constructing some of Manhattan's largest and most expensive buildings. Soon, he became the city's best-known developer. Not content with being a billionaire mogul, in 2004, Trump began starring in the reality TV show The Apprentice. It became an instant hit, a prime-time phenomena that lasted an unheard-of 14 seasons.
You're fired.
But Trump was not done winning by a long shot.
Hey, look at this! Donald Trump! Oh, my God! The hostile takeover of Donald Trump!
In June of 2015, with his stunning wife Melania and family by his side, the Donald set out to conquer the world of politics and announced his candidacy for President of the United States of America.
I am officially running for President of the United States, and we are going to make our country great again.
And I want you to know that also, I will not make age an issue of this campaign. I am not going to exploit, for political purposes, my opponent's youth and inexperience.
Unlike President Ronald Reagan, whose self-deprecating humor was usually not intended to belittle opponents, Trump's jabs often go directly for the jugular.
I think his response, his visceral response to attack people on their appearance, short, tall, fat, ugly, my goodness, that happened in junior high. Are we not way above that? Would we not all be worried to have someone like that in charge of the nuclear arsenal?
Mr. Trump. I never attacked him on his look, and believe me, there's plenty of subject matter right there.
The 2016 presidential debates entertained and sometimes shocked Americans.
Look at those hands. Are they small hands? And he referred to my hands. If they're small, something else must be small. I guarantee you there's no problem. I guarantee it.
Bottom line, ratings went through the roof as millions tuned in to see Trump break all the rules and stomp on his opponents.
Now you look at Kasich. I don't think he knows what, did you see him? He has a news conference all the time when he's eating. I have never seen a human being eat in such a disgusting fashion. I'm always telling my young son, Barron, I'm saying, and I always with my kids, all of them, I'd say, children, small little bites, small. This guy takes a pancake and he's shoving it in his mouth. It's disgusting. Do you want that for your president? I don't think so.
After winning the Republican primary, Trump set his sights on the big showdown with Democrat Hillary Clinton. It was not pretty, but it was pretty fun.
Such a nasty woman. She's a world-class liar. Just look at her pathetic email server statements. You do have experience. I'd say the one thing you have over me is experience, but it's bad experience. She should not be president under any circumstances.
It's just awfully good that someone with the temperament of Donald Trump is not in charge of the law in our country.
Yeah, because you'd be in jail.
Secretary Clinton.
Hillary, for her part, had second thoughts about her lame responses.
It's another thing to be in front of, 50, 60, 70 million people and having him scowling and leering and moving up on me. And it was so discombobulating.
Women
and so
and children.
while I'm answering questions, my mind is going, okay, do I keep my composure? Do I act like a president?
What he said was extremely unwise.
Or do I wheel around and say, get out of my space, back up, you creep?
I continue to believe Mr. Trump will not be president.
Nearly everyone said it could not be done.
I think Hillary Clinton's ahead. I think actually she'll win by more than Barack Obama won by in 2012, less than he won by in 2008.
There's not going to be a President Donald Trump. That's not going to happen.
Donald Trump is not going to be president of the United States. Take it to the bank.
Okay.
I guarantee it.
I'd wager $1 million Canadian that it will be Hillary Clinton.
He's just not going to win the general election in this mode. Not even close.
A man who will never be president of the United States.
He will never be president.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody.
Donald J. Trump defied his critics, the press, and the pundits by winning the 2016 election, being sworn into office as president on January 17, 2017. Thank you for enjoying this episode of Stand Up Trump, Making America Fun Again.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
We welcome change and openness, for we believe that freedom and security go together. There is one sign the Soviets can make that would be unmistakable, that would advance dramatically the cause of freedom and peace. General Secretary Gorbachev, if you seek peace, if you seek prosperity for the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, if you seek liberalization, come here to this gate. Mr. Gorbachev, open this gate. Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
The fake media tried to stop us from going to the White House, but I'm president and they're not.
What's going on now is the single greatest scam in the history of American politics.
The collusion delusion is over.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to a new episode of Stand Up Trump, Making America Fun Again.
Thousands of people stood in line today hoping to make the cut to see President Trump in person.
Is there any place in the world that's more fun or more exciting than a Trump rally? Really?
Well, now, obviously, there will be an overflow crowd. Why? Because 100,000 tickets were requested.
What's going to happen in 12, maybe 16 years when I'm no longer president? See, I'm just driving him.
The doors opened at 2 o'clock, and by 5:30, the Toyota Center was at capacity.
You just made it. How do you feel?
We're so excited.
But thousands who didn't make it decided to stick around anyway and watch the president from outside.
I just got caught in the rain. I'm soaking wet. How does my hair look? Is it okay? Yeah. Every major, that's a nasty fly. I don't like those suckers. I gotta tell you, isn't it much better when I go off script? Isn't that better?
Donald J. Trump took the country by storm and hit the ground running as our 45th president.
In America, the people rule again.
But many in the media and the establishment began denouncing his presidency as illegitimate from the beginning.
There's no doubt that the Russians did interfere in the election, and I think the interference, although not yet quantified, if fully investigated, would show that Trump didn't actually win the election in 2016. He lost the election, and he was put into office because the Russians interfered on his behalf.
Jimmy Carter, look, he was a nice man. He was a terrible president.
I believe he knows he's an illegitimate president.
He just does whatever he kind of feels like, and then he doesn't apologize. He goes, no, I just said that, which is kind of refreshing in a way, because I go, oh, that's interesting. He just does whatever he wants.
Yeah, and he says stuff that has never been said before, which is why everybody puts a camera on him every time he starts talking.
I'm gonna say one thing, F Trump.
I don't see this president-elect as a legitimate president.
You do not consider him a legitimate president. Why is that?
I think the Russians participated in helping this man get elected.
Right now, I think he's an illegitimate president of the United States.
Why is he illegitimate? He just won an election.
He would have to legitimize. He didn't win the general election.
I have thought an awful lot about blowing up the White House.
And as painful as it is to hear Donald Trump talk, and as embarrassing it is as an American to hear him talk, I think it's good. We get to hear it, we get to know who people are, and now we get to cleanse it out of our country.
To Donald Trump and his pathetic band of white, privileged criminal businessmen, I would like to say to him, "Niet, sir, niet."
Miley Cyrus, Whoopi Goldberg, they say they'll move out of the country. Samuel L. Jackson, he's more specific. He's not going just to somewhere, he'll go to South Africa. Comedian George Lopez says he'll be deported. Now, has anyone checked his legal status? Jon Stewart and Cher, they have the most ambitious plans. They both swear they will move to another planet, and there are lots of those to choose from.
They're all saying stuff like this. Please, they're all hypocrites. You know that. Why? Well, they take all of our money, and then they badmouth the country.
So, if you do win an award tonight, don't use it as a platform to make a political speech, right? You're in no position to lecture the public about anything. You know nothing about the real world. Most of you spent less time in school than Greta Thunberg. So, if you win, right, come up, accept your little award, thank your agent and your God, and fuck off, okay?
As far as the opposition was concerned, the craziest thing was Donald Trump actually keeping his campaign promises. That's simply unheard of.
Do you think he's winning?
Yes. And I'm sick of winning. He's right. I got sick of winning.
President Trump became a swamp slayer, and every day would be a new battle as he broke up the special interests and insider deal-making in the shadows. However, a new kind of crusade was being waged.
When you look at the leaks, the anonymous sources coming from intelligence agencies like the CIA and the FBI, they're aimed at upending the presidency, not just the president. And it's a form of a coup.
Even before Trump won the election in 2016, some of the most powerful agencies were investigating his campaign and supporters, seeking to prove a secret conspiracy between them and Russia. This was not a threat from terrorists or foreign powers, but a plot from within at the highest levels of our government.
When Rosa Parks stepped on that Montgomery, Alabama bus on December 1st, 1955, she didn't set out to make history. She just wanted to get home. Montgomery's segregated buses had divided seating, white passengers in front, colored passengers in the back. When the bus driver needed more seats for his white passengers, he ordered her and 3 others to vacate their seats. The others complied and moved, but Rosa quietly refused and was quickly arrested. Working alongside Dr. Martin Luther King, Rosa's arrest sparked a highly effective citywide protest with African Americans boycotting city buses. Rosa's protest and resulting boycott didn't end segregation, but it sparked a movement that ended the racial system, paving the way for a more equal society. You're watching An American Moment.
You'll see what I mean about taking risk or being willing to fail. Because taking risk is not just about going for a job. It's also about knowing what you know and what you don't know.
Denzel Hayes Washington, Jr. was born on December 28, 1954, to Lynn Lowe, a beauty parlor owner, and Denzel Hayes Washington, Sr., an ordained Pentecostal minister. Raised in Mount Vernon in the suburbs of New York City, young Denzel's parents divorced, and his mother, hoping to keep her son out of prison, enrolled him in the Oakland Military Academy. In his early 20s, Denzel Washington dropped out of Fordham University, and then everything changed.
We put on a talent show for the campers, and after the show, another counselor came up to me and asked, "Have you ever thought about acting? You're good at that."
The future actor, producer, and director went on to win 2 Oscars, the first for Best Actor in Training Day and second Best Supporting Actor in Glory, 3 Golden Globe Awards, and a Tony Award for his Broadway performance in Fences. A frequent commencement speaker, there's one theme he always resonates.
Put God first in everything you do.
The award-winning writer, producer, and actor of television, film, and stage shares the secret behind his successes.
Important person in my life. 40 years of sacrifice. I would not be alive without Pauletta Washington. I wouldn't be alive.
You're watching An American Life on Newsmax TV.
I was exhausted all the time, and I just didn't feel like myself. And then came the weight gain. I found out I was like millions of Americans whose thyroid gland wasn't functioning like it was supposed to. And that's why I started taking Actilin, a premium nutritional supplement. Actilin was created by renowned physician Dr. David Brownstein, formulated with 17 powerful ingredients to specifically support your thyroid function, adrenal health, and metabolism. And now, you can get a free bottle of Actilin with our special offer. Just pay a small shipping and handling charge. Plus, receive Dr. Brownstein's free special report, A Doctor's Guide to a Healthy Thyroid. If you're experiencing loss of energy, cold hands and feet, dry skin, weight gain, or joint pain, Actilin may be right for you. Don't wait. Act now. Get your free trial bottle of Actilin, valued at $39.95.
You're watching Stand Up Trump, Making America Fun Again.
Mr. President, how are you, sir? It's Richard. Oh, good, Rich. Hey, Richard, loosen up. This is a guy used to, hey, Don, how you doing? Let's go to dinner. Now you, sir, is everything, you're doing good, sir. I said, Richard, call me Donald like you always did. Call me Donald. Always call me Donald. Okay, thank you, Donald. Thank you very much. And then 2 minutes later, Mr. President, it's been so great to... I lost all my friends.
President Trump's first year in office was a whirlwind. As a political newcomer with a razor-sharp Twitter finger, Donald Trump took on all his detractors.
The fake media is trying to silence us, but we will not let them.
Would the weight of the presidency change Donald Trump? Not even a little.
You know what? Like, I don't know about America, but Donald Trump has definitely made Twitter great again. Say what you want.
Can you do an impression of him?
It's gonna be great.
Sometimes they say huge.
Your wife was here last week, and she's very nice, and she did something that I would imagine you're very proud of. She went to Washington. She spoke to the president.
Well, she's super passionate about it, and it was amazing for her to see that dream come true.
Were you ever concerned about her being alone in the Oval Office with President Trump?
Well, he is a player.
Reducing regulations, cutting taxes by trillions, and creating so many jobs, unemployment hit all-time lows.
I believe that if you take into account the Trump tax cut, you take into account the drop in unemployment, and particularly unemployment for African Americans, the lowest it's ever been in history.
On foreign policy, many of President Trump's major achievements involved undoing the work of his predecessor, Barack Obama. And not a moment too soon.
NAFTA is the worst trade deal maybe ever signed anywhere, but certainly ever signed in this country. And now you want to approve Trans-Pacific Partnership. You were totally in favor of it. Then you heard what I was saying, how bad it is, and you said, I can't win that debate. But you know that if you did win, you would approve that, and that will be almost as bad as NAFTA. Nothing will ever top NAFTA.
That is just not accurate. I was against it once it was finally negotiated and the terms were laid out. I wrote about that in...
You called it the gold standard.
Well, I hope...
You called it the gold standard of trade deals. You said it's the finest deal you've ever seen.
No.
And then you heard what I said about it, and all of a sudden you were against it.
Trump pulled us out of the International Nuclear Arms Agreement with Iran, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, a trade pact with Asia, and on June 1st, 2017, President Trump announced the U.S. would end all participation in the 2015 Paris Climate Accords. President Trump began rapidly appointing federal judges across the land, which may well be his most enduring legacy. Let's not forget the Supreme Court appointees. First up was Neil Gorsuch.
No one remembers who John Hancock was, but they know that that's a signature, because he wrote his name so big and boldly.
You just said bigly. And I just won $5.
It was then that Trump derangement syndrome began causing collateral damage to those around the president.
On college campuses, you had snowflakes with Trump derangement syndrome who, after he won, held a cry-in at one university, and they had therapeutic puppies to get over their trauma at other universities.
When liberals realized what was happening, it was all-out war on his next court nominee, Brett Kavanaugh, and even his family.
I am here because I believe it is my civic duty.
This confirmation process has become a national disgrace.
You are a fan of Bill Clinton, and he is somebody who the right is pointing to now as, hey, just because they're ugly allegations doesn't mean the whole man's life should be based on it, especially when you can't prove them. Look at Bill Clinton. He was accused of a lot of ugly things. Some of it he had to admit. And yet people were fine with him and saying you have to judge him by more than him at his worst. Should Kavanaugh get the same benefit of the doubt?
No.
This whole 2-week effort has been a calculated and orchestrated political hit, fueled with apparent pent-up anger about President Trump and the 2016 election. I welcome whatever the committee wants to do because I'm telling the truth.
I want to know what you want to do.
I'm telling the truth.
I want to know what you want to do, Judge.
I'm innocent. I'm innocent of this charge.
Then you're prepared for an FBI investigation?
They don't reach conclusions. You reach the conclusions.
No.
And I understand that the penalty comes with potential ousting from the Senate. And if Senator Cornyn believes that I violated Senate rules, I openly invite and accept the consequences. This is about the closest I'll probably ever have in my life to an I am Spartacus moment.
I'm Spartacus. I'm Spartacus. I'm Spartacus. I'm Spartacus. I'm Spartacus.
This is the most unethical sham since I've been in politics. And if you really wanted to know the truth, you sure as hell wouldn't have done what you've done to this guy.
In just a few moments, we will proudly swear in the newest member of the United States Supreme Court, Justice Brett Kavanaugh.
Trump stood by Justice Kavanaugh, even under unrelenting media fire. President Trump never wavered. By draining the swamp, Trump himself was targeted by a most toxic and poisonous witch's brew of intrigue.
According to Yahoo investigative reporter Michael Isikoff, 25 House Democrats are backing a bill that would create a congressional panel that would declare the president incapacitated and, under the 25th Amendment, force him out of office.
Breaking news.
Oh, my God. Oh, breaking news. ABC News' Brian Ross is reporting Michael Flynn promised full cooperation to the Mueller team and is prepared to testify that as a candidate, Donald Trump directed him to make contact with the Russians. Yeah!
That didn't work out. I think the breaking news there was that you could read.
It was nothing short of an attempt to overturn the 2016 election.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
There's a dominant architectural fixture on the edge of Lake Michigan that defines the Windy City skyline: Chicago's Willis Tower. Rising 108 stories and 1,450 feet into the sky, this iconic skyscraper was once the tallest building in the world. To many Chicagoans, the building will forever be known as the Sears Tower. In 1969, the Sears and Roebuck Company was the largest retailer in the world, and they wanted to build the world's largest office building to house many of their over 300,000 employees. Architects got to work on an innovative design, a series of 9 steel tubes rising 50 stories into the air. As some tubes capped off at 50, others would rise higher. 66 floors, 90 floors with the west, and center tubes rising 108 floors. The building surpassed the height of the World Trade Center in New York, making it the tallest in the world, a distinction it held for well over 2 decades. The revolutionary tube design is still used today in super tall buildings, such as the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. As Sears and Roebuck's fortunes declined, so did their need for office space. In the years since its construction, the tower has had a variety of tenants, including insurance broker Willis Group Holdings, which purchased naming rights to the building. One thing hasn't changed. The Willis Tower Skydeck is an extremely popular tourist destination. Located on the 103rd floor, it is the highest observation deck in the United States, with views that stretch to Wisconsin, Indiana, and Michigan. On the way to the top, a museum offers a step back in time through Chicago's history and culture. The elevator ride takes only 60 seconds, fast enough to make your ears pop. The truly courageous venture out to the ledge, glass boxes that suspend visitors high above the streets below. While the global building boom of skyscrapers has pushed the Willis Tower far down on the list of tallest buildings, it remains the tallest steel-constructed building in the world, and a dramatic architectural icon that proves when it comes to building big, the sky's the limit. I'm Lucy Celia, and this is An American Place on Newsmax TV.
Stressed and fatigued? Brain feeling foggy? Don't have the energy you used to? It may be your liver. You must protect your body's most precious asset. Best-selling author and surgeon Dr. Russell Blaylock has developed natural solutions. His breakthrough new book, The Liver Cure, will help you boost energy, detoxify your body, clear brain fog, and reignite your metabolism. Improve your health and quality of life. Get The Liver Cure today.
Hi, everyone, and welcome. If you or someone you know were injured in an accident that was not your fault, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to tell you how much your case is potentially worth. So, Tom, tell the viewers watching at home who should call in right now.
Well, Gina, anyone who's been injured in an accident that was not your fault should give us a call right now. We have live agents available to answer any questions you have. They'll tell you if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth.
Thanks, Tom. You heard it, folks. Call now.
Now, back to Stand Up Trump, making America fun again.
As some of you heard, the state of Hawaii released my official long-form birth certificate. Tonight, for the first time, I am releasing my official birth video. That was a joke.
Dude, he is the greatest talker of all time. He sat at like a $100,000 breakfast while the president trashed him. Humiliated.
This is a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I'm jumping around.
White House Correspondents' Dinner, yeah.
Thank you.
The guy totally trashes him. He's absolutely humiliated. And within like 2-3 years, he had that guy's job.
Right.
So you could never talk to him. Going,
Right.
hey, Donald, you know, one time I was in a bar and this guy came in, oh, really? One time I was sitting, I paid $100,000 for breakfast. He trashed me, 2 years later I had a job. I kicked him out of his house.
With the U.S. economy unleashed, productivity soaring, and jobs being created in the millions at home, President Trump hit the road across the globe to reestablish America's dominance as a global superpower.
Getting a good picture of everybody so we look nice and handsome and thin.
Beautiful.
Perfect. It's a great honor that you're here. But we do have a very special relationship. In fact, I'll get that little piece of Vandra for that little piece. We have to make him perfect. He is perfect.
President Trump became the first world leader to recognize Jerusalem as our capital. And today, the United States of America is opening its embassy right here in Jerusalem. Thank you, President Trump, for having the courage to keep your promises.
The Iran deal is a terrible deal. We paid $150 billion. We gave $1.8 billion in cash. That's actual cash, barrels of cash. It's insane. It's ridiculous.
That's just plain wrong.
Mr. Trump.
Yes.
Are you Batman?
I am Batman.
President Trump threatened fire and fury against North Korea, a rogue state that had intimidated many other presidents.
Little Rocket Man. He is a sick puppy.
President Trump promised to put an end to Little Rocket Man.
I was really being tough, and so was he. And we would go back and forth, and then we fell in love. Okay? No, really.
Back home, President Trump was facing an intensified, all-out effort to end his presidency.
Is Donald Trump unfit to be president?
Yes. Former FBI Director James Comey leaked memos of private conversations with the president to a journalist, which triggered the appointment of a special counsel, Robert Mueller.
Robert Mueller put 13 of the angriest Democrats in the history of our country on the commission.
The big media went all in on what they called collusion, as Trump slammed it as nothing more than the Russia hoax.
Russia, Russia, Russia.
He may be the first president in quite some time to face the real prospect of jail time.
If we do the investigations, the information is there. We're fiddling while Rome is burning.
The noose is tightening, and that people might go to jail
You're exactly right.
for the rest of their lives.
I think they're all going to jail.
You're confident that at least some Trump associates will wind up in jail?
If I was betting, I would say yes.
Despite an FBI investigation that lasted 2 years, the probe of special counsel Robert Mueller, 2 congressional investigations, $50 million spent, and 500 witnesses called, not a single piece of evidence was found to prove a Trump conspiracy with Russia.
It's never a good sign when after 2 years as president, the whole world is shocked because you didn't do something illegal.
The collusion delusion is over.
The witch hunt backfired, and exposed many in the national media as fake news, playing partisan politics and failing to deliver after years of false coverage.
Some of the media is terrific, but most of it, 70%, 75%, is absolute dishonest, absolute scum.
Can you agree that there has been no evidence of collusion, coordination, or conspiracy that has been presented thus far between the Trump campaign and Russia?
No, I don't agree with that at all. I think there's plenty of evidence of collusion or conspiracy in plain sight.
Today I will issue a pardon to a pair of very handsome birds, Butter and his alternate Bread. Thankfully, Bread and Butter have been specially raised by the Jacksons to remain calm under any condition, which will be very important because they've already received subpoenas to appear in Adam Schiff's basement on Thursday.
President Trump sure knows how to put the little in belittle with his tweeted nickname for Democratic Congressman Adam Schiff.
We call him Little Adam Schiff.
Little Adam Schiff.
Little Adam Schiff. Little Adam Schiff. Now, why does that sound so familiar?
Little Rocket Man, Little Marco, and they have Little George Stephanopoulos.
Look, first he attacked me some months ago calling me sleazy Adam Schiff. Now it's Little Adam Schiff, which I don't know, seems better.
Would have preferred Shifty Schiff.
And Shifty Schiff, how about this guy?
I think Adam Schiff is a deranged human being. I think he grew up with a complex for lots of reasons that are obvious. I think he's a very sick man.
Adam, you little pencil neck.
Their eyes met.
Nervousness. Nervousness. I used to think she loved the country. She hates the country.
Robert Mueller was even compelled by Congress to testify why he failed to find President Trump guilty of conspiracy or obstruction.
Can you repeat the question, sir? You're going to have to repeat that for me. Can you repeat the last part of that question? Can you read the last question? I'd have to look more closely at the statute.
I just read it to you.
And what was the question, sir? And where are you reading from on that?
I'm reading from my question.
Then could you repeat it?
Does that make sense to anybody?
While Trump's critics trumpet the president's impeachment on the Ukraine controversy, no evidence was found the president ever committed a crime, and the Senate later exonerated him. Donald Trump continues to confound all of his critics by delivering on his campaign promises. Promises that have yielded big results and continue to make America great again.
From this day forward, it's going to be only America first. America first.
Thank you for enjoying this episode of Stand Up Trump, making America fun again.
Thank you. I love you too.
And thank you, President Trump.
You'll see what I mean about taking risk or being willing to fail. Because taking risk is not just about going for a job. It's also about knowing what you know and what you don't know.
Denzel Hayes Washington, Jr. was born on December 28, 1954, to Lynn Lowe, a beauty parlor owner, and Denzel Hayes Washington, Sr., an ordained Pentecostal minister. Raised in Mount Vernon in the suburbs of New York City, young Denzel's parents divorced, and his mother, hoping to keep her son out of prison, enrolled him in the Oakland Military Academy. In his early 20s, Denzel Washington dropped out of Fordham University, and then everything changed.
We put on a talent show for the campers, and after the show, another counselor came up to me and asked, "Have you ever thought about acting? You're good at that."
The future actor, producer, and director went on to win 2 Oscars, the first for Best Actor in Training Day and second Best Supporting Actor in Glory, 3 Golden Globe Awards, and a Tony Award for his Broadway performance in Fences. A frequent commencement speaker, there's one theme he always resonates.
Put God first in everything you do.
The award-winning writer, producer, and actor of television, film, and stage shares the secret behind his successes.
Important person in my life. 40 years of sacrifice. I would not be alive without Pauletta Washington. I wouldn't be alive.
You're watching An American Life on Newsmax TV.
Here at McKinley High School, because you're like, they were like, you're a good boy, but yet you keep getting arrested and getting in trouble.
The Rock was born Dwayne Douglas Johnson on May 2nd, 1972, in Hayward, California, to Samoan-born Atta Johnson and former professional wrestler Rocky Johnson. But he was also a gifted athlete and excelled in football, track and field, and wrestling. He attended Miami University on a football scholarship, and after graduating with degrees in criminology and psychology, he applied to the NFL draft but wasn't selected. The future 10-time World Wrestling Champion entered the world of wrestling as a third-generation wrestler, something of which he was very proud. As legendary as his wrestling career was, it was his film debut as the Scorpion King that would send The Rock into the stratosphere. His first film, The Mummy Returns, broke box office records by earning more than $28 million in one day. To date, The Rock's films have a combined worldwide revenue in excess of $10 billion, making him one of the world's highest-grossing and highest-paid actors. On August 18, 2019, Dwayne Johnson married Lauren Hashian. Dwayne Johnson has proven to be as generous with his time as with his talent, making numerous personal appearances in support of numerous charities. Well liked by his fellow actors not only for the talent The Rock brings to his roles, but also the humor.
I call it a friendship. Kevin likes to call it a bromance. I think it's a little inappropriate.
That's absolutely incorrect.
You're watching An American Life on Newsmax TV. Lucky Luciano, the mafia's boss of bosses, ran New York's gambling, drug, and extortion syndicates. But it was the world's oldest profession that sent him to jail. Born in Sicily, his family emigrated to New York in 1906, where he befriended future crime bosses Meyer Lansky and Bugsy Siegel. During Prohibition, Luciano, Lansky, and Siegel became three of the biggest bootleggers in America. In 1929, Luciano was kidnapped, beaten, stabbed, and left for dead by gangland rivals. While he was recovering, his friends Meyer Lansky and Bugsy Siegel nicknamed him Lucky. Before Luciano, crime families settled their differences with violence. He reorganized the mafia, set up a commission to settle disputes, and named himself their boss of bosses. In 1935, Thomas Dewey Jr. was appointed a special prosecutor with the task of ridding New York of organized crime. Targeting New York's brothels, Dewey gathered 24 madams willing to testify against Luciano. In June of 1936, he was convicted of 62 counts of prostitution and sentenced to 30 to 50 years in jail. In 1943, from his jail cell, Luciano offered his knowledge and contacts with the Sicilian mafia to aid in the Allies' invasion of Sicily. In exchange for his help, in 1946, Luciano's sentence was commuted, and he was deported to Italy. On January 26, 1962, Salvatore Lucky Luciano died in Naples and was laid to rest next to his parents in New York.
Ever since I picked up a basketball, I just wanted to play in the NBA. That's all I knew, that's all I thought about. But I never knew I was good enough.
I just knew it was something I wanted to do, and if I wasn't good enough, I was going to make myself good enough.
Born August 23, 1978 in Philadelphia, PA, Kobe Bryant was the youngest of 3 children and the only son of former NBA player Joe Bryant. Joe Bryant moved his family to Italy, where Kobe learned to speak Italian fluently when he was only 6 years old. At age 13, the Bryant family returned to Philadelphia, where Kobe attended Lower Merion High School. All 4 of his high school basketball years were record-breaking, culminating in 1995 when Adidas named him Senior MVP of the Year. Kobe Bryant chose not to pursue college and instead went directly to the NBA draft. As he was only 17 at the time, his first contract for $3.5 million had to be co-signed by his parents. At the time, Kobe was the youngest player in the NBA and spent the next 20 years with the Los Angeles Lakers. In November of 1999, Kobe Bryant met 17-year-old Vanessa Lane and fell in love. In May of 2000, they married here at St. Edward the Confessor Catholic Church in Dana Point, California. In 2003, the superstar was arrested on charges of sexually assaulting a 19-year-old employee at this lodge and spa in Colorado. Charges were dropped when the plaintiff refused to testify and chose an out-of-court settlement. Basketball legend Kobe Bryant, along with his 13-year-old daughter and 6 friends, boarded a helicopter at 9:06 a.m. on January 26, 2020. 34 minutes later, the helicopter slammed into a hill above Calabasas, California, killing all on board.
Once upon a time, there was a young basketball player who had dreams of becoming one of the greatest basketball players of all time.
You're watching An American Life on Newsmax TV.
And I think any man who really has faith in himself will be dubbed arrogant by his fellows.
He was a writer, collector, philosopher, and world-famous artist whose tools of the trade were concrete and steel. Frank Lloyd Wright was born Frank Lincoln Wright on June 8, 1867, in Richland Center, Wisconsin. At age 14, he adopted his mother's maiden name, Lloyd, to honor her after she had divorced his father. Even before he was born, his mother, Anna, envisioned him to be a world-famous architect and covered his nursery walls with pictures of majestic cathedrals and buildings. He believed architects needed to be both poets and prophets, with the ability to see 10 years into the future and then build to it. His philosophy of, quote, "No house should ever be on a hill or on anything. It should be of the hill, belonging to it. Hill and house should live together, each the happier for the other," gave birth to a unique series of architectural styles. One of the most famous designs, Falling Water in southwestern Pennsylvania, was completed in 1935. Other signature works include the S.C. Johnson Wax Research Tower in Racine, Wisconsin, and the Guggenheim Museum in New York City. During his 70-year career, Frank Lloyd Wright wrote 20 books and designed 1,000 structures, of which 532 were built. He died on April 9, 1959, at age 91. But to this day, the American Institute of Architects still considers him the greatest American architect of all time. You're watching An American Life on Newsmax TV.
Why should I kill him? Someone tell me that.
Over the course of Betty Davis's career, she landed more than 100 movie, stage, and television roles. But she also was a Hollywood trailblazer, accomplishing many firsts for women in the film industry. She was born Ruth Elizabeth Davis on the 5th of April, 1908, in the town of Lowell, Massachusetts. By high school, she had already set her sights on the bright lights of Broadway. But with the advent of talkies, Hollywood soon came calling.
Sound came in, as we say.
Yeah.
It was a complete revolution, actually, because then they did need actors trained for the theater.
Yeah.
I thought you might at least be amusing, but you turned out to be dull and stupid and so afraid.
In 1935, she won her first Oscar for Dangerous, and she won another in 1938 for Jezebel.
I've dreamed about it so long. a lifetime.
She made 14 films with Warner Brothers Studios, but not without controversy. She sued her boss, Jack Warner, demanding more control over the roles she would play, and lost. However, as the success of her films grew, so did her power with the studio, eventually giving her the creative control she demanded, thus paving the way for those who would follow. Davis also became the first female president of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. But out of all of her accomplishments, Davis said she was sincerely proud of the Hollywood Canteen, which she opened on October 3, 1942. She transformed an old LA nightclub into a serviceman's hangout, where Hollywood's elite stars volunteered to entertain the troops. Later, in 1980, Davis was awarded the Distinguished Civilian Service Medal, the Department of Defense's highest civilian award for her volunteer efforts during the war. After a long bout with breast cancer, on October 6, 1989, the Hollywood icon died at age 81, having just returned from a film festival held in her honor. You're watching An American Life on Newsmax TV.
As Donald Trump is sworn in as the 45th President of the United States, his wife, Melania Trump, will be at his side just as she stood by him on the campaign trail through its many ups and downs. Melania will be the first foreign-born First Lady in modern history. And there's no question, Melania is also one of the most beautiful First Ladies the United States has ever had. I first spoke with Melania for Newsmax magazine back in August. Her story is the embodiment of the American dream. An ambitious young woman blessed with good genes comes to the United States from a tiny country in Europe and ends up married to a billionaire who is a hair's breadth away from becoming the 45th President of the United States. To explain how all this happened, we have to start at the beginning, 46 years ago, in the sleepy railroad town of Sebnica.
She was always a bit different in the best possible way. She didn't fantasize about, I don't know, being a teacher or being a doctor. She wanted to be a model.
Melania's father, Victor Novs, is now retired. He managed a car dealership, while her mother, Amelia, worked as a pattern maker and instilled in her daughter a love of fashion and style.
She's with a lot of elegance and style. She was in fashion industry for a long time.
What did your father do?
He was a salesperson, and then he was a manager of the company. And once the Slovenia separated and it was possible to have own business, he opened his own business.
The Novs now have their own apartment in Trump Tower so they can visit with their grandson, Barron, Melania's only child with Donald. When she was a 17-year-old schoolgirl in Sebnica, a local photographer named Stane Jerko spotted the shy 5'11" Melania and persuaded her to let him take her photo.
Mislim, jaz sem odmah primijetio da je veliki potencijal za manekenko I za fotomodel.
A year later, with a portfolio of her photos under her arm, she headed for the catwalks in Milan and signed with an Italian modeling agency. From there, it was on to Paris and New York, where her career took off.
When she wanted something bad enough, she worked hard.
Melania began appearing in Vogue, Harper's Bazaar, the Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue, and other magazines. Melania's fashion modeling career led to her meeting Trump at the Kit Kat Club in 1998.
It was a big fashion party that my friend organized, Fashion Week.
The Donald, as he was christened by his first wife, Ivana, was 52, just 4 years younger than Melania's father. He had an eye for pretty models, and he asked Melania for her number, but she refused.
I didn't give him my number. He was with the date. So I told him, give me your number and I will call you. I wanted to see what kind of number he would give me. Business, home, if he would give me a business number. I'm not a girl doing business with him. Why he would give me a business number? So he gave me all of them. And when I came back, I said, give me your number, I promise I will call you. And I came back after the photo shoot, and I called him.
A few weeks later, after she returned from a modeling trip, she called him and they had dinner. But the couple faced trials and tribulations when they first got together in the late 1990s. Donald was well on his way to becoming a billionaire, and the tabloid press treated most of the women he escorted around town as gold diggers. Melania was no exception. She and Donald had an on-again, off-again relationship for almost 7 years.
He was very charming and a great mind and great energy. We had connection from the beginning.
During that time, Melania continued to work as a model, and he continued to play the field. Trump appeared reluctant to settle down in a monogamous relationship, Melania's non-negotiable condition for marriage. However, in April 2004, 3 months shy of Donald's 58th birthday, he turned over a new leaf and gave Melania a $2 million 15-carat emerald-cut diamond engagement ring.
It was a special night. It was a gala in New York. We were both dressed, and he asked me to marry me.
They were married the following year in a sumptuous ceremony at Mar-a-Lago, the 17-acre estate built by the socialite Marjorie Merriweather Post in Palm Beach, Florida. Trump later turned the resort into a private club. Melania wore a $100,000 embroidered Christian Dior gown with a 13-foot-long train, and the guest list included P. Diddy, Heidi Klum, Shaquille O'Neal, and Anna Wintour, who put the bride on the cover of Vogue. Coming up next, Melania Trump weighs in on raising her young son Barron and her choice to stay off the campaign trail.
Hello, I'm back this week with this very important question. Is your doctor taking your blood pressure correctly? You may assume so, but a new study shows you may be wrong. According to this new research, doctors often cut corners when taking blood pressure and record readings that may be much too high. This is important information. First, if your blood pressure reading is wrong, you could be misdiagnosed with high blood pressure and put on powerful drugs for the rest of your life. You could also be denied health insurance, and your job may even be put in jeopardy. This is important information, so pay close attention. Number 1, is your doctor using the right size blood pressure cuff? Cuffs come in 2 different sizes, average and large, but too often only the average size cuff is even used, even on the person with a larger forearm. If the cuff is too tight, the reading will be too high. Number 2, is your blood pressure taken in both of your arms? Doctors are taught that this is not mandatory, but it should be. Even a small difference between the 2 pressure readings can mean you are at great risk of suffering from a stroke or even dying of heart disease. And number 3, is your blood pressure taken when you are seated on the examining table with your legs dangling in the air? If so, your reading may be 10 points too high. You should be seated in the chair with your feet on the floor and your legs apart and relaxed. Don't cross your legs at either the knees or the ankles. Remember, if your doctor doesn't take your blood pressure the correct way, you could be putting your health at risk. Many of you already have my book, The Simple Heart Cure. So if you do, you can read all about high blood pressure in Chapter 8. That's my health tip for this week. I'll see you next week with another important Heart Health Minute.
Get your copy of Dr. Crandall's best-selling book, The Simple Heart Cure, for just $4.95 with this special offer. Go to www.simpleheartbook.com to get your copy today. That's simpleheartbook.com.
Are you getting everything from Medicare you deserve? You need Medicare for You. It reveals how to maximize benefits while improving your health care. Medicare for You shows you how to reduce costs, improve coverage, get procedures approved, and avoid 4 big mistakes and scams. Make sure Medicare works for you. Get Medicare for You at bookstores or see the free offer. Go online now or call today. Your health is too important to wait.
Stylish and sexy though she may be, Melania is first and foremost a traditionalist. She is raising Barron in an old-fashioned, traditional way, teaching him good manners and behavior, and as First Lady, she plans to bring those same values to the job.
I like to keep life as normal as possible for my son, Barron.
When Melania first started dating Donald, he was legally separated from his second wife, Marla Maples. Donald had 1 child with her, Tiffany, and 3 children with his first wife, Ivana, Donald Jr., Ivanka, and Eric. Despite Trump's reputation as a playboy, he's always been a devoted father to his kids.
I think my father will always do the right thing. That's the type of person he is.
Trump himself says he often flew the 6,000 miles round trip to California and back just to spend a few hours with Tiffany, who at the time lived in Los Angeles with her mother. When his children were young, Trump worried about their future. Statistically, my children have a very bad shot, he said in a 1990 Playboy interview. Children of successful people are generally very, very troubled, not successful. They don't have the right shtick. However, everyone who has spent time with his children agrees that they are remarkably well-adjusted adults who have nothing but praise for their dad.
My mentor, my best friend, my father.
The guy's got a heart of gold. He's an amazing person.
Don Jr., Ivanka, and Eric Trump have all served as advisors and effective surrogates to their father during his campaign. Melania and Donald have 1 son together, Barron. Melania says she's raising him as Little Donald. The 10-year-old loves wearing a suit and tie and playing golf with his father.
He's enjoying his school and his sports. He's a great athlete.
Melania told Parenting magazine her son is a very strong-minded, very special and intelligent boy. He is independent and opinionated and knows exactly what he wants. Despite the Trumps' many homes, their fleet of airplanes and helicopters, private chefs, and an army of servants, Melania tries to keep life as normal as possible for Barron.
That was my decision not to go in the campaign, because I said I want to be a parent to my child. And he completely agreed with that. And I said I will be there when I can be there and support him 100% every day, all the time.
Both she and Donald are early risers. They each start the day the same way, reading the newspapers, watching cable TV news shows, and checking out the internet. Then Melania wakes up Barron and gives him his breakfast. She considers taking care of Barron as her precious job. She says she teaches Barron what is appropriate, plus proper values and morals, in an effort to prepare him for adult life. She says she helps him with homework, but he also has a tutor.
I want my little boy to know that he is blessed.
Melania says she doesn't live through her child, nor does she want him to burn out.
Barron has many privileges and advantages. We know how fortunate we are.
Melania stays busy through her involvement with a number of charities. She has been the honorary chairwoman of both the Boys Club of New York and the Martha Graham Dance Company. The Police Athletic League of New York honored her as Woman of the Year in 2006. She has served as a Goodwill Ambassador for the American Red Cross and participated in the National Child Abuse Prevention Month.
I'm involved in many charities already. They're very dear to me.
Despite her philanthropic endeavors, Melania says her first priority is being a mom. She has turned a large room on the top floor of the triplex into a playroom where Barron plays soccer with friends he invites over for playdates. Barron frequently talked about his father and stayed up to date on the latest polling numbers during Trump's presidential campaign.
We talk a little bit about politics and a lot about life, homework, and sports.
But when things turned nasty on the campaign trail, as they often did, Melania didn't turn off the TV. Instead, she helped Barron to understand the world isn't always a nice place. Melania says he can handle it, even at his young age. Before the Trump family's entree into the political world, Melania was involved in designing and selling an affordable jewelry collection on QVC and a line of beauty products at Lord & Taylor's. Both of those businesses have since fallen by the wayside. Meanwhile, Donald juggled his real estate business and his role as a TV celebrity. From 2003 until 2015, he was the executive producer and host of the NBC reality show, The Apprentice.
So if you want to fire me, go right ahead.
All right, Gene, you're fired.
In 2009, he started construction on the Trump International Hotel and Tower in Chicago, and 3 years later, he won the right to convert the old post office building in Washington, D.C. into a 300-room hotel. The hotel opened in 2016.
Upstairs is almost complete. The rooms are almost complete. The hotel is going to be incredible.
In 2014, 2 years before the Trump International Hotel opened, Donald bought Scotland's Turnberry Resort. And in June, Trump was at Turnberry again, when the British took a page from his populist book and voted to leave the European Union.
This was one of the big votes in the history of Europe and Scotland and everywhere. So I wish everybody a lot of luck.
Over the years, his business have kept Trump away from home a lot. But Melania says she's not lonely. She likes to spend time on her own.
We have a great relationship. We are own people. I'm my own person, he's his own person, and I think that's very important. I don't want to change him, he doesn't want to change me.
Coming up next, Melania's biggest moment from the campaign.
شما می‌بینید که الان مرکز فساد امریکا را جوان‌ها رفتن گرفتن و امریکایی هم که در اونجا بوده گرفتن و اون لانه فساد را به دست آوردن و امریکا هم هیچ غلطی نمی‌تونه بکنه.
In January of 1979, the Shah of Iran fled to the U.S. after losing control of his country to Islamic radicals.
I was taken outside. The hordes were already out there screaming death to the hostages.
Soon after, on November 4th, 1979, Colonel Charles Scott, one of the 52 people at the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, was taken hostage after a mob had ransacked the grounds. Throughout their captivity, embassy personnel were subjected to torture and harassment.
I was beaten. I was hung by my wrists.
At first, the Ayatollah Khomeini opposed the embassy seizure, but quickly changed his mind once he realized he could use the seizure to unite his country while declaring himself Iran's new leader. The hostages were taken in hopes of forcing the U.S. to return the Shah to stand trial. Following the Shah's death from medical complications, Iran changed their demands to
Good morning. We are just about 3 hours away from President-elect Donald Trump taking the oath of office for a second time. Live look there at St. John's Church, where a prayer service and a church service will be going on, and live look at Blair House, where the President-elect will wake up with the First Lady and head over to church across Lafayette Park. Mr. Trump goes to Washington again to make America great again. The future and former president will start the day attending that service at St. John's Episcopal Church. It's called the Church of the Presidents. And that starts any moment now, as N2 brings you full coverage of the day's events, and we count down to Donald Trump swearing in as the 47th President of the United States, capping off the greatest political comeback in American history.
Great to have you with us this morning. And we're also following the breaking news. There are pardons from outgoing President Joe Biden, everyone. We expected there to be some, but now we know the details. Anthony Fauci, Mark Milley, and members of the January 6th House Committee, of course, that includes Liz Cheney, Benny Thompson, Adam Schiff, and also the Capitol officials who testified in front of the J6 committee will get these pardons.
In a statement this morning, Joe Biden said the issuance of these pardons should not be mistaken as an acknowledgement that any individual engaged in any wrongdoing, nor should acceptance of misconstrued as an admission of guilt for any offense. He also added, our nation owes these public servants a debt of gratitude for their tireless commitment to our country. General Milley has responded this morning. He said that he and his family are grateful, deeply grateful for President Biden's actions today.
Incredible. We are obviously watching an incredible day of history that we still don't know what else will unfold over the next 3 hours as Joe Biden heads out of office. Ed Henry with my wonderful colleagues Bianca de la Garza and John Bachman, and we're waiting for the President-elect of the United States to emerge. That green area there covers up the entrance to Blair House, where he stayed for security reasons. Obviously, they cover that up so people don't see the full movement. And the live look there, Bianca, at the Capitol, of course. They'll be heading over there after not just the church service at St. John's that we'll be talking about, of course, and dipping into. But then he is headed to the White House with the First Lady for a little tea, a little greeting with the Bidens. And what a morning to be meeting with the Bidens.
You know, it's a cold day, and it's going to be probably pretty frosty in some of those rooms. We know during the tea they're actually not going to have microphones on, so we won't hear the audio of it, but they'll do a pool spray. We also know these executive orders will actually be signed at perhaps at different places throughout the day. Which
From
is
the incoming president, the new action.
Yeah, so I mean, we're hearing some thoughts that when he goes to his victory rally later at Capitol One after his swearing in, that there could be people watching these, and we're getting a glimpse of what they may include. A lot of border, also taking back those security clearances from the 51 spies who lied, EV mandates, abolishing the Green New Deal, sending military support to our southern border.
Yeah, declaring a national emergency.
Really, yeah.
It sounds like.
And withdrawing from the Paris climate. So, I mean, there's a wide range of new actions coming from Donald Trump today. So not only just historic, but also a big game changer.
All right. And I know we have our senior correspondent, John Huddy, I think is around Lafayette Park, which is right in between Blair House and St. John's Church there, which is in yellow on the top of the screen. John, can you hear us? Good morning.
Yeah, Ed, John, Bianca, good morning to you. We are keeping an eye on, just across the park, St. John's Episcopal Church from our location here on the Media Riser, looking at what should have been the parade route here and then the White House behind me there. But that's right. President Trump, soon to be, once again, President Trump and the soon to be First Lady will be heading from Blair House to St. John's Episcopal Church for a brief service. The Reverend Robert Fisher, who's the rector at the church, said it'll be about a 30-minute service. He said that the psalms, the passages, the hymns that will be conducted during the service were agreed upon by the Trump administration, by senior staff officials, and will be purposely apolitical, he said. It will be a meditative moment. It'll be a time of reflection to reflect on the point getting here and then on the upcoming 4 years. And then at that point, after the service, then the Trumps will make their way to they'll make their way to the White House for tea with the Bidens, to be a fly on the wall during that tea service, right? With the headline, you know, of course, coming from the White House and Biden and the various pardons. And then after that, there'll be, of course, the Trumps will make their way to the Capitol for the taking the oath of office, the swearing-in ceremony, followed by the rally at the Capital One Arena. I was there yesterday, you guys, as you know, throughout the day. I got there early in the morning. We were there for about 6 hours out front of the arena, interviewing people from all parts of the country, from all up and down the eastern seaboard, Midwest, all the way out to California and beyond, even Canada. Folks started showing up in the line yesterday at 2 o'clock in the morning to try to get to the front of that line, to get into the rally last night. And that's really been the case leading up, you know, throughout the campaign. As you guys know, I was on the road along with our other correspondents covering the campaign, covering the rally, people camping out overnight, whether it was, you know, the convention center in Sioux Center, Iowa, or Madison Square Garden. And then yesterday there was a line stretching about a mile and a half thousands of people waiting to get into the Capital One Arena, seating capacity about 20,300. It was full capacity. They had to turn people away. As far as today's schedule, obviously it's been incredibly dynamic. It has shifted, it has changed. I've been talking to a lot of people who are in town. They were here for the parade. Obviously there's some disappointment, but look, the bottom line is, as I talked to numerous people in the crowd yesterday, it is a time for celebration, celebrating this incredibly historic day, but also the extraordinary victory leading to this point, guys. Back to you.
All right, John Huddy live for us there in Lafayette Park. We're waiting for the initial movements of President Trump from Blair House.
I'm waiting to see what Melania is wearing.
Yeah.
I am. Yes, we are.
Who she's wearing, because it's funny, these designers who didn't want to be anywhere near the first family in the first term now want to be here, just like the tech titans and everything else. And what do you make of that, John? Because this weekend is a lot different. I used to cover the White House for about 10 years. In the years leading up to Donald Trump, I covered the Obama years mostly, and then the first couple of years of Donald Trump. And this city is 85, 90%, maybe more Democrat. And nobody really wore MAGA hats. We see the beginning of a motorcade, by the way, that could be Vice President-elect Vance ahead of President-elect Vance. So we may jump in. Yeah, you see the motorcycles coming in. But John, you've been walking around the city, as we all have. There are red MAGA hats everywhere.
It's astounding to see, especially if you come here often, as you do, and Bianca, you know, as well, when you walk the streets of Washington, D.C., not exactly known as a safe haven for MAGA hats, but this weekend it certainly has been.
It's a new world.
It is a brave new world. Yes, and as we see the motorcade coming across here, and we believe this is Vice President-elect J.D. Vance.
I think so, because we still see the black Suburbans outside Blair House peeking at another monitor. So we expect the President-elect to move eventually, but we were expecting, as they choreograph this moment by moment, that Vice President-elect Vance and his family will arrive at St. John's Church first. Every president since James Madison has been at a church service at St. John's. Beautiful church right there across Lafayette Park. And Bianca, it's just it's a great way to start it off, too, because faith has been a big part of this journey for Donald Trump.
It sure has, and of course, after what we all witnessed in Butler, some say, you know, has changed him and even made him stronger in his faith. And, you know, it's a beautiful tradition, and as we watch the motorcade and the beginning of what will be the procession inside, there'll also be a lot of reasons of things that we see inside each state flower. So Ohio and Florida will be inside. Everything's decorated to the traditions of what we see today, and that really is what today is about. It's about traditions. It's steeped in, you know, history in our nation's capital. But we'll also see sort of these flashes of things that will bring us to hearkening this new era, which we kind of got a peek into yesterday. And I know we talked about the parade and there being sort of a different, you know, calling an audible, if you will. But at the end of the day, Donald Trump is going to put his mark on his statements. And we've gotten a little bit of a preview of what he'll be talking about today in some of his statements. And I think that is going to be really a moment that people will be watching for, as far as, you know, the mood, the message that he will set the tone today.
The phrase they're using is that in the inaugural address, John, the key line, perhaps they're teasing, is a revolution of common sense. And if you think about what the left did in the last campaign that failed, about he's a Nazi, he's a fascist, and that it would be a revolution of insanity or something, which failed, as I said. Now he's saying, no, these are common sense ideas.
Yes, and I think that harkens back to your initial kind of question about why it's different this time around. There we see J.D. Vance emerging from the car there, and we'll see Usha Vance coming out very soon. This is why we see the tech titans coming around to Donald Trump's side. It's common sense. Obviously, they're looking for, you know, kind of a new branding for the administration here. And this stuff, you know, securing the border, that is common sense. And I think that's part of the mandate that Donald Trump was given coming into office, and he's going to execute some of those orders today.
And we're starting to see a little movement now at Blair House as well. That's still St. John's Church, but peeking around. If we get that shot, there's also, we're waiting on the president-elect as well. And on the other side of Lafayette Park, it's interesting, Bianca, because there is a pew that is reserved for the President of the United States. It's pew number 54. And that's where President-elect Donald Trump, of course, will sit. He's been there before. He's been through this dance before. And I just think the history there, that every president, and there's a look at Blair House, you see the Suburbans are starting to move. So Security is obviously always intense. I've covered several of these, but this one last night, it was just an absolute situation of gridlock because of the intense security around a president-elect who had multiple assassination attempts.
Well, you think about it, it's the president-elect, J.D. Vance, and then you have Speaker Johnson and Chuck Grassley, you know, Senate pro tempore leader. Like, we don't have any confirmed cabinet members yet, so it is interesting. You saw J.D. Vance going in first, and they're keeping them somewhat separated in their arrivals. But it is you know, when we look at this church, the St. John's Episcopal Church of the Presidents, as you said, Pew 54, but Trump has been here, it was 2017. And this is, you know, the service on Inauguration Day is something that people understand. This is how the day starts.
And you could see the motorcade, pardon me, going around Blair House, where he and the incoming First Lady stayed the last 2 evenings. They go up about 17th Street and then turn right at H Street, which brings you around the park. There's the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. I used to walk around the city a little bit. Yeah, I know, we can see it's a beautiful shot. And you see the snow. It's cold today, but not quite as cold as the forecast. But it's supposed to get chillier this afternoon.
Yes, and I'd like to note, too, that according to the pool cameras in the pool, Donald Trump returned to Blair House at 11:54 p.m. last night, so there were some...
Well, they had that candlelight dinner with the incoming cabinet.
So, you know, little sleep there, and obviously this will be a long day that is just starting. We're going to cover it moment by moment here, but yeah, it is and less snow than we thought on the ground as well.
Absolutely. And John, you're somebody who's writing history as well, writing a historical book about Ronald Reagan. One of the most fascinating things, having covered the White House a long time, that I always thought about when I went inside that church is that Abraham Lincoln, during the Civil War, is said to have slipped in and out of St. John's Church very often. And there were 2 points. One, he always went alone. He was alone in his thoughts, thinking through his own faith, and we'll see the president-elect any moment, during difficult times in this country. And then he would slip out before the service ended and walk back to the White House.
I know.
By himself, Abraham Lincoln.
Well, you think about it, you know, people could just walk into the White House up until, you know, I think Andrew Jackson's time in office, and they just could show up unannounced. And
there's the president-elect emerging right there. And Harry Truman was taking a nap at Blair House when they were renovating the White House, and there was an assassination attempt downstairs. One Secret Service officer lost his life, and others were injured. And Bianca, there you go. There is the incoming First Lady with a beautiful hat, dealing with this weather, long coat, and the fashionistas will be watching this closely.
I know I don't want to venture yet and take a gamble on what designer it is, but she is very elegant, and she can really carry the hat, as we saw, I believe, also at Barron's graduation. So fitting for the moment here, elegant, understated, as they go into St. John's. You know, this has been such an incredible campaign for, think of his family, think of Melania, think of them now emerging to take back the White House, and what we all talk about this, what they have been able to kind of learn and glean from being away and coming back now. And right now we're going to be joined by former New York Republican Congressman Anthony D'Esposito and Newsmax host Bob Sellers as well.
Welcome to you both.
Look at the church service, which is just beginning with President-elect Donald Trump coming in. Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Great to see you both.
Congressman, why don't you start us off? Your thoughts of the president-elect jumping in here for a church service. It's obviously always a beautiful way to start this historic day.
Yeah, and I think extremely fitting, as you were just mentioning, what the Trump family has endured over the last really decade. I mean, being attacked by the media, being almost assassinated, the lies that have been spewed, and the warfare from the justice system. I mean, today is a day where him and his family should take the time inside that church for that service and really reflect upon the last years, and obviously look forward. Look forward how even though today it's pretty nasty and cold here in Washington, D.C., the sun is shining bright because it's a new day in the United States of America.
Yeah, we were able to see the sky in one of those shots with the motorcade coming through, a bluebird day, but very cold. Obviously why they moved everything inside. You know, Bob, we see these images. We see these images every 4 years, but certainly different this time around, as Ed was mentioning, the security and also the momentum that Donald Trump is bringing into office.
Oh, yeah, it's night and day. I mean, I think we would all agree 4 years ago, 8 years ago, he came to town kind of the outsider. He's still an outsider, which is the point, which is the reason people elected him twice. But he came then and he was told, who should he have in these positions? He knows this time. He's coming to town. He knows who he wants in certain positions. He knows what he wants to accomplish. And I think he's already accomplished a number of these things. I mean, he's had meetings with foreign leaders as if he is already president. And of course, he's going to become president today at noon. But a completely different feel this time. And he wins the popular vote. He comes back to town again. Definitely a different feel for 47 President Trump versus two terms ago.
Absolutely. And if you're just joining us, this TikTok is behind about 10 to 15 minutes. They were supposed to be starting the church service at 8:30 in the East. It's just past 8:46 a.m. And this church service is expected to end just after 9 a.m. Eastern time or so. And then there'll be a quick stop over at Blair House again for the president-elect and First Lady, incoming First Lady, before they pause and head across the street. They used to walk. I've seen a lot of presidents walk from Blair House over to the White House, but I gather that there will be likely a motorcade, Bianca, that would bring the president-elect and First Lady across the street, because every minute of this is being choreographed to the point of, I know the weather is what moved this all inside, but there's been a lot of chatter all weekend here in Washington about security concerns moving this inside the Capitol as well.
Yeah, and sort of the scramble now of having it at the rotunda, who actually will be able to be fit inside that smaller area, and the VIPs and VVIPs who are still trying to make sure that they can get in to watch the ceremony. So yeah, a factor of potential security, cold. It is obviously, I'm sure Donald Trump would have loved to have had sort of the plan as a go, but I mean, security is something that we've all been covering. It's a fact now, and it's a sad one. And you have to wonder what's going through his mind today too, because he's going in and he had a plan for all these executive orders, and I think we were all sort of waiting to see what Joe Biden would do. And now the news of this morning that he's decided to issue these preemptive pardons here of Fauci, of Milley, of J6, you know, and some are questioning, legal scholars are saying, is this even appropriate? They don't have to accept these pardons, but why would Fauci want a pardon if he didn't do anything? And the glimmer of it, too, is now if they do get the pardon, they can still be subpoenaed, brought in. You do not have Fifth Amendment privilege anymore.
I'd love to ask the congressman his thoughts on this. Some of his former colleagues in the House, Liz Cheney, Adam Kinzinger, Benny Thompson, other members of the January 6th committee, including Adam Schiff, Congressman, they have now been pardoned. Dr. Fauci as well. I'm also reading here that Democrats are going to sue to try and stop DOJ in that effort as well. And obviously there are barricades being putting up. The Democrats are desperately trying to put up barricades to stop what you guys want to do.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think that what we've seen here under the Biden administration, you know, he campaigned under lies, he governed under lies, and now in his final hours, he's leaving this country with more lies. I mean, in the 118th Congress, the House Administration, the Committee on House Administration, did oversight on the January 6th committee, and what a fraud it was and how weaponized it was with some of those individuals, including Benny Thompson and others. So, you know, and I think that what's most important to point out to the American people is how many times President Biden looked into their eyes and had press conferences and said, I am not going to pardon members of the January 6th
and
committee.
told us all, nobody's above the law.
I'm not going to pardon my son. Nobody's above the law, but yet here we are after some of the, I think it's the biggest number of pardons that we've seen in presidential history. I mean, not just people who like Fauci and Hunter Biden, but individuals who killed cops, some of the most violent and those who have smuggled and trafficked narcotics and firearms and really cost lives. They have all been set free or their sentences changed by President Biden when he told the American people, "No, I will absolutely not do this."
Well, we have 3 more hours, so we'll see if he does another pardon for his brother James. One thing, Congressman Esposito, is we know Donald Trump may sign an executive order today revoking the security clearances for the 51 spies who went on the record to say Hunter Biden's laptop was disinformation
in
2020. And that right there is something where, people are looking for accountability of everything we've learned now, what has gone on with our government and the corruption. Well, indeed, Donald Trump, that's one way he can set it right if he can't, reverse pardons, which are within Biden's, in some way. These may be questioned, but your reaction to that, sir?
I think it's a step in the direction we need to. We need to start acting immediately. We need to make sure that we get Pam Bondi and Kash Patel confirmed immediately so that we can get into the FBI and the justice system and start taking care of those individuals who have weaponized it and really defrauded the American people. That's what this mandate was on Election Day. People want to see the government working for them. People want to see that those who violate laws, people want to see that those who create victims, that those are the ones held accountable, not those that we're fighting against politically.
Absolutely. Bob Sellers, before we take a break, we're now learning that the Democrat mayor of New York City, Eric Adams, is confirming that he will attend this inaugural. Not a complete surprise because he was just, and by the way, that's a live picture there inside the arena, Capital One Arena, where Donald Trump had a rally yesterday. Now his supporters, Bob, are filtering into this arena in downtown Washington, right in between the White House and the Capitol, to watch the festivities, and then Donald Trump will go and they'll essentially have a parade within the arena. You look at what would have been the parade route there on Pennsylvania Avenue, just some beautiful shots, Bob. But the idea that a Democrat mayor from New York City who's been investigated like Donald Trump was, maybe feels a kinship and may even flip and become a Republican, some say, Bob.
Yeah, I think he was years ago. But the people of New York, and this is, I think, an interesting aspect of New York City. We know that it's overwhelmingly dominated by Democrats. But you know what? Giuliani was a Republican. But Giuliani took care of the mob. Giuliani, the biggest criticism is, you go to Times Square now, it's not crime, it's too much like Disney. People were criticizing how he cleaned up that city. So I think the people of New York want something different. I don't think it's going to be a future with Mayor Adams, got to be honest about that. But I do think that Adams is somebody who has had to live with some of the results of an open border, the results of having some of those illegals sent to his town, spending millions of dollars to house them while there's a homeless crisis, and you have crime that's rampant, people that are on the subways committing crimes, and people being let go and not prosecuted by the DA. There are a lot of problems in New York, and it's almost like Eric Adams is looking to President Trump and the people behind President Trump, because there are people that voted for him that I think Eric Adams is more in sync with than he was before, because reality has set in.
Absolutely. Live look outside St. John's Church, known as the Church of the Presidents. Every president has worshiped there since James Madison. Gives you an idea, Congressman D'Esposito, of the history inside there. One can only imagine what Donald Trump and the First Lady, what their incoming First Lady are thinking through. But I know that he wants to move quickly, Congressman, and some people are talking about this as shock and awe in terms of the executive orders. He's going to have the congressional leaders over to the White House as quickly as tomorrow. He's talking about going to Los Angeles by Friday, I believe, Congressman, make it his first official trip as the new president, deal with the wildfires, and really try to get down to business, sir.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if it's shock and awe. I think that it's what a president should be doing for the American people. I think people are shocked and in awe because they've been dealing with Joe Biden for the last 4 years. The fact is that President Trump made promises to the American people. He wants to grow our economy. He wants to secure our border. He wants to make America safe again. And a lot of these executive orders that he plans on signing within the next probably 8 to 12 hours are going to have a direct result on that. I mean, making cartels terrorist organizations, securing our border, helping to reduce the trafficking of illegal narcotics that are killing so many Americans. And obviously, moving forward with his administration, that's taking shape day by day. And that is why my colleagues or my former colleagues on the other side in the Senate need to work overtime. And they need to make sure that the nominations for his cabinet are confirmed swiftly so that they can get into their offices, get to work, and deliver for the American people.
All right. Congressman, you're absolutely right. A lot of people expecting that all around this great country. You see St. John's Church. We expect the president-elect to emerge any moment. Go back to Blair House for a pause. We're going to take a quick pause here. Bob Sellers, Congressman, stand by. We're going to be dealing in a lot of people over the next few hours. We're live all day long here on N2. Don't go anywhere. We're back with the president-elect emerging from church just in a moment.
We're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
You know, I've really never had to grow up. So 43 years old, and I still feel like I'm a teenage kid in a high school locker room just going out and playing football with my friends.
Thomas Edward Patrick Brady, Jr. was born on August 3, 1977, in San Mateo, California, where he attended Junipero Serra High School, excelling in baseball, basketball, and football. Brady began as a JV backup quarterback for a team with a record of 0-8. But by his senior year, Brady had thrown 31 touchdowns, earning him the All-State Award and his team's most valuable player. In 1995, he was drafted by the Montreal Expos. Still, his love of football never faded. That same year, he was also recruited by the University of Michigan. In his first year as starting quarterback, he broke the university's record for most completed passes. In 2000, at the NFL Draft, Tom Brady was far from a star, getting picked only in the 6th round by the New England Patriots. 6th-round Tom became one of football's greatest legends, leading the Patriots to 17 AFC East championships and 6 Super Bowl victories. After an historic 19 seasons, Tom Brady left the Patriots over a contract dispute and joined the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, quickly leading them to a Super Bowl victory. Following his signing, Tom Brady said he joined Tampa Bay for 2 primary reasons. The first is to be a role model for the sport's upcoming younger athletes, and second, to prove something for himself. In addition to his 7 Super Bowl wins, he was named the NFL's most valuable player 3 times and selected for the Pro Bowl 14 times. As a result, Thomas Edward Patrick Brady Jr. is considered to be the NFL's greatest quarterback of all time and one of the greatest athletes in sports history. You're watching An American Life on Newsmax TV.
January 15th, 1929 was a chilly day in Atlanta, Georgia, when a family gathered to welcome into this world a new life, and with it, a new hope for America. Throughout his 39 years, he instilled in Americans a new spirit of justice and freedom, based on equality instead of status, and character instead of race. He waged a nonviolent war on racial segregation, with appearances that radiated with an energy that transcended all races, all faiths, and people of all ages, with words that still resonate today.
I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land.
He spoke to us of his dreams and his beliefs that justice too long delayed is justice denied.
Hi folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Hey everyone,
Emerald Lagasse here, and I'm so excited to tell you about my biggest air fryer yet.
Introducing Emerald Lagasse's Dual Zone Air Fryer Oven with dual-sided cooking chambers. Now you can cook 2 different foods 2 different ways that finish at the same time. No more back-to-back cooking. Now main dish and sides finish at the same time. Enjoy juicy grilled burgers at the same time as air-fried French fries. Broiled savory salmon at the same time as roasted asparagus. Broiled chicken parm finishes at the same time as baked cheesy garlic bread. The secret is in the QuickSync technology that matches the cooking times and settings of each food, so they're programmed to finish at the same time.
I tell you, I cannot recommend this enough. It comes out perfect every single time.
It's awesome.
But watch, remove the center divider and it transforms into a large 25-quart capacity oven for delicious family-size Monday to Sunday meals that cook up to 60% faster. Slow cook a pot of Mama's meatballs, delicious savory chili, or bake the easiest homemade bread without turning on that big oven. You can even cook right from the freezer. Mozzarella sticks from frozen to ooey gooey in minutes, or frozen shrimp to sizzling scampi in just 10 minutes. Now you can try Emerald Lagasse's 25-quart dual zone air fryer oven with dual cooking chamber, removable oven divider, and toasting rack in your home for 30 days for just $14.99. But wait, you also get Emerald's free downloadable dual zone recipe book. Order now and we'll automatically upgrade you to his deluxe cooking kit absolutely free, complete with 2 baking sheets, 2 crisper baskets, large baking sheet, the grill plate, the rotisserie spit and fetch tool, plus a 100% satisfaction guarantee and a 1-year VIP protection plan. Plus, ask how you can get free shipping. This offer will not last, so order now.
You're gonna love it. I guarantee it.
Call 1-800-553-5710. That's 1-800-553-5710.
Good morning and welcome back to our special live coverage of Donald J. Trump's inauguration as our 47th president. He'll take the oath of office just before noon Eastern Time, live inside the Capitol Rotunda, and you will not miss a moment of it right here on N2.
President Trump will call for a revolution of common sense during his inaugural address, according to prepared remarks, capping a historic comeback.
And Mr. Trump's agenda, it is going to be a flurry of executive orders today. They include things like mass deportation as part of starting potentially raids, but getting rid of Remain in Mexico. We also, part of his agenda, will be working with Congress to talk about the tariffs he wants and slashing, of course, the size of the federal government. That may come in some form, too, with executive orders today. And as we watch St. John's Church to the right there, where the incoming president and J.D. Vance is, we know that in about 5 minutes or so, they will be departing there in their motorcade, where they will be heading back to
Blair House for a little
Blair
pause.
House, where they spent the night.
That's right. But live this hour, you will see the Trumps meet with the Bidens. And before that, John, we're expecting a live picture, about 15 minutes or so, of the Bidens first welcoming Vice President Kamala Harris and Doug Emhoff to the White House. So we don't know whether they'll be in the room with the Trumps as well or waiting in an anteroom.
Yeah.
But you think about these 3 political figures in Donald Trump, Joe Biden, and Kamala Harris. And we haven't talked about the campaign yet because we're looking forward now. But what a year last year. And that first debate with Biden when he got rocked, Harris and the late switch. It's all coming together today.
And you think about the last time we saw Kamala Harris and the Bidens together was that icy, there was almost no exchange of anything at the funeral for Jimmy Carter. So, and then you think about President Trump in the Oval Office with Joe Biden when they had the meeting after the election. It was very cordial. It'll be interesting to see. When we see the vice president and the second gentleman show up, what will the reaction? What will that go?
Well, they were sitting there near Joe Biden in the Oval Office, remember, when he gave his final address, and it was pretty frosty in there with Kamala Harris and Doug Emhoff. And so we're seeing a lot of live pictures. You still see the beautiful American flags. There's still a lot of patriots filling the streets of Washington. We've never seen this many MAGA hats. And our senior correspondent, John Huddy, has been here chronicling it all weekend, including that big Donald Trump rally yesterday, a victory rally at Capital One Arena, where the incoming president will be after the swearing in to greet some of his supporters for a second straight day. But John is over there in Lafayette Park, right outside St. John's Church. John, what are you seeing, sir?
Well, so yeah, the motorcade, first of all, J.D. Vance, the vice president elect, showed up with his wife, the second lady. They went into the church, and then about maybe 2 minutes after that, 3 minutes after that, then soon-to-be President Trump and Melania showed up as well, First Lady, and they went into the church. They were running a little bit behind schedule. The service at St. John's Church was supposed to start at 8. So that obviously was delayed a little bit as other guests, official guests, were entering the church over the course of really the last hour leading up to J.D. Vance going in, and then President-elect Trump and the soon-to-be First Lady as well. The reverend of the church, the rector of the church, Robert Fisher, said that it'll be about a 30-minute service. He said it will specifically and pointedly be apolitical, a reflective experience, a meditative experience for those in attendance, including President Trump, to reflect upon the last couple years leading up to this point, and then to look at the 4 years ahead. He says that the passages, the hymns chosen as part of the service were agreed upon by also senior Trump administration, incoming Trump administration officials as well. This, by the way, the St. John's Inauguration Day service goes back to FDR. It started in 1933 when FDR started the tradition of Inauguration Day service at the church. But it's called the President's Church because it goes back, the church dates back to 1816 when it was first built, and James Madison was the first sitting president to attend services there, basically setting the tradition of basically every sitting president since then going to the church. And then, as I said, in 1933, FDR attended the first Inauguration Day service, and that really set, the tradition from that point going forward on Inauguration Day. After they're done there, they will be, as you guys were talking about, Ed, John, and Bianca, they'll be going to the White House for tea with the Bidens, and then ultimately the Trumps will go, and J.D. Vance will go for the oath of office, the swearing-in ceremony, Capitol Hill, and then later to the Capital One Arena for the rally today. All of this has been very fluid. The plans, the schedule has shifted and changed right up to the 11th hour, as we know. But nonetheless, people are in town. They've come from all across the country. I saw that yesterday as I was saying, last hour, outside the Capital One Arena. Yesterday, people started lining up at 2 o'clock in the morning, to get into that arena. This morning, people started lining up around 5 a.m. It was a massive line, about a mile and a half yesterday. And that really goes along with what we've seen leading up to Election Day, all the rallies that we cover, that you guys were at, that I was at, that the other correspondents, Mike Carter, everybody we were at, people lining up, camping out sometimes overnight. Grand Rapids, Michigan, I saw that. Sioux Center, Iowa, and then that massive rally at Madison Square Garden. But what we're seeing on the ground, some people are obviously disappointed that the parade route and everything is shifted. Nonetheless, it is a celebration of this historic and extraordinary victory. And one of the things, here in Lafayette Park, you see across the street, one of the buildings, there's a huge sign on the building saying, "Welcome back, Mr. President." Back to you guys.
John Huddy, thank you. Keep up the excellent work out there. We know it's a cold morning, and we'll be waiting for Donald Trump, Melania, and J.D. Vance and his wife to exit St. John's Church. And also to note, too, we'll see some children. J.D. Vance just being 40 years old, very young vice president here, 3 young children, 2 boys and a girl. And they'll also be at the rotunda and the swearing in. So we'll see, something that we haven't seen in a little while. And I think that's notable, too, is Donald Trump is 75, but we look towards sort of this younger, youth-infused energy, the younger cabinet members. Marco Rubio, we should also note, may have his Senate confirmation hearing today. The Lake and Riley bill will also be taken up.
There'll be actual votes today in the Senate, to confirm.
While we're watching sort of the tradition, there'll also be a lot of work that's very important and critical to Donald Trump saying, well, the minute I get back in office. And in fact, what we saw yesterday, as well as the power he has to have hostages home with family members today. Incredible moments here in Washington, D.C., and I'm here with Ed Henry and John Bachman. If you're just joining us, you will want to stay in your comfort of your warm home to watch every single moment of about it.
Nice to be in the studio.
It is nice to be in the studio for once
We're not
today.
complaining about that. Joe Biden, by the way, has final desk time right now as this is happening in the Oval Office.
So what's happening? That's the question, right?
What's on that desk? How many other pardons?
pardons.
Yes.
John, before we bring in our guests, there is the possibility of Joe Biden preemptively pardoning himself and his brother James and maybe others. Not saying he will, but that's on the table.
It certainly is, and I think especially what we learned today on who's being pardoned. Adam Kinzinger, one of the January 6 committee members who received one of these pardons, just said recently that he didn't want a pardon because it makes you look guilty. The other thing, and Bianca, I think you mentioned this earlier too about these pardons, they are now no longer able to plead the Fifth Amendment. They can be forced to call to testify. Yeah. Another thing to consider, too, they most likely would have been prosecuted in Washington, D.C. And as unfavorable as that jury pool is to Republicans, it is also very favorable for Democrats. It would have been very hard to secure a conviction. I don't think we've heard the last about what happened with Dr. Fauci in China, with the Wuhan Institute of Virology, or with the January 6th stuff. So we have that on our plate as well.
He just put out a statement, Fauci, in fact, saying he was grateful. He's telling CNN he's grateful for it. Apparently, he got a little tip-off last night. His lawyers told him that a pardon may be coming. So he told CNN, I didn't know it was real until last night. But they were talking about the immeasurable stress that the threats were placing on Fauci's family there. He says he's done nothing wrong, but why would you need a pardon if you didn't? And I think, too, a lot of scholars are saying this may actually not be within the president's power to preemptively pardon people. So we'll see how it plays out because the wording of the pardon has not been made public yet, according to...
And remember, Joe Biden is president until essentially 11:59 a.m. And other previous presidents, like Bill Clinton, for example, in the final hours, pardoned Mark Rich, who was a big Democrat donor. It became a major scandal for Democrats, trying to wipe out the criminal record and whatnot, for access, money for access, and all the rest of it. So let's see what else happens with the Bidens. So let's bring in our panel as we await for these leaders to emerge from church. Republican strategist Nicole Kiperlove and Tom Borelli, a Newsmax contributor. Welcome to you both on this important day. Tom, your thoughts on Joe Biden and these pardons with Fauci, and an important point made by Bianca in that when you're pardoned, you are now wiped away from potential criminal charges, Tom, so you can no longer plead the Fifth Amendment against self-incrimination. So you can be brought in by Kash Patel or by House and Senate committees if you're Dr. Fauci and say, you can't take the Fifth, my friend. You have to tell us what happened, Tom, and that could be a big deal in the days ahead.
It certainly could be, Ed. Good morning to everyone there at the panel. Yeah, absolutely. But to me, the biggest point here is look at what Biden is doing on his last moments in office. He continues, at least from my perspective, continues his entire corruption that he had since, when you roll back the tape, he's been a liar and cheat his entire life. So why wouldn't he preemptive people on his way out the door, which, in my view, can't be fast enough? It says a lot that he's got to protect Fauci. Look, I have a PhD in biochemistry. I know some things about this. There's no doubt in my mind that Fauci funded the Wuhan lab and they created that virus. A lot of other people with science backgrounds agree. He should be held accountable for that, not only for what he did, but to make sure we don't repeat those same mistakes. So I do hope he does come to Congress and tells the truth. But I wonder if he'll lie then or whether he'll be vulnerable to perjury charges. And Fauci, you never know.
Well, I was reading, too, that EcoHealth by Peter Daszak, who did some of the funding, was actually from grants suspended. And so we have Health and Human Services, too, and NIH, which most likely could be if it's RFK Jr. confirmed and Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, running NIH. So major overhaul with who is actually getting
changes coming,
funding.
regardless of whether they face charges.
Exactly. So what we can look towards, and sort of as we do have a very forward-looking day-to-day in Washington, that is somewhat of a glimmer of hope. Nicole Kiperlove, GOP strategist, also standing by. Your top-line thoughts as we look at this transfer of power today and Biden trying to, in the end here, make a few plays while he still has power, but it is just hours away, and he has already spent his last night in the White House.
Well, I think there's actually something very poetic, very special about today being MLK Day in relation to how now we see Joe Biden going out and Donald Trump coming in. Martin Luther King Jr. said, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. It couldn't be more relevant to this glorious day. Donald Trump has been on the path, lined by angels and orchestrated by God. And it's been tough, it's been brutal, but ultimately it led to an incredible victory. And this concept of justice that MLK talked about, we're seeing with Biden as he's leaving, issuing these additional pardons, symbolizing yet again the weaponization of our justice system, which has defined his entire administration. Trump, on the other hand, is coming in a few hours later and due to sign the Lake and Riley Act, symbolizing the restoration of justice in this country. How poetic is that? It's all happening just as the sun is rising up, literally and symbolically. President Trump said that when the sun rises today, it will be a new era for America.
And you have to think, too, this is part of the plan from Joe Biden. Get these pardons out there, shake up the news cycle a little bit, detract from what we're seeing and what we've historically seen what the day is supposed to be about. It's supposed to be about the change, the peaceful transfer of power and all the pomp and circumstance that we as Americans get to show the rest of the world on how we transition from one administration to the other. And Tom, I apologize. I didn't know you had a PhD. We'll start calling you Dr. Borelli from now on. And but you think about this, the hypocrisy of Joe Biden was a consistent theme throughout his presidency. Over and over again, he told us no one was above the law. And here he's proving once again, not just with his son, but with these other preemptive pardons, that's not true.
Yeah, no one is above the law, and he never met or knew anything about Hunter's business dealings, yet the photos we've seen have totally showed that to be yet another lie. Yeah, I mean, Biden has been a complete disaster. You know, I go back to, to Ronald Reagan. This is, his campaign in '84 was there's a morning in America. This is a new morning in America with President-elect Trump, soon to be President Trump.
Yeah.
So I think right now we need
pardon
to
me, Tom. Pardon me 1 second.
Sure.
Tom, pardon us. We're going to, we have a lot of live pictures we want to let breathe, and we'll get you in a second. But those are the Bidens, obviously, across the street from St. John Church, and they are greeting the woman who lost to Donald Trump, the current Vice President Kamala Harris, the second gentleman Doug Emhoff emerging from that limo. And John made the point earlier, and we're going to watch this moment, and let's see if we can hear anything. Try to pick up that audio. But sometimes they have a little natural sound as to whether or not they're greeting each other. But at least they're hugging.
There's a hug.
We
have seen the chemistry, though, quite honestly, between Doug Emhoff and Jill Biden. Remember at the State of the Union, they had that kiss that was everybody commented on.
A few years ago. They were the best of friends.
There was the chemistry there. But and this is, we're looking at this moment. The last time we'll really see all four of them together in this capacity. Their political future is uncertain. Joe Biden said he's not going to go away. Let's listen in here.
A little bit quiet there. Yes. You hear the natural sound of Washington.
They're not chatty.
On a chilly day. They're certainly not chatting. And I think it's interesting because Kamala Harris was looking at maybe running for governor of California. Now there's a lot of rising up against Democrat politicians there. She may take a breather and get on some corporate boards. I'm not sure she has a political future.
No.
It was a rough campaign.
It was a rough campaign, and astonishingly, we heard from Joe Biden a few days ago that he still was standing by that he thinks that they could have won and beat Donald Trump. So, their alternate reality exists in their minds, and that's how they'll want to write the history books as they cap off their 4 years, one-term president, and Kamala being swapped in at the last minute. I think, too, their future also will be marred by the border, which we will hear 10 border orders today. We're just getting some new information from this.
10 different executive
orders. And, we're talking giving the federal government the tools really now to right some of the wrongs. They're going to designate cartels as terrorists. Organizations, the Foreign Terrorist Organization. They're going to deploy U.S. troops under U.S. NORTHCOM to prioritize U.S. borders. A Trump administration official within the past 20 minutes just says this sends a clear message. The United States intends to exercise its sovereignty over its border. And one thing I find very interesting, Ed and John, is that's going to, one of the orders will end birthright citizenship, will not automatically recognize birthright citizenship of children born in the United States.
Incredible.
Which is a huge expense too when people come over the border just to have their children. And working in San Diego 20 years ago, I know what the border looked like then versus now. I saw Tom Homan last night, and the energy on these incoming administration officials is that this can no longer, we cannot wait 1 minute longer, as we'll see that also with the Lake and Riley Act being
Absolutely.
signed.
But if you take a step back, John, when I'm hearing about an executive order about potentially sending the military to the southern border, which we'd heard before, but think about how when it was first reported a few months ago, there was the media went, oh my, this is the craziest.
And shock and awe.
It shifted the pendulum in this country, not just the Trump victory, but the eyes opening about the border crisis, that this is not a shocking move. This is a majority of Americans support these actions. And by the way, the picture on the right, we should see the president-elect and vice president-elect emerge in a moment. But the pendulum has swung, John.
Yeah, and in all reality, the military has been operating on the southern border for a long time. You think about the National Guard that's down there, but they are not empowered to do anything. They're there basically as placeholders. They help process through people to get them into the country quicker. And what they're going to do now is actually put the military there on the border and give them the tools that they need to do the job. You mentioned those two gangs that they're going to designate as foreign terror organizations, Tren de Aragua, which we've heard so much about, causing so much havoc. They've flooded the country all over the place, not just on the border areas, and MS-13 has long been a problem. Both of them will be treated the same way that the United States government treats Hamas and Hezbollah and these other terror groups.
And there's a new number, too, according to the Trump administration. 500,000 unaccompanied migrant children were found at the border since 2021.
Yeah.
That's not humane. That's not immigration that protects children from being put into cartel members' hands and God knows where.
It's not asylum seeking, as the left says.
this is cruel for those that it cuts both ways, too, for the innocents that are coming over.
Tom Borelli, I want to bring you back. Didn't mean to interrupt, but we wanted to catch the outgoing president, outgoing vice president. We may see the president-elect emerge in a moment from St. John's Church. Tom, you can pick up your thought, but I also don't want to lose sight of the fact, as the story moves from St. John Church, that in the summer of 2020 with the BLM riots, Tom, you'll remember that the basement of this historic church was set afire by some of the protesters. And thankfully, they put that fire out, and the nursery outside was set afire as we see the president-elect emerge right there with the First Lady. What a picture. And Tom, you mentioned a moment ago, morning in America again.
And a smile from the incoming First Lady.
Incredible, Tom. Yeah, they're getting into the limo. Now, we expect, yeah, go ahead.
The other message here is for every American is the importance of resiliency. Look what President Trump has done. They threw everything at him, including 2 assassination attempts, and he kept moving forward. That's a great example for every American. Every American at some point in their life has struggles, wants to give up. But if you're right, you dig down, you fight, you can win. And this is what it shows, not only for our country, for every American. Do not give up. You're going to face hardships. Stick with the plan. Don't give up. He became president of the United States twice. No one would have predicted that, after the last election going forward. So this is truly historic and a big message for the American people.
A big message indeed, Tom Borelli. Thanks for your thoughts. Stand by. Nicole Kipperlove as well. Bianca, there's going to be a pause here where the motorcade was expected to head back to Blair House. I only say expected because they're a bit behind in terms of getting to the Capitol on time. This church service was supposed to end at about 9:05 Eastern, now almost 20 minutes behind. And the next big moment on the schedule would be the Bidens welcoming the Trumps at 9:45. We will see that happen live. And then they're going to go inside without the cameras for what is always described as a traditional tea, one to be a fly on the wall for all of that. But they're supposed to be the incoming president and first lady stopping at Blair House before they go to the White House. So they may take a quick pause here and then they're going to go meet the Bidens.
Yeah, and we haven't seen Barron yet either, but we know he was at Blair House, and you know, yeah, a little behind here, but I think the fact that it's been moved indoors and a little, they probably know exactly where they need to be and are ticking away. But as we watch it, really just the beautiful morning. Although it is cold, it is bright and crisp out there. There is the sun shining, and you know, I'm interested to see this too. I think a lot of people are just happy that Donald Trump is coming in with a very high approval rating. And I think as Joe Biden leaves, and he will, I think Marine One's already parked for them to exit,
Okay,
and we'll see
thank
the
you.
flyovers later and the traditions. But I think too, this tea, which is, you know, ceremonial. Let's remember too, when Biden hosted Donald Trump a few months ago at the White House, they were chatting, and you know, Donald Trump has that ability. Even at Carter's funeral, chit-chatting, talking up Obama. You know, I think it's going to be fine for Donald Trump to kind of walk into that room now that he ultimately has the W, the win, and what a
Absolutely.
vindication for him and Melania. So sitting and having tea, although we won't get the audio version, there'll be a video spray. It's in a very different and unique and one with more. You know, they have the ultimate power here.
Let's get out to James Rosen now, our chief White House correspondent, who is live right outside the White House, where this is all about to go down. James, obviously, you have covered a lot of these transitions before. Give us your impression of what we're witnessing right now.
Well, good morning to you, Ed and Bianca. And I think all Americans can take heart from what we're witnessing in these past few months of the transition since Election Day. The meeting that Bianca just referenced on the 13th of November in the Oval Office between President Biden and President-elect Trump, with that single handshake, Americans savored the first peaceful transition of power here in the White House in 8 years. We have been referencing the fact that there is scheduled to be at the White House when the Bidens receive the Trumps just a few minutes from now here at the White House. There is supposed to be an official tea of some kind. Great attention has been paid heretofore about the fact that so far there has been scheduled no First Ladies tea between the outgoing and incoming First Ladies. This is a tradition that dates back to Theodore Roosevelt's inauguration in 1908, and sometimes these teas have been held, sometimes they haven't. When they've been held, sometimes they've been cordial and sometimes they haven't been. Edith Wilson supposedly regarded her successor, Florence Harding, who was the first woman to cast a ballot for her husband, Warren Harding, as an unstoppable blabbermouth when the two of them had their tea. And by all accounts, the tea between Michelle Obama and Melania Trump in 2017 went just fine. Obviously, amid the contested results of 2020 and the turmoil that surrounded that election, there was no First Lady's tea. So it will be interesting to see what this tea heralds, who will actually be partaking in it. But all in all, compared to 2020 for sure, and even 2016, two transition periods that were really poisonous. We have now seen, once again, a successful transfer of power. Of course, something like the issuance of these pardons in the final hours of the Biden presidency may look to some eyes as something that undermines that concept of a peaceful transfer of power, where the law is respected and no one is above the law. But nonetheless, for the most part, I think the spectacle, the pomp, the pageantry, but also the substance here on this chilly Washington morning, all of it is something for Americans not only to behold, but to savor. Ed and Bianca.
Yeah, absolutely. James, I just want to also get some reporting from you on these Biden pardons that have already happened, and are you getting any sense yet as to whether there may be more coming? Obviously, he has a couple more hours as president, sir.
Absolutely, and at this stage, who could be surprised by anything that happens? But no, we have no indication there will be more pardons coming. It's interesting because since President Biden pardoned his son, Hunter Biden, and took an extraordinary amount of political flack for doing so, not least because he had previously promised several times not to take such an action, we've seen President Biden issue a record number of pardons, commutations, and other forms of presidential clemency that make him the largest issuer of presidential clemency in history. Between all of those, something on the order of 2,500 pardons and commutations he's issued just since he pardoned his son, and then these political pardons today. It's interesting to wonder whether any of those would have occurred had Hunter Biden never been in the crosshairs of federal prosecutors. I also want to make one point, Ed and Bianca, if time permits. The statement that President Biden released today along with the announcement of these pardons for the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark Milley, for Dr. Fauci, the former chief medical advisor to the President of the United States, and for the members and staff of the select committee that investigated the January 6th assault on the Capitol. Along with the statement, the President said, and I quote, "The issuance of these pardons should not be mistaken as an acknowledgement that any individual engaged in wrongdoing, nor should acceptance be misconstrued as an admission of guilt for any offense." Now, that might be something the President might like to wish to be true, but the precedent for the granting of these political pardons, which are preemptive, none of these individuals have been charged with any crime. Obviously, the precedent is, in 1974, President Ford granting a preemptive pardon to his predecessor, ex-President Nixon. And that pardon by Ford of Nixon covered all federal crimes that President Nixon committed in office or may have committed in office. These pardons today of General Milley and Dr. Fauci and the January 6th committee and staff members, they are the same kind of pardon. They're preemptive. They cover all federal crimes that they committed or may have committed. But when President Ford pardoned ex-President Nixon, his personal counsel, Benton Becker, was the person that was sent down to San Clemente, California, to negotiate that pardon with ex-President Nixon. And the counsel at that time stated that President Nixon's acceptance of that pardon did constitute an admission of guilt under a 1915 Supreme Court ruling, unanimous ruling, in Burdick v. United States, that acceptance of a preemptive pardon constitutes an acknowledgement of guilt. If you go on the official website of the Gerald R. Ford Presidential Library and Museum, you will see that it states on the Ford Library website that President Nixon's acceptance of that pardon constituted an acknowledgement of guilt. So the Supreme Court case law, the precedent of the Ford administration, all evidence that we have shows that President Biden was wrong when he stated in today's statement that acceptance should not be misconstrued as an admission of guilt. Back to you guys.
The presidential motorcade, President Trump's motorcade, pulling back up to Blair House. We saw the curtain drawn very quickly. Yep. And I was asking you, if we still have you, James, we're seeing this screen and the tent outside of Blair House. That is new for this inauguration, right? We do not see any
walking up and down the steps,
yes,
but they
no
want
entry
to
or
make
exit of
sure
Blair
that
House.
a potential assailant or assassin is not seeing the movements there.
Looks like Jared and Ivanka.
Yeah, it looks like various family members. Yeah, it does look like
and the kids.
Ivanka Trump.
Their kids older, 8 years, pretty
several
amazing
years older.
there.
Absolutely. And it is incredible because John was just making the point about that tent that's outside Blair House. They have that when the president travels to make it more difficult for potential bad actors to see. But the way they've covered it, where you didn't even see him emerge, normally you see the president come down, number one. But number two, Bianca, I think John made this point off air earlier. When Donald Trump first arrived on an Air Force jet, not yet Air Force One because he's not president yet, into the D.C. area a couple nights ago, when he emerged from the plane, it was the first time I'd seen a president like that come off the steps in complete darkness. Usually there's light, the media can do it, and there were photographers there, to be sure, but they didn't want any light drawn to his movement off the plane. This is a very serious security situation. There's no other way to say it.
There really is no other way to say it, and there's things that we probably don't know that are being done, and then there's things that are being reported about, having things on the motorcade that can scramble any type of drones potentially, interfere, make sure that there's other layers of protection. And we are also getting some new numbers in just a few moments ago, the attendance. So it moved inside to the rotunda. 800 people will be allowed inside there. That's how the capacity is.
Before they had said roughly 500 or so is what I remember.
Try to cram them in there. And people may have seen the picture of Ronald Reagan's indoor inauguration. They were stacked up on top of each other, very tight in the room. But there are a lot of disappointed people who are not going to get to participate and witness that, who would have otherwise if it were out on the platform built outside of the Capitol.
Well, hang on a second. We're seeing a live picture now of Vice President Kamala Harris and the second gentleman outside. We'll see if they're maybe greeting family members or others who may be arriving. Let's stay on this shot for a moment. Because this was not on the script that the White House put out, the TikTok. We knew that they had arrived, and we showed that already, but now they're waiting either they're going to do a farewell photo here, or maybe they're going to be part of either greeting the Trumps any
looks
moment.
Like J.D. Vance is the top of his head there.
Oh, so
Coming out,
maybe
gonna
he's
greet
greeting. So they on the
Vice
original
President-elect.
TikTok
There he
they
is.
didn't mention an official vice presidential elect arrival, but here you are. You're right.
Our first bearded vice president since 1909. A lot of people have been making a big deal about that, but here we are.
Let's listen in to see. I'm hearing some sound. Let's see the greeting.
And obviously, Kamala Harris and J.D. Vance had, I don't know if you would say worked together in the Senate, but they're familiar
Briefly,
with each
yeah.
other, of course, having been briefly in the Senate together.
There.
Yeah.
Warmer almost than the Bidens.
Maybe forced, I don't know.
Yeah, but it was interesting. You heard Doug Emhoff say appreciate it, and Mrs. Vance said thank you. The pleasantries, at least. You see the peaceful transfer of power. But the one who wasn't smiling as much was J.D. Vance, almost a seriousness of purpose. He's getting ready.
Yeah.
He'll be sworn in first, shortly before the president-elect, when they all get to the Capitol there in a couple hours. Because remember, the Trumps we expect to arrive in just a few moments at the White House. There'll be a photo op, and then they'll go behind closed doors for some kind of a tea or private greeting without the cameras. And that's scheduled to last a little bit of time because they don't start heading to the Capitol until about 10:25 a.m. Eastern. So remember, that's still almost an hour away, Bianca. So there's going to be a little time for the Trumps to be at Blair House. Get ready. And then our next picture will be the Bidens and Trumps.
But there's so much actual news that's breaking. So as we look at the live pictures, we can fill you in on everything we're learning. There were 3 calls this morning to let everyone know from the Trump administration directly what would be happening with executive orders, which, by the way, we expect for him potentially to be signing throughout the day during different spots. And one may be at the Capital One Center, where about 20,000 people will be cheering him on. And it's incredible to know some of the issues and what he's doing and what it means also for fiscal responsibility from the government. I believe we have our next guest here with us. Former Labor Secretary Alex Acosta joins us. It's great to have you with us on such a historic day, Alex. Welcome into our special coverage here on N2.
Good morning.
You know, he's one of the things we know is the electric vehicle mandates. He's going to end that. He is going to talk about bringing costs down on inflation and all of government approach. There's also going to be talk about unlocking the natural resources in Alaska and cutting a lot of red tape on regulations when it comes to natural resource production. You know, this is some of the economic executive actions, drill, baby, drill. But now it's actually in earnest and it is happening. Your reaction to some of these executive order news that's breaking today, Alex?
That's right. You know, I'm so excited. Over the weekend, President Trump mentioned that some of his staff had encouraged him to only do some executive orders now and roll them out a little bit at a time to make these. And he said, look, that is not my style. It's going to all happen Monday. It's going to be hundreds of executive orders. We're going to see not just immigration and the border, but we're going to see energy. Drill, baby, drill. Let's free up our energy resources. Let's start addressing our economy. Let's start focusing on deregulation. You know, not just President Trump today, but all across government. You're going to have hundreds of individuals, the landing teams at every single agency starting to take the reins of our government and starting to really transform it. And we are so excited across America for this.
Yeah, Secretary Acosta, talk about the differences you see as someone who was in the first Trump cabinet to how Donald Trump is being received, not just in Washington, around the country, around the world. You've got world leaders who have flown into Mar-a-Lago. You have more liberal tech titans like Zuckerberg, who not only flew to Mar-a-Lago twice, as I recall, for 2 different meetings, at least that we've heard about, could have even been more, and now is even throwing a party for Donald Trump and his inaugural committee and folks around him this time around. At the same time that we're hearing he will have not 1 or 2, but at least 10 executive orders dealing with the border. So my point is he seems to not only have more support, but he's got a mandate to act. What differences do you see for Donald Trump's return to Washington? Because in the first term, there were not just Democrats trying to hold him back, but as you know, some of his fellow Republicans, like a McConnell and a Paul Ryan, saying, "Nah, don't put the pedal to the metal. Let's go slow here." He seems to really want to move quickly.
Well, he does want to move quickly. I'd make a few points. First, urgency. He feels a sense of urgency. Everyone around him feels a sense of urgency. He has 4 years. He's not going to waste a single day. Today is not just going to be celebratory. It's going to be a day of action. Second, the election was a broad mandate. He wasn't a new individual to the national stage. Everyone knew who he was. Everyone knew who he stood for. And he won the national vote. And ultimately, that sends signals across America. Let's stop the resistance. This is what America wanted. This is what democracy wanted. It's President Trump's time. And so let's just back him and let's make America great again. That is the message.
Alex, can we talk about regulations? That doesn't burden a Fortune 500 company. It burdens the people who are small business owners, and that sort of was part of getting people wanting to work back to work. And also, what about all the federal employees who don't even show up to a workplace or an office?
Telework.
Well, you're going to see, I think, changes in telework. The number of regulations out there that are burdening our economy. We could cut trillions, literally trillions in red tape by paring back so many of these regulations that are not necessary. In the area of labor, you see regulations, paperwork around hiring, paperwork around scheduling, things that really do not make the economy better, that don't help workers get their job done, that are just unnecessary. And you're going to see all these legislations across government identifying them.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Mr. Secretary, I didn't mean to interrupt, but we're getting our first live look, John, inside the rotunda. What a shot from above.
Very cool.
And you could see now the limited number of seats we were talking about earlier. Now, outside, there were going to be thousands upon thousands of people, not just from around the country and around the world, but members of Congress and their spouses. And I talked to a lawmaker last night, Dale Strong, who said, he's happy, he's excited, he's a MAGA warrior, but his wife can't come now because there's not enough seats. And she was looking forward to it. That is a tight room in there. And the last time this happened was 1985 with Reagan.
That's right. It was a very cold day. This is, I think, the second coldest or third coldest inauguration day on history, and that's why they decided to move it inside. That's just one of the parallels that we're seeing between the Trump second term and the Reagan second term. We were mentioning Donald Trump's age earlier, but the people working in his, including J.D. Vance and the administration, a lot of them are much younger, very much like Ronald Reagan's
ready to go, like Secretary Acosta said. But by the way, our first live look also at what will no longer be called Marine One shortly, because it will be a Marine helicopter. When the current president is aboard, it is Marine One, but it will be carrying the then former president this afternoon, Joe Biden. So after Donald Trump is sworn in, John, then the Trumps will walk the Bidens and the Kamala Harris family as well, with Doug Emhoff, walk them out of government, literally, figuratively, and the Bidens will get one last long look. I've covered a lot of presidents. It's fascinating. They get on that helicopter, and they typically go over the National Mall to see the White House one more time from that helicopter on their way to Andrews Air Force Base. And this time, the Bidens are heading to California with donors and friends.
Yeah, you look at, you think about the Nixon goodbye, and you remember we all remember very well Donald Trump saying goodbye from the White House. The uncertainty about his political future after that, and that's part of this, getting back in those types of situations as the commander-in-chief. And
pardon me, that's on the Capitol Hill, so that might be, I don't want to speculate, so we'll see, because if it's arriving on the Capitol, around the Capitol, it could be any number of dignitaries. But the picture on the left, I want to point out, Bianca, is Blair House, and that motorcade has not left yet. So that's not the president-elect on Capitol Hill. We'll see whether the Vances left the White House after greeting Kamala Harris. It's possible they're getting there ahead. It could be Speaker Johnson or any number of leaders. But we have not yet seen President-elect Trump's motorcade head towards the White House. Now, he was supposed to be in the schedule at the White House meeting the Bidens at 9:45. So that's coming up in just a minute. So they're behind because they got to church a little bit late.
Well, there's a lot of moving parts here, a lot of security too.
A lot of
We don't know
changes.
if they were trying to slow things down, and you're right, leadership, it looks like, will be the first to file in. And we did see it was 800 seats inside. There are some overflow, about 1,300 others. So some of those that are inside the Capitol for the swearing-in ceremony, we'll see it from afar. So not as exactly as planned. And you know, we were listening and looking at that choir. It's the U.S. Marine Band and the Nebraska Choir that will be performing. You know, obviously J.D. Vance, a former U.S. Marine himself, and he'll be there. And
Can I just tell you?
The oath first. Yes.
Yeah,
tell
which
me.
is funny, and you both living in Florida will appreciate this. I was on a plane to D.C. from Palm Beach International on Saturday, and I got to sit around some wonderful patriots who were with the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office bagpipe team. Sadly,
cool.
tragically, they have to go to a lot of funerals, obviously, for law enforcement officers. But this is what happened on my plane. We took off. They said, we're trying to find out. I believe they said, and there are some family members in that motorcade that has arrived on Capitol Hill. You see Ivanka Trump. So that's what that is, because the President-elect and First Lady incoming will be at the White House. So this is the Capitol, so the family is getting there ahead of the swearing-in. But as we took off from Florida, the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office team said there were, I think, 44 musical acts who were going to be part of the parade. It was being cut down to 7 because it went from an outdoor parade to indoor. When we landed, they got the text message. They made the cut.
They made the cut.
They are one of 7 bands, musical teams. You heard the Nebraska Choir there inside the rotunda. Palm Beach Sheriff's Office will be inside Capital One Arena, I believe. And they're wonderful gentlemen. They gave me one of their challenge coins. And you remember that Donald Trump, sadly, there were a couple of sheriff's deputies who
ultimately
were just,
3.
there were 3 who died?
2 died at the day, and then 1 died later.
Just recently,
Yes.
around Palm Beach. And Donald Trump, as president-elect, attended the funeral services for these law enforcement officers who died. And these bagpipe gentlemen performed there. So that may have been where he heard them and invited them to the inaugural, and they made it. So let's bring in a Democrat
Donald
voice.
Trump Jr. just walked in.
And Donald Trump Jr.
But
walked
that
in
is
the
the
family.
Donald Trump that, you know, it's not reported enough about that. And I'm not surprised that Florida made the cut, because a lot of Florida represented, including in his
And he's
incoming
close. I mean, he's close with the sheriff of Palm Beach County too. They do a lot to
They help
to
protect him around
there.
the golf course and around Mar-a-Lago and elsewhere. Let's bring in Bill Caruso, our friend. He's a Democrat strategist. And Bill, I wonder what's going through your mind as a Democrat as you see these incredible pictures, the peaceful transfer of power, and also we've been commenting before you came on about this is the first time I've been in Washington and seen this many red MAGA hats. Your thoughts as a Democrat about that?
Well, listen, I'm proud as an American because I was raised right. On days like these, I remember I was talking with my mom and dad yesterday about this, and we had the TV on, and I remember watching, Ronald Reagan swearing in, and George Bush, the vice president, when he was there, and and Democrats getting sworn in too. So from an American, it's a sense of pride. And you mentioned the peaceful transition of power, and not being snarky here. We missed this 4 years ago. It's good to see it back. The country needs to see this right now. And I'm excited, but I have some trepidation, right? I didn't vote for Donald Trump in November, and we have some differences of opinion on policy and politics, and that's okay. But I'm also anxious and excited about some of the opportunities to work together. And I think there's Democrats in Congress that are looking forward to that as well. So we'll see. I think there's a lot on Donald Trump right now. He's got a lot of things that he's looking to get done in a short amount of time, including today. But I think there's hope, and I start with that because there'll be time to fight. There'll be time to argue. That's what we do in our country. But I think for today, it's a good idea to start focusing on the hope and the opportunities where we can work together to get some things done for the American public.
That's true, Bill, and I respect you, but we do have to ask you about the pardons from Joe Biden today, these preemptive pardons, and your reaction to him making those decisions.
Yeah, I don't really agree with it. And I think some of the people that are receiving these pardons or were offered these pardons are probably in the same boat. We'll see who accepts these pardons, right? There's a legal mechanism to that. And I've heard some really good analysis this morning about what these mean down the line in terms of future investigations. Listen, I go back to what I just said. I'm hopeful we're turning a page here, not because I'm worried about anything that happened in the past. I don't think there's a there. You're going to see some other pardons here today for the January 6th folks that apparently were nonviolent, that were there in the Capitol, and that probably shouldn't have been prosecuted in the way they were. And I think a lot of Americans agree with that. So let's turn the page. Let's put this chapter of our country's not so greatest moments behind us, and let's get together and work together. So I'm not too worried about these pardons. I think they're going to be forgotten about, hopefully, in the coming days.
You know, one thing Donald Trump did was he left a letter to Joe Biden. He didn't attend the inauguration, but he left a letter for Joe Biden when he left office, and Biden will leave a letter for Donald Trump, and you have to wonder what that's going to say. We know George H.W. used his note to wish Bill Clinton great happiness in the White House, but any thoughts as a Democrat on the words Biden may use as he pens that letter to Donald Trump, someone who just about a week ago he still believed he could have beaten?
Yeah, they're kind of in the same place right now, and it'll probably be a little bit of advice on how to move this ball forward. We've got a lot of issues that are still going on, and I'm heartened by the fact that these two administrations work together to forward a deal to bring 3 hostages home. There's a lot more work that's going to be needed to go on here. Let me say one other thing about where we are in our country. When Donald Trump was first elected, a lot of Americans didn't give him a chance. A lot of Americans started with this effort, including folks from my party, about not my president. We went down a pathway that Democrats were involved in on impeachment hearings and other things without a lot of evidence. And the pendulum swung back and forth, right, for a significant part of time in our country's history. We have wasted time on partisan nonsense on both sides. So I'm hopeful that we're starting to see these two men coming together. They're not going to be best buds, right? That's not what we're looking for here. But the ability to set a tone to work together and put this stuff in the past, that's not a bad thing for America right now. It's not a bad thing for the global community to see either.
All right, Bill Caruso, Democrat strategist, we appreciate your time. We'll be checking in with you. Alex Acosta as well from the first Trump cabinet, thank you. We continue to see arrivals on Capitol Hill. We're standing by as well for the departure from Blair House, which is the traditional home across the street from the White House that's been maintained for decades and decades now to host world leaders and other dignitaries who visit the White House. And then by tradition, the incoming president of the United States stays there for a night or two to be secure and safe and get ready to move in. And John, we've been seeing moving trucks this weekend at the White House. Joe Biden not just issuing pardons, but literally has to pack things up and leave.
It's amazing work that the White House staff does to this transition.
General Services Administration.
Get everything in and out, and you have,
We saw a moving truck leave Mar-a-Lago, by the way, a few days ago as well,
Wow.
Thursday or Friday, heading north to Washington with the new First Family's belongings.
And none of those boxes, right, that they took back with them to. But also seeing now that at the church service at St. John's, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, Tim Cook, and Google's Sundar Pichai all attended the church service.
Incredible.
And we're seeing folks start to show up now at the Capitol. They're all expected to be in there as well. And again, it's hard to overstate how unique this is.
These
what
tech
we're watching.
titans who, it wasn't just that they didn't embrace Donald Trump. Many of them thumbed their noses. I mean, Mark Zuckerberg, Bianca, Facebook, now Meta, was actively working against Donald Trump in the 2020 campaign in various states with the so-called Zuckerbucks. There's been movies made about this, highly controversial. And now it's like a complete mea culpa. And it's not just that, it was the suppression of news, where Facebook was working with the FBI, the deep state, and the rest to suppress the Hunter Biden laptop story. And now they're not only saying we're done with the fact checkers at Meta, Bianca, but we're essentially on the Trump train. We're going to church with them now. We're having dinner at Mar-a-Lago. We're throwing inaugural parties. They're all in.
They're all in, and PayPal mafia is what it's been called. But Trump even appointed former PayPal executive David Sachs to be the crypto czar. AI crypto, as we know, has been making huge news.
It was reaching new highs this morning.
Melania has her own coin, Trump. So they have Silicon Valley has really. I think seen the light of an outsider, a business person, and even Elon Musk and what he's done to sort of not just protect free
speech. Pardon me, there's the motorcade moving from Blair House. There, you can see there's still a review stand out there outside the White House gates. So there'll be some perhaps supporters waiting to greet the 47th president in a few hours after lunch with congressional leaders and the stop at Capitol One. But there it is, and a lot of people have been noting those SUVs have some new equipment at the top of it. It's said to be equipment that can deal with drones. We've seen drones on the East Coast of the United States and elsewhere. That is the north lawn of the White House, where you see correspondents report from. And that is sort of the driveway where obviously they'll be coming up. It's snow covered, John. Beautiful setting, and we're getting just a bird's eye view of not just the peaceful transfer of power, but this moment where, I know that Donald Trump went shortly after the election and sat with Joe Biden in public and private. And then at the Carter funeral, as was mentioned before, there's been some exchanges and whatnot. But now they're going to have some time to sit behind closed doors. We were told that the current First Lady, Jill Biden, did not want to have a one-on-one tea with the incoming First Lady, and a lot of people have had feathers ruffled about that. But they're going to make the best of it, it looks like.
Yeah, I think they'll put on a brave face for the cameras. Biden's just posted one last selfie of themselves from the front steps of the White House, and
there they are.
There we go. They're pulling up now. We'll listen in here in just a moment, watching the outgoing President and First Lady welcome in the incoming President and First Lady.
I just heard welcome home. Donald Trump says, never mind, I can't button this thing.
I think blustery is a good word for today, right? Yeah.
Hang on, reporters. You heard someone say, will America survive a second Trump presidency? Is that what I heard from a reporter? It's amazing how the mainstream media
They never
will be.
change.
And, but,
In this moment, right?
What an incredible moment. Now you see from this camera where they are greeting each other in the hallway there before they go and sit somewhere. It's incredible to see them, and now all these aides are coming around.
Listen, this is politics too. They don't have to love each other. They have to be dignified. We saw how Jill was at Notre Dame with Donald Trump.
That's right. That's the other moment. They got along.
This is politics. And like I said, at Carter's funeral, Donald Trump's talking to Obama, and there's so much history with all the 5 living presidents. But you meet the moment, and you stand there, and you pose for the picture, and you respect their tradition, and that is what we just saw play out here. And I thought that was very dignified and beautiful. And
if in fact he did say welcome home, I think that's a classy move from Joe Biden.
I heard welcome home. I hope I heard it right. And at first it was when Donald Trump was walking out of the limo, and I thought maybe he was joking, like welcome home, but it sounded like Joe Biden's voice to me. That here we are. You've been here before, and it was light. And but what about that moment, John, where the incoming president, who just does it the way he wants to do it, is like, okay, he starts standing up straight. I've got all these cameras. Let me button the top button on the overcoat. It seemed like it fit, but the button wasn't working or something. And he literally shrugged. I'd forget it. Let's just do the photos. It's just the way he is.
There was that moment too in the handshake with Joe Biden, where he does the little thing with his left hand and taps him on the arm. If you've seen the video of him and Kim Jong-un in North Korea, he did the same thing with him. He did it with Jill Biden. The mannerism, and just as what you were saying with his decision to button or not button the jacket, we got 4 more years of that coming in.
Some of the body language experts will have.
Yes,
during all
I'm not a
the
body language
readers.
expert, but I've interviewed them a lot on TV, so just to repeat what they said.
Well, let's bring in our friend, a Newsmax contributor, Janine Borelli. And what do you think when you see those pictures of the Bidens and the Trumps? And this is an end of a long era, 50 years, Joe Biden in politics, and he's about to ride off into the sunset, Janine.
Bianca, Ed, and John, I'm loving the red that everyone is rocking today. It's a new day in America. Looking at these images, well, I am just really excited and happy to see this happen. A lot of festivities going on in Washington, D.C. the past couple of days with the balls and the celebrations. And I just think it's very energizing, electrifying, and I think this is what we're going to be seeing for the next 4 years to come under this administration. And looking at these images, how are these women walking in these heels? That's what I want to know.
It was tough last night, I can tell you. We had the Newsmax party, and there was long walks because this is a barricaded city.
It is locked down, absolutely.
And so you get dropped off by an Uber and walk a mile or so in the cold. So you got the cold.
Uphill both ways in the cold, Ed.
That's right. And you know, a lot of ladies, Bianca, were saying you guys just simply don't understand. Because we were dealing with the cold, but we had comfortable shoes and you didn't.
I had to, I'm not complaining, but I did have an open-toe shoe situation, and it's cold out there. But, you know, Melania did have boots on yesterday. Today she's wearing this hat. I'm still trying to find out what designer it is. But speaking of, we want to stay with the ladies theme, someone who's not going to be there at today's inauguration, ex-House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. And there's a scathing report her daughter is ripping into Joe Biden.
That's right. I saw some of those quotes.
You know, she, you know, we know that Joe Biden recently talked about their frayed relationship basically destroyed with Pelosi. And then her daughter's coming to, you know, her mom.
Alexandra Pelosi is attacking Jill Biden and others.
Yeah, and she's saying, well, if I was Lady McBiden, I'd put on my big girl pants, play the long game, and think about my husband's legacy. You know what, Denise, to what we just saw, and John, Ed, and I were reflecting on this, is we also get our first glimpses as well from the ground pool camera in the rotunda. I mean, that was probably a very difficult moment, perhaps even more difficult for Jill, who had been pushing her husband to stay in. And now this comment with the behind-the-scenes politics, it can be ugly. We know it may resume tomorrow as Donald Trump tries to push his agenda in. But today, what we just saw, your top-line reactions as they walked in for this tea.
Well, as you mentioned with Pelosi's daughter, yeah, it's interesting to watch the left eat their own. And I wonder if Jill is even speaking to Joe at this point, because there's no way she wanted him to drop out of the presidential race. And sadly, the media misled us for the last 4 years. Joe Biden was not ready for prime time, and all of the propaganda and lies that came out really misled our country and the world. Thank goodness for today. There is a sigh of relief with people who support President Trump. There's a sigh of relief for Americans in terms of safety, security, closing the border, doing something about the crime and the inflation that has impacted Americans across the country. It's a new day in America, and I am so glad Trump won this election.
Absolutely. What do you make of some of the people who will be attending? You know, we're going to have some world leaders there. We're going to have the former British Prime Minister Boris Johnson. We're going to have the current Democrat mayor of New York City, Eric Adams, attending the inaugural. That, by the way, is a live look right now inside the rotunda of the Capitol, Deneen, where, you know, it's going to be a lot less VIPs and dignitaries. So the choices on who sits inside there for this historic moment are going to be important, because it's going to send a signal about, you know, who around the incoming president, you know, sort of is important for him in the days ahead. And he's got a lot of action that he's going to be taking. He's trying to bring some people together here, Deneen.
Well, he's been in action since he won the election, and now even more so now, because just as you mentioned, the world leaders that have reached out to Trump to work with him and talk to him. Eric Adams, remember how his plane had to turn around when he wanted to meet with the White House with Biden because of the illegals that are in New York City, for them to help do something about it, for funding or whatever it was he was trying to meet with him with. They didn't want to meet with him. All of a sudden, an FBI raid dropped on one of his staffers. I believe that's what happened. So look, everyone is coming up front and center to meet with Trump, to work with him. And don't forget, before he ran as a Republican, everyone loved Trump. And they especially loved his money. As soon as he came down an escalator as a Republican to run for president, it was a whole different ball game.
You know, it was funny yesterday, the people on the left who use TikTok, you know, and really are just obsessed with it to a strange fascination. They were saying, well, we have to now support Donald Trump because he's saving TikTok. He really was at the nexus of every big story, the inauguration, the release of the hostages, the heartbreaking reunion of mothers with children. And as we look here now, today is the day where we're seeing more dignitaries fill in. And then
Former Speaker John Boehner, by the way, pardon me, former Speaker Kevin McCarthy. So they made the cut, and there's Callista Gingrich with former Speaker Gingrich is right behind Boehner.
Former speakers of the House.
Former
right there.
Republican speakers are going to be in that room.
And it's a tight space. 800 in that room.
Go ahead, Denise.
Yeah, no, it's epic on all proportions. The visuals are just really astounding. This is a historic day that I hope will go down as what we are seeing played out. And who knows what these poor kids will be taught in terms of how this current administration under Biden failed our country and failed the world. And you got to also look at how the media played a role in all this as well. The liberal media, sadly, again, they totally did a disservice to our country and to the world. And again, we are seeing things played out now on front stage. People know that they were better off 4 years ago under Trump than they were under this Biden administration. And we're going to see that success come back as well.
Absolutely. Well, Denise Borelli, we appreciate your time this morning. We're checking in with you and so many of our great contributors. Interesting, John, as well. I'm getting questions about the flag over there at the White House. This is a look inside the Capitol. It's still at half staff at the Biden White House because it had been ordered that way by Joe Biden a couple weeks back after the death of the 39th president, Jimmy Carter. But this has become an issue because various Republican governors, I think Abbott in Texas, DeSantis in Florida, have ordered that the flags go back to full staff for the inaugural and are saying that they felt like the Democrats wanted an unusually long time at half staff beyond the Carter time to suggest that they were like in mourning about Donald Trump coming in. A lot of individual Republican governors saying, no, we're lifting these flags.
And it's our understanding, too, I believe, that Mike Johnson ordered the flags to be raised at the Capitol to full staff, which that is his right to do as the Speaker of the House, really the custodian of the entire Capitol complex. And so this is something that Donald Trump actually spoke about. He put out a Truth social post about this very fact, that he felt like the flags should not be at half staff on Inauguration Day.
There you go. So let's check in with someone who knows a lot about what's happening there under the dome. Her name is Alana Austin. You see her a lot here on Newsmax and Newsmax2. Alana, good morning to you. What is your sense about the last-minute preparations to move all of this inside? The glimpses we're getting show it'll still be a wonderful, beautiful ceremony, obviously, but there's going to be a lot less dignitaries inside there.
Hey, good morning, Ed and team. So great to be with you all. What an honor to be here. It's an extraordinary moment, of course. We know that in just a couple of hours, President-elect Donald Trump, once he is sworn in, he is getting right to work with those executive orders. And as you mentioned, the transition team, the inaugural committee, they were scrambling to move all of these operations indoors. Incredible security here on Capitol Hill this morning. I left my hotel around 5 a.m. and I had to go through the metros and do some walking to get here. Many of the roads are shut down in this area. Of course, officials remain on high alert for terrorism and other security threats, potentially. So, of course, the goal is to keep everybody safe, but that has led to tremendous amounts of barriers, fencing, law enforcement, and National Guard troops stationed at all different metro locations. So getting in and out of the Capitol, very limited today, really just for staff members, lawmakers, those special guests, of course, the president-elect, and all of those important dignitaries. But there will just be a handful of people in that Capitol Rotunda compared to what we were expecting for outdoors, but officials said safety was the priority. Now, we are hearing as well that President-elect Trump, he could sign a wave of those executive orders, executive actions in short order, potentially even when he's in the Capitol or over at the Capital One Arena, and you all have talked about it, cutting off the EV mandates that the Biden-Harris administration was trying to push through, DEI procedures coming to a screeching halt, and also unlocking energy potential. One thing we haven't heard as much about, the 51 intelligence officials, former intelligence officials, who stood by saying to the public that the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation, or at least had the hallmarks of it. We are hearing that the new 47th president, he could put in place a suspension on their security clearances. This could be something tremendous in the national security sphere. And also, Ed, the influences to the public. It's something Kash Patel, the FBI director nominee, has spoken a whole lot about, of what that influence is, the power that these former intelligence officials and high-ranking officials, they wield on the public in the private sector. And so that could be a significant change as well in very short order here, Ed.
All right. Alana Austin, we appreciate your reporting. We'll be checking in with you. We want to push it forward because you see those buses there are carrying some cabinet members. That's Howard Lutnick, who is the Commerce Secretary designate. On the top right there is Scott Bessent, who's the incoming Treasury Secretary, the Housing Secretary. There's Kristi Noem, and she is expected to have her nomination moved as early as this afternoon. There's our friend Doug Collins, Veterans Affairs Secretary designate. Kristi Noem, John, may be among the folks where there's a confirmation vote in the Senate after this, including Rubio as well, right there, as Secretary of State for continuity of government, to make sure our foreign adversaries don't get some advantage. You want to get your Homeland Security and your foreign policy. Yes. You want to get Scott Bessent in there. You don't want anyone to take advantage of any gap in leadership here on the economy and world events.
And you think about the national security team coming in, the threats that we're facing right now, it's critically important that we do not have that gap in leadership. And going back to what we were talking about, the flags, if you see the flags at the Capitol not raised to full staff, apparently a reporter from Politico, Olivia Beavers, is saying the ropes were frozen solid. So they could not raise the flags this morning.
They were trying and they couldn't.
You buy that? You buy that?
I don't know.
The salt water? Kind of walk around?
It does seem like in
It
seems like in 2025 they could raise the Capitol flag if they really wanted to.
I tell you what.
It's great that Tom Homan didn't need Senate confirmation, by the way. So when it comes to some of the immigration stuff we're seeing today, he is already.
Project 2025 flags will be raised.
That's right.
There we go. Right?
Yes.
I knew John would like
And don't
that.
forget to call and report everyone to the Project 2025 Commission.
Yeah, they have all kinds of crazy things that were going to happen, right? Doesn't that happen at 12:01? Well, we will do a fact check on that. Believe me. There's the Joint Chiefs Chairman as well. Speaking of continuity of government. So the peaceful transfer of power, what a day here on N2. Don't miss a minute, because in about 10 or 15 minutes, the motorcade will be leaving the White House with the Bidens and the Trumps on their way right there to the rotunda of the Capitol. Quick break. We're back right after this.
You served your country with honor. Now get the benefits you've rightfully earned. Paul R. Lawrence has written the book every veteran should own, Veterans Benefits for You. This step-by-step guide breaks down what you need to know, from financial compensation and disabilities to information for dependents and parents. This book is a must-read for all servicemen and women. Get your free copy today with our special offer. Call the number on your screen or go online to order.
It was a night filled with stars as Hollywood came out in strength to honor its own at the 42nd Academy Awards. Nominated for Best Actor that year were Dustin Hoffman, Jon Voight, Richard Burton, Peter O'Toole, and John Wayne. Born Marion Morrison in Winterset, Iowa, even at birth, the future movie icon was breaking records, weighing in at 13 pounds. After graduating from USC on a football scholarship, this young man became an aspiring actor, changed his name to John Wayne, and the rest became box office history. A veteran of some 150 films, Wayne received his first Best Actor Award nomination in 1939 for his role in The Sands of Iwo Jima. It would take more than 3 decades later, until April 7, 1970, before the Academy honored him once again. But this time, he won the Best Actor Award for his role as a one-eyed sheriff in True Grit.
I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I think this is a great country.
Actress Maureen O'Hara, when asked to describe her friend, summed up the man best with 3 words: John Wayne, American. You're watching An American Moment on Newsmax TV.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would. And now you can, with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol. Combined with 15 other important ingredients, Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function. And that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You discover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
Hi folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
I'm going to tell you something. They're going to call you chicken if you don't swim. You are the world record holder. And the premier Olympic swimming event is the 100 freestyle.
With those words from his coach, Olympic history was made. Born Mark Andrew Spitz in the little town of Modesto, California, the future Olympian record holder began his swimming career at the age of 2 in the Hawaiian waters of Waikiki Beach. 4 years later, Mark and his family moved to Sacramento, California, and by age 10, he held 17 national age group records and 1 world record. But the best was yet to come. After a disappointing performance at the 1968 Olympics, the Shark, as nicknamed by his teammates, returned to the Olympic Games in 1972, determined to do better. As history records, at the 20th Olympic...
And welcome back as we count down to the inauguration of Donald Trump and we watch some of the dignitaries coming into the Capitol. Newt Gingrich and his wife, Callista Gingrich, who will be the ambassador to Switzerland. We see John Boehner there, former Speaker of the House. Many of the VIPs showing up. VVIPs, I think, Ed, if you get into the rotunda today.
There you go, right. The former speakers leading that. Ed Henry here with John Bachman. Busy day. Bianca De La Garza will join in a moment. John, by the way, in addition to all the other executive actions, the New York Post is reporting an exclusive story that Donald Trump on day 1 will rename the Gulf of Mexico Gulf of America. Remember, he talked about that at a news conference. So people said, was he really going to do this? Apparently, there's going to be executive action on that.
And this is one of those things that Donald Trump does well. If you know anyone who works in the shipping industry, internationally, it is often referred to as the U.S. Gulf and a lot of charts and maps and things like that. So it's almost basically done. But Donald Trump wants to put his stamp on this. Something he told us about at that news conference at Mar-a-Lago not too long ago. And I guess next up we'll be incorporating Canada as our 51st state, retaking the Panama Canal. But maybe we'll start
some version with
something like that. Yes, but at least he's holding good on at least that promise to rename the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah, live look there. That is actually the White House. Let's change that because we were just on the Hill. Yes, thank you. And we will see the Bidens and Trumps we anticipate in a moment. They will be heading into limousines, and there will be essentially a joint motorcade, which is very rare.
Yes.
Only on this day. And this is, I just got a text, I will tell you, during the break from a national security official who said, be on your, be on guard today. Not trying to alarm you, but that there are real threats out there. So the current government and the incoming government have been very tight-lipped about the changes to this program. The fact that Donald Trump arrived in the D.C. area a couple of nights ago in the dark. He walked off the plane without any lights so that there would be no attention to exactly
Blair
where he was.
House completely covered up, entry
These are
and
clues
exit.
about what's happening behind the scenes.
And we see the beast pulling up now to the White House, the president's car, which is obviously reinforced and safe and for all kinds of scenarios. But you can sense that there's and that looks like former President Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton there. And they are not going to attend the traditional tea or lunch that they have with the former presidents. That's a little difference too. But you can sense this morning, especially, I walked here today because of all the road closures that were shut down. It was about a mile walk, and you could certainly sense
Boris Johnson on the right, by the way.
Boris Johnson, the
Prime Minister.
former, yes.
But you could
sense the security. The Capitol Police and the Secret Service police, uniformed police officers were out on the streets, and they were obviously on their toes and ready to go.
You can see lawmakers filing in now with the congressional pins. Let's bring in a former member of Congress, former Republican congressman from Pennsylvania, Charlie Dent, along with Newsmax host and commentary editor at the Washington Times, Kelly Sadler. Welcome to you both. And Congressman, I want to start with you because you understand this pageantry that takes place every 4 years, and you're someone, as a more moderate Republican, has not always been supportive, shall I say, of Donald Trump. Your thoughts this day when you see all of these leaders, tech titans who are more liberal, whether it be a Jeff Bezos or Mark Zuckerberg, attending the prayer service this morning with the incoming president. Congressman Dent, your thoughts on this day, sir?
Well, first, I'm glad they moved everything inside, one, because of the weather, and two, because of the security considerations you just outlined. I suspect these tech folks, everybody's talking about what's this all about. I think these are just simply business people protecting their interests. They may not love Donald Trump, but they probably fear him, and they know that Donald Trump understands power and leverage. And I think they all want to make sure that they are well received by the incoming administration. So that's my first reaction. My second reaction is this is going to be an awfully busy day for President Trump. As many as 200 executive orders are going to be signed, so we were told. So it seems like the plan is to flood the zone, so to speak. But as far as the inauguration is concerned, it is really a glorious day, though, to talk about the peaceful transfer of power. Just to be part of it all, it really is. It is a thrill, no matter who's coming in. I sat through several of these for George Bush, for Barack Obama, and for Donald Trump in 2017. So I've seen this, and it's always really been an exciting day.
Yes, some 200 executive actions. We were able to get some confirmation from the White House this morning. I asked a question, really 200 executive orders, but these are executive actions embedded in these executive orders. We know there will be, I think, 11 specific border executive orders signed today. And Kelly, things that are going to start happening, military deployed to the border. They're going to start working immediately on rebuilding the border wall or begin construction again on the border wall. These are the promises that Donald Trump made out on the campaign trail. Some of them are going to be happening on day one. Talk to us about that.
No, he's very excited about the executive orders, and a lot of them are just reversing what President Biden did on his day one. We know that he signed some 90-something executive orders, loosening security on the southern border. So that's one of the first things that Donald Trump is going to look to tie up, reinstituting Remain in Mexico, building the border wall. You'll see tomorrow, maybe even today, the mass deportations that he has promised. Tom Homan does not have to be Senate confirmed to start his job, and he will start it on day one. So look at executive actions or look at mass deportation starting in some of these major cities like New York City, Chicago, Denver, out in California, where you've had these migrants live in hostels, and many of them are criminals. We're expecting the Laken Riley Act to pass the Senate today. That will be the first legislation that Donald Trump signs, allowing these criminals of minor, petty criminals, shoplifting, burglary, whatnot, if they get caught, will be deported. So I think that we're going to see this administration come in hard, come in strong, and start delivering on the promises that Donald Trump made on the campaign trail.
Speaking of that, Congressman, Kelly makes a great point about what is being referred to as shock and awe around the incoming Trump administration trying to have a flurry of activity on day one and the first 100 days and beyond, perhaps. But let's also not forget how Joe Biden is leaving office, Congressman. And there are some Democrats who have already come out and said they're not sure about these preemptive pardons of people like Dr. Fauci and General Milley, because it suggests there was wrongdoing. And these various people have denied that they were engaged in wrongdoing. Your thoughts on, is that Rudy Giuliani
That is
that's
Rudy
walking
Giuliani.
up? Yeah, there he is. I just wanted to make sure I had it right. And there he is. Rudy Giuliani, America's mayor, will be attending the inaugural inside the rotunda. Congressman, your thoughts about how Joe Biden is leaving office, sir?
Well, I think he's leaving actually on a rather low point in that he, pardoned his son when he said he would never do such a thing. And now he's pardoning preemptively many folks who have some exposure. For those people who are receiving the pardons, good for them. But it might have been smarter for those who are concerned about prosecution to have a big legal defense fund set up. Many of those folks who are being pardoned don't believe they've done anything wrong or committed no crimes. I fear, though, that we're setting a bad precedent, though. If Biden's going to preemptively pardon people today, Trump may do the same thing in 4 years from now when he leaves. It just seems to be a weaponization of the pardoning process. So it does give me some real angst and some heartburn. But for those who are receiving the pardons, that it obviously will save them a lot of money and a lot of emotional distress as well.
Yeah.
And just in December, the Biden Justice Department put out a statement preemptively saying that if anyone accepted a January 6th pardon from President Trump, that would be an admission of guilt. And so now we're dealing with the same situation.
So that means Hunter Biden is accepting guilt. Is Adam Schiff accepting guilt? By the way, part of the motorcade started leaving there, so it looks like maybe Joe and Jill Biden had gotten in because it had the flags of the president. The current president is still Joe Biden. One would presume that we will then see the Trumps as well. This is one package that's going to the Capitol, as they say, together. And you think about the monumental effort of the U.S. Secret Service and others. John, we've been seeing on the streets of Washington, not just the Secret Service and local law enforcement. We've seen military, folks in fatigues, who are guarding this city right now because the whole world knows what's happening.
Absolutely. And again, this goes back to what we were saying before. The barricades are up. They have the snow plows, Washington, D.C. snow plows blocking certain streets. The security posture is obvious, and it's important when you have the outgoing president and the current president together. The last thing you want to see happen is any disruption of this peaceful transfer of power.
Yeah, and let's see what's happening with that door there on the presidential limousine. It appears Secret Service out there, so it's hard to tell if someone's already gotten in or if they're just preparing for the Bidens and Trumps to come out. Kelly, will bring you in as well. We may interrupt you if we get to see them. That's on the left, obviously, the military guard that's getting ready, the honor guard and others. It's really been incredible to see people in Washington, Kelly, all weekend long with the MAGA hats, which I know you know from working here. You don't see a lot. It's a very Democrat city. And there are people who come from far and wide. Some of them have been disappointed, Kelly, that the tickets they had to watch this outside are now null and void, but they're trying to make the best of it.
No, absolutely. I ran into multiple supporters last night. People are flooding the streets. They're excited to see the incoming president, Donald Trump. This hasn't been seen since the 1890s. A president who served once, then taking 4 years off to come back to the White House. And there's excitement, and people are proudly wearing their MAGA hats and are disappointed that the ceremony got moved inside, and there's limited seats, about 600 or so. So they're excited that the president is going to the Capital One Center, and some of the parades and the pomp and circumstance can be seen there. But you guys are absolutely 100% correct with the security. I've never seen security measures this strong for inauguration before. You see the military, you see the Hummers, you see the barricades, and we cannot forget that President Trump has been tried to be assassinated in Butler, Pennsylvania on the campaign trail. And we know the Iranians have an assassination attempt out on his life as well. So we just want this to be a peaceful transfer of power. I love seeing the outfits and the hats and the jackets. It's very cold here in Washington, D.C. That's why everyone is inside. But it is a beautiful day, and it is a renewed hope for what the next 4 years can be. The businesses are optimistic. People are optimistic. The economy hasn't turned around yet, but we know that some of these executive orders that President Trump will be signing today is to unleash, the oil and gas sectors to become energy dominant. And that is the first piece of the equation, in getting this economy back up and running and working for the American people again.
Now, when we saw the shot earlier of the doors at the White House, the winds were blowing, the presidential flag was whipping in the wind. We're going to have to pay close attention to see how that affects Melania's hat. Melania's hat could be in jeopardy right now. But
well, and one of those cars moved up. It may have just been moving up in the driveway.
Yeah.
So I said they were leaving, and maybe they didn't leave yet, obviously, because the rest of the motorcaders there, they may have just been moving that motorcade. Congressman Dent, your thoughts as well about what we may see in terms of action from Donald Trump. You've been inside the Congress. You know that presidents have limited time. He could be a lame duck within a couple of years here once those midterms come around. They come around quickly. And it appears like he's somebody who maybe learned some lessons from the first term and is going to move a little quicker and a little more decisively.
Yeah, actually, he's walking into the presidency as a lame duck. He can't run again. But it seems to me that he's being much more methodical about how he's proceeding, at least in terms of these executive orders. It seems that they're quite organized in terms of what types of people they want to populate their administration, what their agenda will be. It seems that they have a sense of a mandate, at least as it relates to the border in particular, and that's why they will move aggressively on immigration. But the real issue the real question I have really is just how broadly do they interpret their mandate? My view has been that every president misreads or overreads their mandate. They think that they basically can do whatever the hell they want because they won, which is really not the case. Biden misread his mandate, and we'll see if Donald Trump misreads his. But I think right now you're going to see real aggressive action on immigration, trade. He's going to probably do something on the transgendered, energy, and God knows how many other things, but they're up to 200. Changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico, the Gulf of America. Sounds like the Persian Gulf.
Oh, and here, pardon me, Congressman. Yeah, pardon me 1 second. You see the first ladies there now. And so that was what was going on with the motorcade. So they're separating.
Interesting.
Or no, they're going to ride together.
Ride together.
Pardon me. That's right. So that has been a tradition, but I was wondering if they would do that, John,
Yes.
in the same car, because there was a famous, wasn't it Truman and Eisenhower, where they refused to ride together?
yes, they were not friends.
So you see the first ladies got in the vehicle together. So we were told it would be a joint motorcade, Kelly. It's, which we thought you could read that a couple ways. It could be a motorcade with separate vehicles. But we're expecting any moment, Kelly. And now that's moving. So maybe the presidents will be in the next car. We shall see, Kelly. But you can see the first ladies going together.
Yeah, no, I mean, that is very ceremonial. It shows the great transition, a peaceful transition of power between one president to the other president. We also know that Joe Biden leaves a note in the Resolute desk for the incoming president, President Trump, and maybe we'll hear about what was included in that note a little later today when the president goes back to the White House, when President Trump goes back to the White House and starts signing those executive orders. But you know what? I think that Jill Biden would much rather get in a car with Melania Trump than she would Kamala Harris. So I think
We were saying the same thing earlier.
Yes. The relation between the two women are warm. Melania is moving her furniture in. We'll be able to probably see that after they take off to the rotunda. And Melania knows what it's like to be a first lady. She was misunderstood in her first term. She's going to come back. She's going to reignite Be Best, her anti-bullying youth program. She knows what the White House layout is. She knows what the rooms are. She's got her furniture there. And so I think we're going to see a lot more Melania Trump this 4 years than we did in President Trump's previous term, where she was a little unsure with her footing.
And I think any of us who are interested in politics would love to be the fly on the wall when two presidents are having a conversation, because they know more than you know, than most of us, obviously, and they can
in general. But
yes,
this moment in
this
time,
moment,
what
are
is Joe Biden saying to him about China? What is Joe Biden saying about Hamas that we don't know? What is Joe Biden saying, John, about the drones? And they're about to come out. What is Joe Biden? You're right. They have a unique bond there. And is that Kamala Harris or?
I'm not quite sure. Looks like J.D. Vance there, coming in behind with Kamala Harris, so they're going to be riding
they
together.
Are riding
apparently.
together. So we are showing that they're actually walking out together. That is incredible. So maybe we'll see the second gentleman as well as the incoming second lady walking in together. So this is a beautiful idea of coming out in unity. But these two presidents, what they're talking about.
And we remember Donald Trump told us all that as he met privately with Barack Obama during that transition, Obama warned him about North Korea, and Donald Trump made that a priority. So what is Joe Biden telling Donald Trump right now that he might not know about? And we know he's been having these security briefings, getting read in on all these important things, but these final moments, how we would love to be in that room.
So it looks like they are moving that vehicle as if the next vehicle may have just the two presidents without the first ladies and vice presidents and others, or maybe there's multiple. We shall see. But yeah, they're moving it up as if Donald Trump will not ride with Melania Trump, for example. But you know, there's
it's
another
about
vehicle.
what? It's about a mile and a half, 2 miles from the White House to the Capitol building.
Yeah, and they were supposed to leave let's see. Yeah, they were supposed to leave almost 10 minutes ago. So,
and if you look right behind the portico there of the White House, there's a vehicle, a van that looks like a security vehicle that just pulled up. And if you've seen the motorcade with the presidential motorcade, there's always a trail of these black mysterious SUVs with all these antennas on them. And again, this is something we've been commenting on a lot, how intense the security is and the need for new types of security with these threats that we've seen.
John, I was
drones.
driving in West Palm Beach the other day, and I saw some cars being stopped, and I said, "Wait a second! I think the president-elect's motorcade is coming." Sure enough, he was coming from the golf course. He passed me, and there were more vehicles than usual. And there were military folks with weapons drawn. There was not an incident. It was just
that's the posture now.
The drive now from the golf course there in West Palm to Palm Beach and Mar-a-Lago, which is also only a couple miles, has gotten more intense because remember there was a near assassination attempt even on the golf course. This last year has been, to say it has been remarkable is a vast understatement.
Yes, we lost track of how many times we had said unprecedented about like back in August. So it's fascinating to watch this all play out and the interplay between the current president and the incoming president and how this all works out. And you know, obviously they have a motorcade for this 2-mile ride, but they'll be in that car alone.
They will. It's very interesting. And Congressman Dent, serious moments of security as we're talking about, and then you think back to this campaign. The incoming president worked at McDonald's for an afternoon at the drive-thru. That was a moment, Congressman, and that was, if I'm not mistaken, in your home state of Pennsylvania, right?
Yeah, I believe that's correct. And hey, who can pick up a Happy Meal, you know? But no, look, the security considerations are very real, and it's really sad that in this country that political violence is a fact of life. Sadly, we saw President Trump nearly assassinated once in the second attempt. But this is the state of American politics. We've become. And by the way, that's been true of our history. I think 5 presidents were assassinated throughout our history. And here we are, you know, taking all sorts of security precautions like the ones you showed earlier at the Blair House being covered up, President Trump coming in the dark at night without any lights, just out of fear. The threats are real. You know, the Capitol is a very secure place, but this is a special event that, you know, must be protected. And you know, good for everybody that we're indoors. It's a lot easier to keep everybody secure indoors than outdoors. So for that, I guess we should all be a little bit grateful.
Absolutely. I mean, John, you made the point a moment ago. What are these two presidents talking about inside the White House? Very important. But boy, the first ladies, they've been sitting in that car a long time. It might get a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, they're going to stay together. You know, and you have to think with anybody that you don't know very well. There's those awkward moments.
Like, all right, I'm out of stuff to talk about at this point.
You know, you think of all the things that the Biden said about Donald Trump, and you know, Melania obviously stayed above that fray.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go, and we're seeing. Looks like the 2 presidents coming out together.
Wow. they'll be sitting shoulder to shoulder. How about that? Well, hopefully hopefully there'll be a photographer in there. I know there'll be a lot of Secret Service in there, but...
Well, Joe Biden took a selfie with Jill earlier, so maybe they'll take a selfie together inside the beast. That would be something.
Man, oh man. So they'll be heading towards the Capitol in just a moment or so. We'll see if there are any other dignitaries that will join that motorcade. We haven't seen the second gentleman yet. We haven't seen USA Vance, at least not to my eye, and maybe they're in another vehicle.
You would think they would be in front of them. They would be the last guys coming out.
Yeah, but we didn't see them, so we might have missed them.
Maybe missed
but there you can see. It's kind of the unmistakable hair.
You cannot mistake that hair. And you see.
So maybe not shoulder to shoulder. They might be face to face the way he got into the car, because Biden was sitting in the back of the vehicle, and it looks like Donald Trump sort of in the middle, like the jump seat.
And you can see the four presidential limousines there. And we did not catch the
first one that moved.
So
might have USA.
Yeah. And Doug Emhoff.
And Doug Emhoff as well. So that will be interesting. And this is only supposed to be a few minutes. They get to the Capitol within about a 10-minute ride. Like you said, it's just a couple miles. And you have to wonder what route they're going to take, because they don't, there's some obvious ones like Pennsylvania Avenue and Constitution, but they want to scramble this so that this is a motorcade that the whole world knows the two locations it's traveling between. And we've had this drone situation in the United States, in addition to all the threats that have been mentioned from Iran and other bad actors. There was the assassination attempt on Donald Trump on July 13th, 2024. John Bachman and I, with our colleague Bianca De La Garza, just had lunch in Milwaukee getting ready for the Republican convention, and we all said, we're going to take a walk, we're going to relax, we're going to wait before we work, and then all of a sudden we were called to work because we started getting calls about shots fired in Butler, PA, and that was a scary, scary day. Look at this motorcade.
And
so
this
it's
where
would Pennsylvania now.
This would be the parade route had they not.
This is
moved
where the
everything
parade route
inside.
ends. So maybe they're going to duplicate it in the opposite direction, because that's where ultimately it ends there near Lafayette Park. On the other side of Lafayette Park is St. John's Church, where they were earlier. And now we see these presidential vehicles moving, and it's really incredible. So we'll see they're heading towards. The Treasury Department is on their right. They'll undoubtedly make a right on 15th Street in a second. So this is pretty cool with technology. We didn't have these kinds of shots.
Yeah, you can tell that's the truck there.
We got about every angle. So they're turning on 15th. The Treasury Department is right there.
And you see the Washington Monument in the background.
Mm-hmm. It's awesome to follow along.
The wheels are in motion on the transfer of power, so we speak.
But by the way, John, let's not forget, Joe Biden is president for another hour and 19 minutes or so. Mm-hmm. And he literally could be signing, could have just signed some pardons. There could be some pardons that are teed up. This sometimes goes down to the minute. I remember Donald Trump was still pardoning people on January 20th, 2021. And so we've seen some pardons preemptively with Dr. Fauci and members of the J6 committee. It looks like they're going to now make that left turn and get onto Pennsylvania. You mentioned the parade route. So what might be nice for some of the MAGA supporters and America First supporters who came from all around the country who want to wait out there, that looks like a handful, but now it mostly looks like photographers and stuff. It's really fortified, so it's hard to get too close to this. You see, it looks like there's some real people there and some signs. So maybe they're getting to see the motorcade at least. But, in previous cycles when we saw presidents of both parties, they don't do it for the whole walk, obviously, but they'll walk for 1 or 2 blocks. You're just not going to see that in this modern era.
You probably not. You're not. Maybe never see that again. We saw famously with Donald Trump's
he did
first
it
inauguration.
In 2017.
Something that Jimmy Carter actually.
And by the way, they're going past the Waldorf Astoria, as it's now called, and then the Justice Department, where there's been, a lot of controversy. But the Waldorf Astoria used to be the Trump Hotel. And so we want to thank Kelly Sadler and Charlie Dent for joining us. But John and I will be here for the ride, literally and figuratively. There's some talk that the Trump family is thinking about buying the Waldorf Astoria back so that their family and friends and supporters will have a Trump hotel back in Washington.
Well, that was quite the hangout, Ed, as you know.
It has been this weekend as well,
It's restored.
under a different name.
It's restored to its Trump status. Might as well have the name as well.
There we are. And it's just remarkable to think about that presidential conversation. As you said, it's a select club. And now Donald Trump will be coming in as the 47th president. But we haven't had 47 presidents because we've had a couple that had different presidencies now. and not consecutively. And so that shot is just incredible. You can see some people, but it's a smattering of people. A lot of the Trump supporters, John, will be heading over to Capital One Arena, which is just a little bit west of where they are right now.
And some of those folks were out there all night last night in the freezing cold just to make sure they could secure a spot inside the Capital One Arena. Yesterday was a president-elect rally. Today it will be a presidential rally. And
yeah, and he may, what we're hearing is that some of the executive orders will be signed, potentially at the Capitol after he's sworn in. There'll be some potentially signed at Capital One Arena.
Yeah, just have everybody can applaud.
Big, beautiful executive orders.
And I think a lot of our audience might remember the executive orders from the first time around. Trump would hold up the signature and show everyone, do a lot of those in the White House. But maybe he could do it in the arena, Ed, and they can get the wave going.
There's talk this morning.
In between executive orders, get the wave going.
and that he'll also, of course, sign some when he makes it to the White House. The current schedule has... arriving at the Capitol was supposed to be about 10 minutes ago. So they're obviously just a few minutes behind. And then J.D. Vance will be sworn in first. And that's still about 45 minutes or so from now because they're going to have to get them safely inside the Capitol. There'll be some pleasantries. They'll be greeted by congressional leaders of both parties, of course. Vance is sworn in first as vice president. Donald Trump is expected to be sworn in about 11:47 a.m. Eastern time or so. You see also some of the Metropolitan Police Department, and there had been these stories that Washington, a very Democrat city, and some of the local police officers refused to come to work today and were saying the other day they did not want to protect the inauguration of Donald Trump, which obviously seems like a shameful move.
Yeah, that's a perfect word for it, considering, the importance of this day and the importance of keeping the city
and it's not just protecting Donald Trump,
right,
it's protecting
the people of the
people,
city.
Joe
Exactly.
Biden and his family who were there. And boy, we're getting shots that we don't normally see of this journey that is just incredible. Wow, the majesty of this office. And let's not forget, I always hear people say, John, this is the greatest political comeback in American history. I don't think it's political. I think it's the greatest comeback maybe in the world. I mean, this is a man after January 6th. I remember seeing him in private, Donald Trump, right after he left office in Florida in early 2021. And he looked like a defeated man, literally and figuratively. And a lot of fellow Republicans were saying, DeSantis is the future. This guy's got to get out of the way. January 6th was shameful. And now, John, not only has he been restored to power, but a lot of these January 6th defendants are about to be pardoned. And after 4 years, people have finally woken up and said, wait a second, they were over-prosecuted and persecuted.
Yes.
And this is going to be, we've been talking about the border and those other important executive orders, but the pardons that we expect, in addition, executive action, not an executive order, pardons of J6 defendants, that's going to be very powerful as well.
In Joe Biden's pardons today, he was careful to pardon any of the Metro Police or Capitol Police that testified in that investigation. Part of this is really finding out what happened.
Including Detective Byrd, who killed Ashley Babbitt.
And part of the desire to find out exactly what happened on January 6th, we've seen the video of police officers opening the doors, moving out of the way. What actually happened? Why did the National Guard not show up? What is the real reason why? What are the events that allowed January 6th to happen?
So if you prosecuted someone who was trespassing, couldn't you prosecute potentially officers who allowed them, and invited them to trespass? Is the question. Now those officers who were involved, or at least not every officer, to be clear, but to your point, you said it right, the officers who testified to the January 6th committee now have been pardoned by Joe Biden.
And for them too, that is an admission of guilt, as we've seen, and it's been enforced by the Biden Justice Department. And they're still able to serve in that role as a law enforcement officer after admitting guilt, even though they have a pardon, won't face any criminal charges, is a very interesting, weird dynamic.
Look at those fences, by the way, as we bring in our colleague Bianca De La Garza. And Bianca, those black fences are not just around the Capitol. They're around the White House area and have made this, I don't want to exaggerate and say it's an armed camp, but it's, having covered all of this for many years, this is a much more intense security posture, Bianca, than we've ever seen.
Yeah, it's definitely fortified. That's kind of an adjective I would use as we watch them go in now through the other series as they're getting closer to approaching the Capitol. And, I also, thinking about what those conversations are, these are the final moments that these leaders will be sitting in this close proximity. So you can imagine they're fraught with probably more sadness for Joe Biden. Clearly, there's this new report out saying that his mood has been dark and he's never really stopped feeling angry after being forced out. That said, as we look towards the procession of motorcades here and also the pretty cool pool cameras that are giving us an incredible vantage point. So despite all the heavy security, which indeed we know is happening from what we can see and what we can't see, we still are capturing these incredible pictures here of the rotunda, where only a select 800 people will be inside to actually watch it. And I do think it's significant that the First Ladies, incoming and outcoming, did share space together. Shows what we are looking for. That is the dignified transfer. And Jill Biden right there is the first to get out on her side. And she has been somebody who they say she was the one that kept Biden in the race. And there he is, Biden himself, exiting the motorcade, entering in. Joe Biden himself. Lots of cameras. Every minute, every second will be captured. So if there is any type of tension, as we also know that JD and Kamala, who you see there on the far left of your screen, just wrote in there, any facial expressions, with all the cameras there, they will not go unnoticed by the pool.
Yeah.
And, I just
Joe
think,
Biden
too,
obviously
this
is very familiar with this building,
Yeah,
having worked there for 50 years.
Well, I remember covering the U.S. Senate, and that, Bianca, is the Senate side of the Capitol. They call that the carriage entrance because literally horse-drawn carriages used to go in.
When Joe Biden first was in the Senate, he used to, no, just kidding. He took the train.
Well, and I was about to say that, which is funny. And look at this. Some law enforcement officers getting a little picture in front of the helicopter. And there's the two men right there. Yeah, you can see that. Look at that.
And Amy
in the corridors of the Senate,
who's
part of the
also
inaugural
part of the inauguration committee, smiling.
I wanted to say that I remember buttonholing, and there's Chuck Schumer, the Senate leader. Joe Biden, after the way as a reporter is right at those elevators there is where you catch senators in between votes. And I remember many times Joe Biden, as a senator, telling me and others report, Ed, I gotta go catch the Amtrak because Union Station, no joke, not a lie, but my honor as a Biden, as he would say, not a joke, folks. He literally would say, I gotta catch the Amtrak. It's the last Amtrak to Wilmington, or I gotta get this one. And he would go back to Delaware just about every night on that train. And you see
Elon Musk, obviously, right there, front and center, as he always is. And also Vivek Ramaswamy, stepping away from Doge now. So an interesting pivot there as he's going to run for governor.
He's going to run for governor.
Beautiful First Lady Melania there.
And the second gentleman and Vice President Harris. John, I cannot, really imagine what it's like
there as well, too.
Yeah. Walt Nauta, who was swept up, and you see the Vances. Walt Nauta, who's now had that case dropped in terms of classified documents. The lawfare included him. He's a close valet, personal aide of Donald Trump. But John, when you see all of this playing out, it's just so remarkable to see them coming together here. But Vice President Harris sort of trailing behind the two presidents. Yeah. This close maybe to be, and maybe not that close because it was kind of a landslide.
So close yet so far away, really. And she has to be pondering. There's Dana White as well from the UFC.
Yeah, Dana White was at the rally yesterday.
We've also had a shot. There seemed to be an overflow room at one point we saw.
Miriam Adelson, who is a big Republican donor. Her late husband, Sheldon Adelson, of course, and they gave a lot of money to Donald Trump in the first campaign. Then they kind of sat out 2020, and then she got in a big way like Elon Musk did, Bianca, and she's one of those donors who made the cut because these seats are very valuable. And there's Susie Wiles, the incoming White House Chief of Staff. So you see the power in that room, Bianca.
And also, with the Edelsons, too, the situation in Israel and the real fact that Biden, was not, they believe, many believe just not, as we know, his legacy will be with Israel. So Donald Trump clearly was going to get the Senate. Pete Hegseth, Pam Bondi, Doug Burgum, Brooke Rollins.
Brooke Rollins, I believe.
Yeah. And Howard Lutnick from Commerce. Cantor Fitzgerald, and you can see various cabinet selections. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Think about the history there of the Kennedy family, huh?
Yeah, it was, we were yesterday, Bianca and I were hosting with Emma doing the Trump rally, and we had the president of the Heritage Foundation on, and he was talking about how excited he is to see what Robert Kennedy could do. And you think about an institution like the Heritage Foundation and their conservative roots actively speaking highly of a Kennedy, and it just shows you this revolution that's taken place.
Where Donald Trump is bringing a lot of different people together, Bianca, and there are people in the mainstream media who throw stones at it. Well, what is he really doing here? Why is Robert F. Kennedy? But he's bringing a lot of people, and there's Kash Patel, by the way.
Kash Patel and Vivek Ramaswamy.
I was going to say the people entering now are some of the people that the mainstream media perhaps fears the most. Kash Patel and
Tulsi Gabbard,
incoming director of CIA John Ratcliffe, because they are truly going to usher in a new type of justice system under Pam Bondi. But you're right, even back to Maha for a second, they got rid of one of those red number 3, a lot of things in our foods that they don't have in Europe and other places. You could even say when it comes to that, before Donald Trump takes the oath, there are some changes being made here that benefit Americans, even when it comes to making them healthy again. Looking at all this and listening to the music as they fill up the rotunda there with all the familiar faces, the cabinet picks, we have to talk about what this significance is of how this election, when Donald Trump first said he's running for re-election, who would have thought 4 indictments against him, 34 felony charges? And guys, let's not forget it. He's a convicted felon here. Okay, and here we are, our incoming president, 47, and there could be not more excitement in this room. And Susie Wiles there, yes, of course, who ran his campaign, some say was sort of one of the secret weapons. Used to be with DeSantis, but the way she was able to communicate with Donald Trump, let him be Donald Trump, it has led to a victory now that all of America will see and reap the awards of.
Well, Bianca, how about the fact that she's the first? I covered a lot of White Houses and did not cover a female White House chief of staff. And, the owner of the Dallas Mavericks, or the outgoing, he's now out. He's got a minority stake from Shark Tank there. Mark Cuban liked to claim back in the last campaign that Donald Trump did not have any strong women around him, Bianca. Now he has a White House chief of staff.
It was Susie Wiles, and Cuban says that, and then in the next few days we saw Caroline Leavitt, a woman, young, Kristi Noem be appointed, woman, going to handle DHS, and it was one after another. There's also been criticism about, Donald Trump and DEI and gender, making it one man, one woman with executive orders today, but he has a lot of folks in the cabinet that are, LGBTQ and gay and of other. It's just the left wants to create a narrative, no matter what, whether it be women or gender. They will never give Donald Trump credit, but today he will get plenty of credit because this is his moment and the one that Americans, so many, had hoped for. Really voted to make this happen. So much anticipation with the early voting. We all remember that. This was an election that people wanted to participate in because they knew this was one that perhaps our nation either fell or rose from. And fortunately, today we're seeing it rise again.
All right, who's coming in?
Mike Pence. Wow, Mike Pence.
Solo,
no Karen Pence.
So
I think we got a hint, tease that Karen Pence would not be showing up based on her response or lack thereof to Donald Trump and Melania showing up at the funeral of Jimmy Carter.
That's right.
Mike Pence, he's kind of isolated now. He tried to run for president, didn't really pick up any real following.
No +1 today.
No +1.
Just Mike Pence. The fact that he's walking solo, is that Woody Johnson? The owner of the New York Jets, who was ambassador to the Court of St. James in the UK in the first Trump term. You're going to see various cabinet officials and others there. This is a tight, packed crowd there. And it's interesting, Bianca, because there are some people, who paid $1 million plus for tickets to the inaugural outside, balls tonight, various events over the weekend. And some of those continued, obviously, but now they're watching it on N2 just like everyone else.
It's still a great place to be. Listen, we're giving you extended coverage here, moment by moment, and you're warm. But listen, you've got to make the cut somehow. And I'm sure it was a difficult decision, and I'm sure there will be some people who feel slighted. But ultimately, if this is about safety, whether it be cold, whether it be security. I mean, you have to understand that this is, you know, such perilous times around the world. And, you know, I think that has to trump everything, you know, no pun intended. It is, they've got to bring it inside. If there was a decision, if there were things we don't know, then so be it. You know, looking at this crowd here today, though, just so varied. I mean, it really is just incredible to see this incoming administration of real change agents. And I think that is so, we can't underscore that over and over about the dynamic here to actually reshape Washington and maybe potentially parts of our territory, parts of the Middle East, how Donald Trump will take his type of leadership and infuse it now into the new Republican Party and also carry it forward with a new conservative generation ahead of us.
Yep,
and as we see,
the Senate, right?
This is a tradition that they
Cory
do.
Booker.
You have Republican, Democrat, Chuck Grassley with Cory Booker, and you have Bernie Sanders there as well, sitting next to a Republican, and you see the wife of Jeff Bezos there, and many of the cabinet officials. But imagine going back in time to January 20th, 2021, and telling your friends that Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk and Sundar Pichai would all be at the inauguration
of
Donald Trump. Robert Kennedy Jr. would be there as well, about to be installed as the Secretary of Health and Human Services. And it's just the transformation, the arc of redemption here is just, it's hard to explain.
Yeah, well, I can tell you that after the last inaugural with Joe Biden, either that day or the next day, Donald Trump was playing golf in West Palm with my friend David Schneider. I mentioned this on election night. And during their round, then former President Donald Trump turned, and he was being asked what he was going to do, and he said, "You are going to see the greatest political comeback the world has ever seen." He said, "Not America, the world has ever seen." And David Schneider has told me that story many times, and I saw him last night at the Newsmax party. And Donald Trump made that a reality, Bianca.
I hope they cut back to that shot of Elon Musk standing about 1 foot away from Bezos, because let's also talk about, they both have rocket companies, right? But they also both have media, Washington Post and X, really different. They're competitors, and here they are standing a foot away from each other. But, you know, it's good business. Donald Trump is good business. And there's Bill and Hillary walking in. Got to wonder what's on their minds today and her mind. No.
I don't know what they call that. There's a certain face. Yeah, it's a certain face.
It's a resting?
Resting something.
She's resting right
She's
now.
resting her face. She's trying her best, but...
What about Miriam Adelson, who's a
Obama.
multi-billionaire? No Michelle Obama. We should see Barack Obama, to your point, shortly, solo. But what about Miriam Adelson, a multi-billionaire, taking selfies, or at least photos of the crowd, just like the rest of us at a ball game or something?
Just like the rest of us.
Billionaires, just like all of us.
They're just like us. They are. I know. Maybe we'll have a game. Maybe we'll have a game of who wore it best. I haven't seen any duplicatives efforts yet. Yes, but we know they're not just like us.
Let's also watch closely.
We know none of this.
Let's watch closely here too. If W does any belly slaps like he did at the Carter funeral.
The Carter funeral.
See how he greets everyone.
After the inaugural address, and you see Laura Trump and their children right there, various family members now filing in. Again, limited seats, but we've already seen hundreds who have come in, and these family, friends, and there is Barack Obama. The 44th president of the United States. But remember, after the first Trump inaugural and the talk about American carnage, and John, it's interesting because Axios had this whole thing about how this will be a more hopeful speech. After the last one, in American carnage, George W. Bush allegedly turned to Hillary Clinton and said, "Boy, that was some weird blank."
Yeah.
Right? And that really made a lot of news because it capsulized. Even Republicans think this is weird. But you know what? He was right. They say Trump was right. He was right about American carnage and the border and crime in our cities. And that's large part why he won the last campaign. He was ahead of his time on that. And there's Tim Cook of Apple.
And when he said it stops right here, right now, obviously the message will be different today, but it still resonates because that's what needs to happen at 12:01. A lot of this carnage, the border, the DEI stuff, all the environmental stuff that they told us.
Incredible change coming.
The environmental stuff that they put in place, but they told us they were reducing the inflation with all the environmental spending that they did. That all needs to stop immediately.
To your point, American carnage. Donald Trump doesn't talk like a traditional politician, okay? He is an outsider. He isn't somebody who maybe is polished in a certain way and going to, speak these, words and always the most eloquent. But you know what? He is a pass from the American people because they have seen what the liberals and Joe Biden's leadership have done to their wallets, have done to their streets, have done to their families. So now they're like, okay, Donald Trump, he's a little bit gruff, but guess what? He's going to go out there. He's going to drive a garbage truck. He's going to not too proud to go take some French fries and serve them up. And we don't even know if Kamala ever worked at McDonald's. Basically now, I'm not saying he is a complete hall pass, but Donald Trump, no matter how he delivers the message, if the results are what Americans want, they're going to let him say, well, that's just the way he talks. But you know what? He's getting the job done. And we didn't see Joe Biden get much done in the past 4 years. And that's the cold, hard truth. So Donald Trump, as rough as he could be, even in today's speech, I think that people are going to say that's just Trump being Trump.
Pete Hegseth. And there's my friend Pete Hegseth. Worked together with him for a long time. About a month ago, it looked like his nomination might be gone. He survived, and it looks like he's going to be confirmed very shortly. Laura Trump, who ran the Republican National Committee as well. And John, look, I think this is the embodiment of the American dream.
Yes.
I mean, where else? In what other country could someone like Donald Trump work at McDonald's 6 months ago and now be sworn in?
Not just working at McDonald's, he also drove a garbage truck. And, he had a little bit of an issue with his criminal record, too. It's all behind him now.
He's a convicted felon, and he's going to be sworn in. How about that?
I was just trying to be a little bit more diplomatic with the phrasing, Ed, but you're absolutely right. He is a convicted felon. And again, this is...
Zuckerberg, Bezos, Musk, Hegseth. And by the way, that's the Perlmutters, Ike Perlmutter and his wife. They're big donors for Donald Trump. He used to run Marvel Comics, big shareholder in Disney. He's been in the business world. He's a titan. And he gave a lot of money in the last campaign. And so I'm just pointing out the people. He's a member at Mar-a-Lago. He's one of the people that Donald and Melania Trump are very comfortable with at dinner and familiar with him.
We had a press dinner at Mar-a-Lago last, I think it was October of 2023. A lot of the media were invited there, and Donald Trump was supposed to come in, talk to us for about 10 minutes. And he came through and he met all of us and started chatting with us. And this is the legacy media, Newsmax, other media outlets. The conversation was going so well, Donald Trump has said, I have some guests outside. I want to bring them in to eat with us. I want to eat with you guys and sit. And it was Ike and his wife, Mrs. Perlmutter, coming in to sit with us. I sat directly next to her. I don't think she was excited to be sitting next to me as much as I was excited to be sitting next to her. But I'm
sure she was really excited. Don't you think, Bianca? I mean, I think having dinner with
her. But again, it speaks to Donald Trump's...
Give some credit there.
I try to be self-deprecating.
Next time I see Mrs. Perlmutter, I'm going to say... I'm going to say, remember John Bachman? I'm going to show her a picture. And she was actually, the Perlmutters were at the Newsmax party last night. Our CEO, Christopher Ruddy, we were celebrating the IPO that's nearing $200 million raised. And we had Lee Greenwood there. God Bless the USA. He played it last night.
And, that song never gets old.
Some of the incoming cabinet
I've been in the room with Lee Greenwood. I know you guys have too as well. And he...
Supreme Court, by the way, pardon me.
Yes. And he sings it with passion every single time. Some acts... Their favorite song.
He's not mailing it in.
Yeah, he's not mailing it in. He didn't mail it in last night.
Look at that. Supreme Court coming in, led by Chief Justice John Roberts, obviously, and there's Kavanaugh who's coming, Justice Thomas, and a lot of questions, Bianca, about whether someone like Justice Thomas, who's aging, might decide to step down in the next 4 years. Justice Alito could as well, in order to give Donald Trump a chance to preserve some of those conservative seats. We'll see. I'm not pushing them out. I'm just saying. And then there's some of the more liberal justices there. And Ketanji Brown Jackson, and by the way, and when I say more liberal, Amy Coney Barrett has not really wowed conservatives.
She's been more in the middle. The prospect, Donald Trump could have 2 more Supreme Court appointments if that plays out, and that he would have appointed a majority of the court at that point.
Sotomayor is not stepping down. There was also some banter about that. But interesting, as we see the Supreme Court enter, gentlemen, Chief Justice John Roberts will be the one to swear in Donald Trump inside the Capitol Hill with just about an hour to go, folks. If you're just joining us here on Live 2 and 2, I'm Bianca Della Garza, along with Ed Henry and John Bachman. It's great to have you with us. And, there were some errors made when Roberts was swearing in Obama. So that was part of the
story for you.
history
Go ahead.
there.
Yeah.
Oh, and just filling it out today. So Trump takes the oath of office on a Lincoln Bible and a Bible gifted to him by his mother in 1955. And again, it's John Roberts, and we hope it is actually on par and correct. But maybe it's a little stress. Maybe it's a little pressure there when you're swearing in an incoming president.
I'll tell you what happened is that Chief Justice Roberts, I was covering the Obama White House, and there was shock and awe of its own because he was moving the country to the left with a lot of executive action and other things and trying to move quickly, Obamacare and the rest of it. And Chief Justice Roberts thought that time he didn't want to have an index card. He wanted to memorize the oath. And I think, you know, you get nervous in that moment and you slip.
Yeah.
So he left out some words. And so I remember covering the White House. It was late one night, and you know, just like with Donald Trump, there's going to be executive orders at 9 p.m. There's going to be, you know, tweets at 10 p.m. It used to be in the Ronald Reagan days it was like a 9 to 5 job. Now it's a 24/7 in this media environment. So long story short, a few nights into the Obama White House, I see Robert Gibbs in a hallway late at night. He was the White House press secretary for Obama, and he said, "Ed, we're bringing some reporters. Come here." And I see Chief Justice Roberts walk by. I'm like, what is he doing here? I thought something major was happening. Why would the Chief Justice be at the White House like 3 or 4 nights in? And it was because there were people online saying Obama is not the real president. The oath was not administered correctly. And so they brought Justice Roberts over, Chief Justice, and there's the Trumps, the family members, and the sons, and there's Barron Trump, maybe our first glimpse. And Bianca, they said, we got to get this right. And so Chief Justice came over late one night.
A mulligan, if you will.
In private. Yeah, a mulligan. He did it again and said, constitutionally, he is the president. You got to get it right.
Words matter. Donald Trump's children there, Barron in the back there, very tall Barron. Be interesting to see what his future is and if it is politics indeed. So now it looks like almost all the seats have been filled. I did notice that, you know, as we look back here, so it's Lauren Sanchez and Bezos and Elon, and they're pretty prominent.
Michael Waltz,
they're like
the national security.
They're ahead of some of the cabinet picks, and even Mark Zuckerberg. I don't know who did the seating chart. I'm sure you can't win. You're not going to please all the people all the time, but that's a really tough seating chart to figure out what row.
Who do you think did it?
Who does the seating chart?
I think I know.
You think you know? I don't know.
I think it's 47.
Oh, you think Donald Trump probably had a? Yeah, he probably did.
He was a huge supporter. I think, you know, he knows.
Let's put Elon next to put Sundar.
Look, he's very much involved in who sits where at Mar-a-Lago and who's close to him.
He might
and
have
who's
signed
not.
off.
And,
I wonder how many iterations.
yeah, he might not have
of
sat
his
with a
seating
piece of
chart
paper,
here.
but he might have exactly. He might have signed it off. I'm with you.
Yeah, I love it. It looks like just about every seat is filled here as well because there'll be some musical performances. We talked about the Nebraska Choir, the U.S. Marine Corps band, even some Palm Beach bagpipe band as well, as Ed ran into them on the plane and got the scoop there. But a cold day outside, and then, of course, from Capitol Hill to Capital One Arena later, where we see tens of thousands of people that will be filling that arena yet again, twice in 2 days.
Looks like they struck up the band.
Yeah, let's listen in.
Yeah, not the Village People.
Ladies and gentlemen, former vice presidents, the Honorable Dan Quayle, accompanied by Mrs. Marilyn Quayle, and the Honorable Michael Pence. Ladies and gentlemen, the 42nd President of the United States, the Honorable William J. Clinton, accompanied by the Honorable Hillary Rodham Clinton. Ladies and gentlemen, the 43rd President of the United States, the Honorable George W. Bush, accompanied by Mrs. Laura Bush. Ladies and gentlemen, the 44th President of the United States, the Honorable Barack H. Obama. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Justice of the United States, the Honorable John G. Roberts, Jr., and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court of the United States. Tiffany Trump, and Barron Trump.
Some of the faces in the room as we move through this process to get closer to the beginning of it. But the Trump kids just walked in, took their spot. There's Barron right next to Elon. We saw Jeff Bezos behind Don Jr. It's an interesting crowd.
It strikes me about Barron looking at how tall he is, because back in 2015, I interviewed Melania Trump when President-elect just first announced he's running, and I said, "Where's the nanny?" And she said, "I don't have a nanny. I'm raising my son myself."
Yeah, good for her. Good for her. Yeah.
And look at him; she really raised him tall.
You can see the resemblance. He's starting to. He looks
a lot like.
Looks a lot like his dad.
Yeah. Yeah.
You go back and look at the old clips of President-elect Trump when he said back in the 80s that he might run for president, and everyone sort of just rolled their eyes.
It's interesting, the president of Amazon and the president of Google, right there behind the Trump family.
Yeah.
So.
Boy, they're singing a different tune.
Yeah. I mean, it's a completely different industry.
And obviously Elon, right next to them. So.
And Elon. Zuckerberg had a great seat, too. I can't see him right now, but he was up real close. I just saw him a minute ago.
All folks trying to avoid a massive antitrust lawsuit.
It tells you how much the country has.
Right.
You know, everyone says, "Oh, these people are political weather vanes."
Yeah.
No, they're not. They're weather vanes of their customers.
Sure.
This is not politics. These are business people, and they understand that their business just changed.
Yeah.
And all the things that they thought that they had to do to satisfy their business.
I don't buy that.
I do.
You know what? I got to tell you that, they had some of this censorship. They had plenty of opportunity not to censor during the last 4 years, and now there's a new sheriff in town, and suddenly they're against censorship. And I don't think that's because they were trying to please their customers.
The public, if you look at the numbers, the public was actually okay with a lot of this, particularly during COVID.
I kind of buy that.
Okay with that, and yes, I'm not saying there's no political. Obviously, there is, but.
Yeah.
What's happened since Trump is the culture
There's a
has
huge shift in everything.
Yes, the country did. But
hang on 1 second. Let's hear this.
Ceremonies, Ms. Emily Leviner, the Senate Secretary for the Minority, the Honorable Gary Myrick, the House of Representatives Chief Administrative Officer, the Honorable Catherine Spindor, and Mr. Bruce Fisher. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Jill Biden and Mr. Douglas Emhoff.
right, so Emhoff and Joe Biden have now entered the room, so we're moving right along here. We're wondering what happens next year, Tom. Any indications? Who do they bring in next?
So you have the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies will be introduced, and they will escort the current president and the president-elect and the vice president and vice president-elect onto the platform. And again, you'll hear Hail to the Chief played for Joe Biden for the last time in his life. It's a very poignant moment, I think, for a lot of folks, and very symbolic of this change. You have all three branches of government right there in front of you, and you know, for all the talk about democracy, what you're looking at is proof positive we don't live in a democracy, we live in a republic. And that's the way that the founders, these three co-equal branches of government with separation of powers, that's the way that they designed it. And today is this great exposition of their vision with all of them together.
And just to be clear, what we mean by that is that a republic is where the people vote, but they elect people to do the job.
Right.
It's a pure democracy. Is the people vote on everything, and the people sort of run everything. And our founders said that that leads to what we saw in the French Revolution. It leads to mob rule.
Right. Yeah.
And this is an orderly transition of power because it's a republic.
Well, we delegate. Voters delegate the authority, basically. Even like for the selection of the president for Electoral College, it's a delegation. People say, you pick the president for me.
Our founders were afraid of the mob. I mean, they were. That's just that was one of the things they were very concerned about. And so they obviously didn't want they want a king. They want a sovereign, and they wanted the people to have a voice, but they needed a little separation from the passions of the moment.
As they're preparing, so we're looking inside, a lot of things are going on. They probably positioned a helicopter on the other side of the Capitol to take President
That's been done.
Trump away. He's there. That's done. And you've got the White House, the two families, one being moved out and one being moved in. So all the attention is here, but there's a lot of activity going on.
This is a really special moment, you know, when you think about, of all the things that America has given to the world, of all the influence, this peaceful transition of power, and particular between two political rivals, is so incredibly significant. It is a tremendous gift that America and America's founders gave to the world, and we celebrate that today through the ceremony that we're about to see.
Boy, and how things change so dramatically at noon. You look at the First Lady, Joe Biden. At noon, her husband is stripped of all this enormous power that he has had for 4 years, or any president. I don't mean just him, but it just comes abruptly to a stop, and the next one takes over.
And they head to Santa Barbara, California, I believe. Do they leave today? I think that's where they're going.
And, you know, all of this today is being done underneath that beautiful Capitol dome with that mural of George Washington, the apotheosis of George Washington, who was, when he gave up the presidency voluntarily after 2 terms, think about how extraordinary that was in human history.
He set the standard up until FDR, who stayed because of the war. That was sort of the understanding. But the reality is that he set the peaceful transference of power in place. And people talk about the greatest president. There's only one great president. The greatest president is George Washington, because he allowed America to be birthed and set the standard for so many things that happen in the future.
And one of the things I think we're going to see over the next 4 years, because Donald Trump foretold that the left would try to denigrate our founding fathers, take down their statues, and put all of these asterisks next to their names. We're going to see a restoration of our founding fathers and our history and proper history. And that's something I know he cares so very deeply about. And free speech.
I mean, you can't
Well, then we get back to our discussion about censorship. Which is why, and all these powerful tech people there who suddenly are against censorship, who bowed to the federal government and did all that censoring for the 4 years.
Because the federal government, there was a Supreme Court case on it. Unfortunately, I think the Supreme Court ruled the wrong way. But the reality was that they plenty of evidence that the Biden administration was bullying these tech companies.
But they caved. That's the problem. They all caved.
It's the federal government.
And they did.
That's a lot of weight.
They have more money than Elon Musk, believe it or not.
But they didn't, quote, uncave until there's a new president, which says something, and you say that they're just answering to the consumers. I don't think so. It's like, I'm very disappointed in these people.
I'm disappointed too. I mean, it would have been great had they had the courage to stand up, because they do have a lot of money, and it's not like average people who can't fight back. But the reality is, they got away with it for a long time because the public didn't really hold them to account for it. Now they would, because the public has changed.
But they were telling the public false things, that there was this. That is the problem, because of the enormous power they wield. Let's look back, see who's coming in.
Oh, here comes Melania.
Lucia Vance and Melania Trump being escorted by military aides.
She looks striking in that hat.
They're walking through the crypt, which is directly beneath the Capitol Dome and the Capitol Rotunda where the ceremony is taking place. So that's the location where you see that honor guard.
There's a set of stairs. What you're looking at with the at the podium behind there is actually just not a very long area, and there's a set of stairs that goes down to the crypt. So they'll come up those stairs behind that red cape that you see there, the red drapes, I should say. And like I said, there's not much distance between there and what is a set of stairs that they'll be coming up.
So Mrs. Vance and Mrs. Trump will be the next two people that we will see, and they will be announced into the rotunda, followed by their husbands shortly thereafter.
Yes.
And we have hit 11:30 a.m. January 20th on the East Coast, and moments away. We will be seeing the 47th President of the United States.
It's an odd time.
Ladies and gentlemen,
nobody's really
performing
talking.
"Oh America."
Yeah.
Please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and America's tenor, Christopher D. Macchio.
From your mountains grand and all through this land, you are beautiful to me. Oh, America, you're calling. Oh, calling me to pay to thee, to thee. Oh, I will and we will be as oh, America, you're calling. I will ever answer
The Honorable Jackie Barber, the Clerk of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Kevin F. McCumber, Mr. John Bessler, Mrs. Kelly Johnson, Mrs. Iris Weinschall Schumer, and Mrs. Jennifer Scalise. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President of the United States and the Vice President of the United States, Ranking Member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, and Senate Majority Secretary, the Honorable Robert Duncan. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Joseph R. Biden Jr., and Vice President of the United States, the Honorable Kamala Devi Harris. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the Vice President-elect, the Executive Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Mr. Michael Wagner, Senate Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, Jason Bell, and House Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms, Mr. Sean Keating. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President-elect, the Staff Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Elizabeth Farah, House Sergeant-at-Arms, the Honorable William P. McFarland, Senate Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, the Honorable Jennifer A. Hemingway, Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable John Thune, and the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise, Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Mike Johnson, Senate Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles E. Schumer, Ranking Member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, and Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar. Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please welcome the chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 60th presidential inauguration. Today, President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance will take their oaths of office, and we will witness the peaceful transfer of power at the heart of our democracy. For the past year, I've chaired the Inaugural Ceremony Committee, which includes the leadership of Congress from both parties. We thank the committee and Capitol staff and law enforcement who worked so hard over the last year, and especially the last 3 days. You've done a beautiful job, and you have shown grace under pressure. Our theme this year is our enduring democracy. The presence of so many presidents and vice presidents here today is truly a testament to that endurance. We welcome President Biden and Dr. Biden. We welcome Vice President Harris and Doug Emhoff, President Obama, President Clinton and Secretary Clinton, President Bush and Laura Bush, Vice President Pence, Vice President Quayle and Marilyn Quayle. The justices of the United States Supreme Court are with us, all 9 of them, I counted, and of course, the Trump and Vance families. This ceremony marks what will soon be 250 years of our democracy. It is the moment when leaders, elevated by the will of the people, promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, the guardians of our country. Through war and peace, through adversity and prosperity, we hold this inauguration every 4 years, and today it falls on Martin Luther King Day, a further reminder that we must strive to uphold the values enshrined in our Constitution, the freedoms, the liberties, and, as is inscribed on the entrance of the United States Supreme Court, equal justice under law. But what makes this moment more than a passing ceremony is all who are watching it across the country, the people of this nation, the ordinary people doing extraordinary things. President Kennedy, who at one point worked as a senator in this building and would often walk through this very rotunda, once said, "In a democracy, every citizen, regardless of interest in politics, holds office. Every one of us is in a position of responsibility." With that responsibility of citizenship comes an obligation not to seek out malice, as President Lincoln once reminded us, but to view others with a generosity of spirit despite our differences. With that responsibility of leadership comes an obligation to stand our ground when we must and find common ground when we can. With everything swirling around us, the hot mess of division, it is on all of us, to quote an incredible songwriter who just happened to be born in my state, to ensure that our nation's democracy is our shelter from the storm. There's a reason this ceremony takes place at the Capitol. In other countries, it might be in a presidential palace or a gilded executive office building. Here it is traditionally held at the Capitol, the People's House. It is a fitting reminder of the system of checks and balances that is the very foundation of our government, 3 equal branches of government. That is how, for nearly 250 years, our great American experiment, grounded in the rule of law, has endured. So, as we inaugurate a new president and vice president, let us remember that the power of those in this room comes from the people. the construction workers who build our country, the teachers and healthcare workers who nurture us, the troops defending our freedoms, and yes, the firefighters in Los Angeles putting themselves on the line for us. Our democracy's strength and grit must match theirs. May God bless our nation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Endurance through the years is the ultimate test. To persevere through time is the truest measure of an idea, an institution, and a nation. Our founders wrote the Constitution so that America could withstand all the twists and turns of time. They wrote it to guide us and to preserve forever our right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But as much as the truths and principles enshrined in our Constitution remain the same, our democracy promises the American people the power to change, to chart their own destiny. That's the beauty. That is the importance of democracy. It allows the endurance, the permanence of a nation through change. It allows nations like our United States both to avoid the obstacles and to seize the opportunities God has placed before us, all while staying true to our founding principles. Today is our country's 60th inauguration ceremony. Like all the others before it, it is a celebration of our right to set our uniquely American course. The past several years have been trying at times for many, many Americans, and also for the nations of the free world that we humbly strive to lead. In November, Americans chose again to steer this nation towards greatness, the secure, safe, and prosperous future that our founders envisioned for all of us. And today, we celebrate not only their decision to do so, but also the simple right and wisdom of a free people to make their own choice so that their nation might endure. And now, allow me to welcome Archbishop Timothy Dolan and Reverend Franklin Graham, who will deliver our invocation. Please rise.
Be still and know that I am God, supreme among the nations, supreme on the earth. Let us pray. Remembering General George Washington on his knees at Valley Forge, recalling Abraham Lincoln at his second inaugural, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. Remembering General George Patton's instructions to his soldiers as they began the Battle of the Bulge 8 decades ago. Pray. Pray when fighting. Pray alone. Pray with others. Pray by night. Pray by day. Observing the birthday of the Reverend Martin Luther King, who warned, without God, our efforts turn to ashes. We, blessed citizens of this one nation under God, humbled by our claim that in God we trust, gather indeed this Inauguration Day to pray for our President Donald J. Trump, his family, his advisors, his cabinet, his aspirations, his vice president, for the large blessings upon Joseph Biden, for our men and women in uniform, for each other whose hopes are stoked this new year, this Inauguration Day. We cannot err in relying upon that prayer from the Bible, upon which our president will soon place his hand in oath, as we make our own the supplications of King Solomon for wisdom as he began his governance. God of our fathers, in your wisdom you set man to govern your creatures, to govern in holiness and justice, to render justice with integrity. Give our leader wisdom, for he is your servant, aware of his own weakness and brevity of life. If wisdom which comes not from you be not with him, he shall be held in no esteem. Send wisdom from heavens that she may be with him, that he may know your designs. Please, God, bless America. Please, mend her every flaw. You are the God in whom we trust, who lives and reigns forever and ever. Amen.
Mr. President, the last 4 years, there are times I'm sure you thought it was pretty dark. But look what God has done. We praise him and give him glory. Let us pray. Our Father and our God, thou hast said, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. As the prophet Daniel prayed, blessed be the name of God forever and ever. For wisdom and might are his. He changes the times and the seasons. He removes kings. He raises up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. Our Father, today, as President Donald J. Trump takes the oath of office once again, we come to say thank you, O Lord our God. Father, when Donald Trump's enemies thought he was down and out, you and you alone saved his life and raised him up with strength and power by your mighty hand. We pray for President Trump that you'll watch over, protect, guide, direct him. Give him your wisdom from your throne on high. We ask that you would bless him and that our nation would be blessed through him. We also ask that you would bless and protect Melania as First Lady. We thank you for the beauty, the warmth, and grace that she shows not only to this nation, but to the whole world. We thank you for Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and his wife Usha and their young family. May he be a strength to President Trump, to stand beside him, to hold up his arms like Aaron held up the arms of Moses in the midst of battle. The prophet Samuel reminded the people, it was you that brought them up from the land of Egypt. And he said, now stand still that I may reason with you before the Lord. So Father, we take this moment to stand still, to remember the great things that you have done for this nation. Thank you for the protection, the bounty, the freedoms that we so enjoy. We remember to keep our eyes fixed on you, and may our hearts be inclined to your voice. We know that America can never be great again if we turn our backs on you. We ask for your help, and we pray all of this in the name of the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, your Son, my Savior, and our Redeemer, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Justice Kavanaugh to administer the Vice Presidential Oath of Office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith.
That I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same.
and allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation.
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion.
or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties of the office.
the duties of the office
On which I am about to enter.
on which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chief Justice Roberts to administer the presidential oath of office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the office of President of the United States
the office of President of the United States
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution of the United States.
the Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
it is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country. Sunlight is pouring over the entire world. And America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we're watching fires still tragically burn from weeks ago without even a token of defense. They're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly. My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over. Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. Thank you. Thank you very much. That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. It is my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural. And very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states. And the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor, we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true. Thank you. Thank you. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country. We will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. Can't do that. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border. All illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill. America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. Let me use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government. My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America. Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents, something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies. Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families. Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs. President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. and we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars. Ambition is the lifeblood of a great nation. And right now, our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken. I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America, promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We are going to win like never before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill. We will be prosperous. We will be proud. We will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely. We will live proudly. We will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well,
We have a new president right there.
indeed. And the next is going to be the benediction, and several religious leaders will deliver the interfaith benediction, including a rabbi, an imam, a pastor, and a reverend. Rabbi Ari Barman will become the first American Israeli to speak at a presidential inauguration and the only university president to deliver remarks at Trump's inauguration. Imam Hasham al-Husseini serves at Karbala Islamic Center in Dearborn, Michigan. Pastor Lorenzo Sewell serves at least 180 different churches in Detroit, and the Reverend Frank Mann, a priest from the Diocese of Brooklyn, New York, will also take part.
Yeah, we have a new president of the United States is the big news. We were sitting here when the cannons shot off 21-gun salute. It was a powerful moment on the outside of the Capitol that you couldn't really witness inside. But what a moment it is. We now have President Trump 47 and 45, and Joe Biden sitting there listening to a very political speech, a very political inaugural address.
And
that was really interesting, wasn't it? Yeah.
And how fast we go from one president to another. It's just a split second.
He's always so different in the way that he approaches things, because that first part of that speech wasn't about really what it was about. Action. It was about policy, not something that you usually hear in an inaugural address.
Yeah.
He laid out an agenda. He said very specifically, this is what I'm going to do. And I don't recall another inaugural that was that specific.
Yeah.
It was, you know what it was like? It was like those rallies, when he says rallies, only much quieter, without the music, without YMCA.
Is that Carrie Underwood right there? Is that who I'm looking at? Right
that
next
is
to Biden?
Carrie Underwood.
That's her, right?
And,
Yeah.
you know, she got a lot of
Yeah.
flack for wanting to sing here at the inauguration. But I will say something. Watching President Trump, the calm demeanor that he is showing, the fact that he knows what he is expected to do right now, I thought that was such an incredible moment where all Americans were saying, wait a second, he's got the job, he knows what has to get done, and his message and vision is very clear.
If you saw
for
his
America.
body language when it was all beginning, and the room was just there was a lot of just positive energy in there, and you can see the watch party on the left at the arena here in Washington, D.C., and on the right, obviously, the shot inside the rotunda in Capitol Hill. But his demeanor was so interesting because he almost looked like he was in a bad mood, but I think he was just in kind of serious mode.
Well,
he's thinking about the speech he's going to give and all the work that's ahead of him. I mean, this is a huge moment.
Well,
yeah.
And there you've got Carrie
Okay,
Underwood.
Carrie, let's take a listen to this. Let's go ahead and listen in.
For purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain, America, God shed his grace on thee, and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
So Kamala Harris.
I don't think we're not up.
What a powerful
That was
moment.
great.
and to listen to the Congress on a bipartisan basis, everybody in there sing along with her.
Including Vice President Kamala Harris, who literally raised her hand while she was singing.
For us selfish people, TV people, it's a lot easier to say President Trump than constantly having to say elect. Now we have to say former Vice President Harris. I mean, we got to do a switch on that.
And here's
Let's go ahead and listen in.
Deb Fisher.
Benediction.
Let us pray. Almighty God, your prophet Jeremiah walked the streets of Jerusalem and blessed its inhabitants with the Hebrew words, Baruch HaGever Asher Yiftach BaHashem. Blessed is the one who trusts in God. Thousands of years later, this great nation, which adopted these words as its motto, in God's trust, stands at a moment of historic opportunity. Americans are searching for meaning. Our merciful Father, help us rise to meet this moment. Bless President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance with the strength and courage to choose the right and the good. Unite us around our foundational biblical values of life and liberty, of service and sacrifice, and especially of faith and morality, which George Washington called the indispensable supports of American prosperity. Guide our schools and college campuses, which have been experiencing such unrest, to inspire the next generation, to pair progress with purpose, knowledge with wisdom, and truth with virtue. Hear the cry of the hostages, both American and Israeli, whose pain our president so acutely feels. We are so thankful for the 3 young women who yesterday returned home, and pray that the next 4 years brings peace to Israel and throughout the Middle East. Almighty God, grant all Americans the opportunity to realize our shared dream of a life filled with peace and plenty, health and happiness, compassion and contribution. Stir within us the confidence to rise to this moment. For while we trust in God, God's trust is in us, the American people. America is called to greatness, to be a beacon of light and a mover of history. May our nation merit the fulfillment of Jeremiah's blessing, that like a tree planted by water, we shall not cease to bear fruit. May all of humanity experience your love and your blessing. May it be thy will, and let us say, Amen.
Let us pray for our 47th president. Heavenly Father, we're so grateful that you gave our 45th and now our 47th president a millimeter miracle. We are grateful that you are the one that have called him for such a time as this, that America would begin to dream again. We pray that we would fulfill the true meaning of our creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and because America is called to be a great nation, we believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring. From the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire, let freedom ring. From the mighty mountains of New York, let freedom ring. From the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania, let freedom ring. From the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado, let freedom ring. From the curvaceous hilltops of California, but God, we're asking you not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day where all of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual, free at last. Free at last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
Almighty and eternal God, we gather here today in reverence, joined in our shared hopes and dreams for our beloved nation. In this sacred moment of the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, we turn our hearts to you, seeking your divine assistance and abundant blessings upon this pivotal moment in history. We come before you with profound gratitude for the many gifts you have bestowed upon our land. Thank you for the freedoms we cherish, for the strength of our communities, and for the resilience of our spirit. As our President and Vice President embrace their newly appointed roles, we humbly implore that your everlasting love and wisdom will envelop them. Grant them the clarity of mind to navigate the challenges that lie ahead and the compassion to serve all citizens with fairness and integrity. May their hearts be filled with a giving spirit and sincere understanding for those whom they represent. May they be beacons of hope in times of uncertainty and prophetic voices in defending the dignity of all created life. We pray for a spirit of collaboration to flourish in our government and across our nation, fostering an environment where dialogue and heartfelt listening will prevail over division or discord. May each decision made by our President and Vice President reflect the values of justice and peace. As we embark on this new chapter, we also seek your comfort, O God, for those who feel lost or disheartened. In this time of transition, may your light shine upon them, reaffirming their belief in a brighter tomorrow. May we all strive to lift one another, supporting our fellow citizens with kindness and empathy, recognizing that together we can overcome any adversity. Grant us the strength to endure, the courage to face our fears, and the clarity to see the light that remains, even when clouds of uncertainty may gather. Inspire our new leaders to be champions for the vulnerable and advocates for those whose voices are often silenced. May they pursue policies that promote the well-being of all, seeking to build bridges that will foster unity and belonging. As we stand witness to this inauguration, we hold fast to our faith in the goodness of each of us and the possibility of change. We trust that with your guidance, O God, our nation can move forward to a future filled with promise, prosperity, and understanding. And finally, we lift our hearts in gratitude for the beloved parents of President Trump. Without Mary and Fred Trump, this day would never be the miracle that has just begun. From their place in heaven, may they shield their son from all harm by their loving protection, and give him the strength to guide our nation along the path that will make America great again. Let us go forth now with these words of President Trump's emblazoned on our hearts. As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail. We stand tall, we stand proud, because we are Americans, and Americans kneel to God, and to God alone. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for our national anthem.
Can you say, by the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose blood stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight are the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets in glee, the bombs bursting in earth, give proof to the night that our flag was still there. Oh, sailors at stars take up the
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain at your seats while the President and official party depart the platform.
Biden graciously clapped as he says goodbye to as the new president leaves.
Yeah, this is the exit, and a couple of fist bumps there from President Trump, now 47th President of the United States, as he exits the room. Sent a fist bump over to the other side of the room as well, to the Democrats on the other side of the room, and walked right out of the back. J.D. Vance behind him, his wife behind him, the family all leaving at the same time. Something else.
Yeah. A beautiful rendition of the national anthem.
Yeah.
And now, in just a few moments.
All right, welcome back to Newsmax2's special coverage live from Washington. Ed Henry, along with my great colleagues, Bianca De La Garza and John Bachman. What a day it has already been, but folks, it is just beginning. While we were away for a little bit, we heard an inaugural address full of history that we'll talk about. Donald Trump talking about the beginning of a new golden age in America. But also, while we were away, and as this was unfolding, news breaking that in his final moments as president, Joe Biden, on the way out the door, pardoned several family members, blanket pre-pardons, basically, that are directed to help his brother James, for example, John, who was locked up with Hunter Biden in a lot of these business deals that Joe Biden told the American public were not really going on.
And we saw Joe Biden's lies over and over again about how it evolved from him never talking to his son about his business. And we saw the pictures of Joe Biden meeting with Hunter Biden's foreign business associates. Basically, everyone in the 10% for the big guy scheme has been pardoned. And really, this is Joe Biden's legacy now. Pardoning his family, pardoning his son, pardoning a lot of unsavory characters on the way out the door.
And again, it started early this morning with Milley and Fauci and J6 Commission, the committee. Mm-hmm. And I guess when you look at these pardons, before you're charged with a crime, the legal scholars will say, are these actually constitutionally legal? But nonetheless, we'll have to look at, obviously, the wording. But we do know now they can be called in and they can be subpoenaed, and there's no Fifth Amendment. They have to actually answer truthfully, because if they don't do so under oath, then they're committing another crime. So that's the only sort of, I'd say, saving grace in all of this. But yes, as if this was not a historic day enough, as Donald Trump is literally sitting in there to be sworn into office, news of these pardons break with just minutes to spare, but not totally a shock to those of us who have been covering this administration.
And when our colleagues on Capitol Hill get the chance to put a microphone in front of an Adam Kinzinger or Liz Cheney and ask them directly, is this an admission of guilt on your part? The Justice Department says this is an admission of guilt. Are you admitting you did wrong, even though you've been pardoned?
Absolutely incredible. Interesting kind of adjustment in this inaugural address that captures the gravity of the moment, I think. We talked in the pregame, if you will, before the swearing in, about in 2017, the inaugural address was marked by an end to American carnage, as Mr. Trump then called it. You see the president and first lady. We can now drop elect. It is now President Donald Trump, First Lady Melania Trump. They are walking through the Capitol there. They're going to have lunch, first of all, with a bipartisan group of congressional lawmakers. That will be interesting, of course. There are going to be, as we look forward and not back, a lot of executive orders that we've got all afternoon to unwind. There's some we probably still don't know about. We've gotten a preview from Team Trump. But John, he said in 2017, this American carnage ends, and the left and some rhino Republicans said it was too dark. Yeah. Today, I noticed he said a couple of things. One, this American decline is over. Not carnage, but a decline. Economically, the border, energy, we can go through it all, and he talked about it around the world. But I think the most important line that struck me, and I want to get your take for both of you, he said, people tried to take my freedom. They tried to take my life. This is Donald Trump talking. I had a bullet ripped through my ear. My life was saved for a reason. God saved my life to make America great again. To weave all of that together between the lawfare, the assassination attempts, and the mantra of this campaign.
And to see the reaction, too, from Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, as everybody, almost everybody on the dais stood up, except for Kamala and Joe. They didn't appreciate it. There was also some pointed shots directly at them in a very, I think, calm and a way that he has earned the ability to do that in that type of situation. The American public know it. That's why they elected him to do this. But it's such an amazing thing to see the new president up on stage talking about his future and how much it's going to differ from the objectives pursued by the prior administration.
But also, Bianca, that he directly said, God saved my life. You could put a period there, but he went on to make America great again. but just that level of faith to say, I was kept here for a purpose.
Exactly, and many do believe that. Franklin Graham, the strong, faith leader, Billy Graham's son, obviously opening up with a prayer and seeing the incident in Butler. But you're right about him having to sort of thread the needle to not go too dark, but also address the many challenges, because these executive orders that we are going to see in the next few hours are addressing some serious things. When you're calling for an emergency operation at the border, how do you do a speech that's all upbeat and rosy when he knows he was elected under some critical times here, when, Democrats had $1 billion and tried to swap out a few candidates and still couldn't go up against Donald Trump with 4 indictments against him. One thing I did note is, in addition to what you said about God save me for a reason, he mentioned God also with the Constitution later, but he said the government right now has a crisis of trust, and for too long has extracted power and wealth from the Americans, and really noting the simple crisis at home is something they can no longer respond to, be it North Carolina. Yeah. Just the functioning government that is so unhealthy right now. And I think that sort of maybe put a softer note on, while it is dark, these are simple things that we should expect our government to deliver on.
He said, John, it's a crisis of trust that we have a radical government. So to me, it was also an adjustment on the 2017 draining the swamp. Radical government, he said, they can't manage simple crises at home, a reference to the wildfires. And he added, the people of North Carolina, meanwhile, have been treated so badly that we've forgotten these real Americans.
We're bringing up the people that a lot of people haven't talked about in a long time. You think about the people recovering in Western North Carolina still. You may have seen the pictures recently on what it looks like today, all these months after the hurricane. Well, let's go out to the Capitol now. Alana Austin is there live as we watch the swearing-in ceremony wrap up. Good afternoon, Alana.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. And to add to some of these insights that you all have, of course, it was interesting that President Donald Trump mentioned DOGE, as we were hearing that there could be some type of liberal, progressive activist groups initiating legal action right away. And this is something that we all saw in the first Trump administration as well, that flurry of legal activity, all of that civil litigation to try to stymie him at every single turn. But interestingly, in Punchbowl News this morning, what they said was that this administration is very different. This is not a conservative or pro-Trump MAGA outlet by any stretch of the imagination. And they are labeling this a very professional operation. As you all mentioned, these executive orders are expected to start coming down this afternoon. I heard on social media and some folks speaking here, they were happy and pleased to see that God was mentioned in Trump's initial speech here. Also, government censorship. That was another thing that he touched on, of trying to not make it feel as though the government is turned against the American people. So he said executive orders will be coming down to put that to a screeching halt as well. Government being involved in regulating the speech of everyday Americans and reinstating those U.S. members of the military who were kicked out over not complying with the COVID-19 vaccine mandate, not just offering them their jobs back, but back pay. So that's another interesting development there. I'm also interested to hear more about designating the cartels as terrorist organizations. What type of legal action could that mean? What type of military action could that mean further down the line for the actual response on the ground? Is that setting the stage for some very interesting actions, if you will, to tackle some of these crises that have been ongoing? Even things such as exploring Mars, reinstating Denali, reverting it back to Mount McKinley, the Gulf of America. These are things we've been hearing about in recent days. And I think, if you will, Trump, we heard from the campaign trail so much, promises made, promises kept. It looks as though he is fulfilling that right now on day one. Back to you guys.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Alana Austin, thank you. We'll be checking in with you throughout the afternoon as we start seeing executive orders actually being signed. But guys, I want to point out, here's the Supreme Court departing, obviously. We saw a video, live video, a moment ago outside the Capitol. Let's not forget, okay, and you see the president and first lady. You know what they're doing is they're seeing off the Bidens, who are coming right there with the Vances. Now, we're told this is weather dependent, so we'll find out where we are. There is that Marine helicopter out there where they appear to be walking to. But if it's too windy, this is going to be a motorcade departure. You see some of the jackets floating around
And you
there.
see Melania holding onto her hat there as well.
So will the helicopter go or will it be a motorcade? You see the hair blowing around. So I don't want to exaggerate. It's been very frigid, but it hasn't been that windy in the last couple of days, but we'll see. It looks like...
You can see the rotor blades of the helicopter.
That maybe they're heading to the helicopter. It certainly looks like it.
Flapping in the wind, another indication on how windy it is.
And I want to point out as well that the way this is going to play out after, pardon me, this departure ceremony, and they certainly are facing that Marine helicopter, no longer referred to officially as Marine One because the occupant in a moment will be a former president. But after this, at least they've scripted that the new president will go to an overflow room that we were showing you a little bit, Bianca, during the ceremony. What I didn't know is that there are an estimated 1,800 in the overflow room. And remember, there were, what, about 500 or 600 in the actual rotunda of the Capitol. 800, there you go. So 1,800 maybe in the overflow. And it looks like they're planning some brief remarks from the president where he may address supporters and others who made this trek to be here at some point in there, or he may have even done that as I'm looking at the schedule on the way to the departure. They're behind by about 10 minutes or so. So he may have just done it on the way, or maybe he's going to do it right after. And then the president is going to go, Bianca, with the new vice president, J.D. Vance. And you can see they're seeing off Kamala Harris and Doug Emhoff, as well as the Bidens. But you're going to see a Trump-Vance moment where they're going to start signing things, like in the Capitol.
Big embrace there between Joe and Kamala here in these final moments on the stairs of the Capitol. And Donald Trump there with J.D. Anusha, his wife. I mean, all of this is, as the transition is going and they walk away one final time, Doug and Kamala there walk away with an unknown future for her, and most likely a lot of questions about if she was to throw her hat in the ring for California, what the fires that we just saw, the tragedy breakout, will mean for any Democrat trying to continue to hold on to leadership in that blue state. Bit of a
so she has
signature moment here.
Yeah, but it's not really a motorcade anymore.
They took the vice president flag off of the car.
Some of our producers saw them a short time ago taking the flags, the vice presidential flags, off those vehicles. And John, I'm sure you saw in 2021, 2022, Donald Trump still had a security detail, of course, around Florida, but it was much smaller than you see now.
Oh, yes.
And it would stop at traffic lights. I stopped near him many times at traffic lights. And that was a different time, though, because things have changed in the last couple of years. Not just him being elected, but what happened in that campaign. But here it is. Kamala Harris, who wanted to be president, is literally driving away to, as Bianca said, a very uncertain political future. And just capturing the gravity of this. I mean, you remember that in the summer, Brat Summer, and it was like, oh, Trump, man, he thought he had Biden, and now Harris is a whole new thing. She's the new flavor. There's excitement, and Beyonce's coming, and now they're bye-bye.
Well, it was the way it was played out just really captured how inauthentic she was and how unprepared she was in the world stage. It just became so increasingly dangerous under Joe Biden. And yeah, you can't just trot out Oprah, and you can't have Maria Shriver holding a town hall and then tell people you can't ask questions. Where Trump was just, ask me anything, go out to these debates.
Podcasts and everything.
And it really is.
You think about the podcast specifically. Kamala Harris did the Call Her Daddy podcast, which obviously didn't resonate, and they spent a lot of money on this
$100,000 on
the set, and all that. There was all kinds of money wasted. $2 billion spent on our presidential campaign in just a short period of time.
Democrats who want an audit of that money. Yes. They think a lot of the money was stolen.
There's reports how Joe Biden's just been really bitter in the past, few weeks of leaving. He has made those remarks. He still thinks he could have won that if he had not stepped aside to Kamala. But that is not the history books. The ending here, and the ending is unfolding right now live on our air as you watch here. Joe Biden and Jill Biden, the former president and first lady, are getting on Marine One to exit, and the now president of the United States and his first lady
Most
Melania
importantly, the hat
Trump.
is holding up.
Yes, the hat has been there
Did you
throughout.
find out who the designer is? Because I've been doing a little research. Yes.
I saw there was this is
Adam
a domestic,
LePace.
right? And what do we know about Adam?
Well, he does have a boutique in Palm Beach. She's worn his outfits before. She wore a striped dress by him in New York, and really a relative, somewhat not mainstream designer, but someone that no doubt she is now putting on the fashion map permanently. I love the hat. I know some critics are panning it. I wonder if part of it too is the subliminal, not necessarily like she can choose when to lift up and look at you in the eye. I think it's very chic, and I think there might be a deeper meaning we may find out.
Well, the
there
memes
with
have started
Melania.
because the new president tried to kiss her and couldn't get under the hat initially.
Yes, four-meeting function was one of the ones.
There's also
Look
some,
at that,
yeah.
waving bye-bye. And then there's the fist pump from President Trump, like we won. Wow.
And there was no turn and wave from Joe Biden in that moment. He just got on the helicopter. They're going to close the doors, and he's going to fly off.
Bittersweet and the bitter cold. And you're right. Now Donald Trump's going to give about 10 minutes of unscripted, remarks inside this Emancipation Hall. I think it's really great that they have 1,800 people there, because some people who weren't inside will now get to be part of it and kind of parse out the day. It's a long day, and these will still be very important memories for people who are there to witness it as well.
Some of the spouses who have been in the trenches with their significant others in Congress, they were relegated to the overflow room based on the decision to move the inauguration inside. Sure. You had people like Sundar Pichai and Mark Zuckerberg sitting there, +1 with Jeff Bezos.
Well, there are a lot of different vantage points to take in the sights of all of this.
Yes.
We have one from here on our set. People had some from the rotunda, others in the overflow room. And then Mark Zuckerberg had his own vantage point, apparently, if you check out the internets. He was admiring someone next to him.
Yeah.
And there it is, no longer Marine One.
Been waiting for this moment for a long time here, this transition and what it means.
Let's see Joe Biden off, because what's going to happen is they're going to have some cameras that are not just going to capture the takeoff, but typically they try to get the departure shot. So that is the east front of the Capitol. And on the west front, where is the other side, where they normally do the outdoor ceremony. Right. And that's where the National Mall is in terms of all the memorials, the government buildings, the Washington Monument, World War II Memorial, Lincoln Memorial, all of that. And typically, this Marine helicopter will take the outgoing president on one final journey over the National Mall and catch the vista that includes the White House on the right side of the helicopter as it heads out of Washington towards Maryland. And he will have a departure ceremony where we expect some remarks from Joe Biden at Andrews Air Force Base, Joint Base.
And I wonder if reporters will ask him any questions, or if he would, if they do shut him out, about the pardons and the ones that just dropped during the swearing-in ceremony for his residents. So.
And when you look the other way, they had the other shot. I think this is it. When they pan out, you'll be able to see the Library of Congress there in the background, and then the Supreme Court is up there as well. And we all went to our Washington D.C. for our 8th grade field trip, but it's always interesting to see the grounds used in events like this, in the history of where things are happening at the Capitol and the reasons why they're happening in those locations.
So as we keep this shot, let's also bring in Mike Carter, our national correspondent, who is live inside the Capital One Arena. That's just a few blocks from the Capitol towards the White House. It's where there was a big victory rally yesterday. People were taking in the inaugural ceremonies as we see the Marine helicopter lift off. Mike, on one side of the screen. Tell us what's happening there now, because we believe the president is headed that way soon.
Yeah, he is, guys. Good to be with you. President Trump is expected here in about 2 hours from now. Now, as you've been watching the live feed of the proceedings at the Capitol, we've been doing that here in Capital One Arena. Now, following it, really play by play, it was been interesting to follow the crowd's reaction, especially when you saw those fabled characters like Barack Obama. You saw Mike Pence come up, audible boos coming out of the crowd for those folks. And of course, Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton, no love lost there when it came to those folks. Did want to mention this. We are expecting President Trump to sign up to 200, possibly, executive orders today. And there's some rumors that some of those executive orders may be signed when he arrives here to the arena and signs it in front of his adoring fans. Take a look. If we can zoom in on stage left there, there is a table with a chair with the presidential seal Could that be a moment where President Trump walks over to that table and decides to sign what could be some very defining executive orders for his first term? We'll have to wait and see, but it's something that we've been keeping an eye on. We've got a lot of folks who have followed Donald Trump for years here in this crowd. Some of them were here yesterday. Some of them have been to rallies in their own neck of the woods throughout the country over the last few years. The second Trump administration, we're underway. We're waiting the arrival of President Trump a little less than 2 hours from now. Guys?
Love it. Mike Carter, thanks for being live on the scene for us. You can also see as well that appears to be, that's the Capitol Visitor Center there, I believe. It's sort of a more recent addition to the Capitol. They were working on this for years to have a better way to keep the Capitol secure and have visitors from around the country, around the world, to come on in, and that might be the overflow room where Donald Trump may make brief remarks. So we'll obviously keep a close eye on that, but I'd also like to deal in our friend Rick Leventhal, the Leventhal Report. Make sure you're watching him every weeknight, 7 p.m. Eastern, right here on N2. Rick, first of all, welcome, and the whole team is here, and we'd love to get your top-line thoughts on a rather historic day, sir.
Well, what an incredible day for America, an incredible day for Donald Trump and his family. And the speech I loved. I couldn't help but notice Kamala Harris looked like she'd sucked on a bag of lemons before she sat down in there. And the fact that Donald Trump was standing there and basically ripping to shreds everything that they have done over the past 4 years, all the mistakes that were made and the awkward position and uncomfortable position that they put many Americans in. For him to be able to stand there and very specifically lay out his plan for the next 4 years and how he's going to fix the things they broke, with them sitting right next to him, was brilliant and incredible and exhilarating for anyone and everyone who voted for Donald Trump and supports his presidency. I'm really excited about the future. I think most of America is now also very excited. The end of a difficult era and the start of something really, really incredible.
Yeah, we're witnessing history. You said it before, say it again, and we'll see some more history here. I thought we saw a desk, but Rick, we are going to see Donald Trump sign some of these executive orders at Capitol.
There's a presidential seal on the podium.
Yes, we're seeing some of the old trappings of Donald Trump's first presidency coming back, of course. We're going to see him sign some of these executive orders in Capital One Arena. Should be quite a sight.
He could sign some right here, too.
Yeah.
Rick, on the border,
awesome.
which is something you talk a lot, go ahead.
Yeah, and I just want to, also echo what I think John was saying earlier about how Donald Trump is not your typical politician. He certainly is. His remarks were not a typical inauguration address. He tells it like it is, and this revolution of common sense is brilliant, and it's something that I've been talking about since my show launched last year. Common sense is so important to bring that back into our nation, to make stuff make sense, and that's what he's doing. And it is very encouraging that all of the issues with the border and with being soft on crime, it really looks like he's going to turn all of that around and head us back in the right direction.
All right, Rick, stand by. We've got Speaker Mike Johnson at the podium. Looks like he's warming up the crowd. Let's dip in and listen.
Melted here in the city. America is coming together and roaring back again, and it begins today, as the president just told us. I know we'd all rather be gathered together on the National Mall with hundreds of thousands of our closest friends, but our disappointment is well overcome with our excitement for the future that we feel today. We have the chance to make the next 4 years the most consequential period in our nation's history. And as Speaker of the House, it is my great pleasure, my great honor, to introduce to you the man who will lead us to this new golden age, the decisive winner of the Electoral College and the popular vote, the 45th and the 47th, and the greatest president of our lifetimes, Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you all so much for being here. And was that a hell of a speech or what? That was, man. That was a good way to start it off. You know, I didn't know exactly what the president would put in that speech, and I hoped to myself that he wasn't going to hold back, and sir, you didn't hold back. That was a hell of a way to start the next 4 years. But I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, and I know I speak for the president and for all of us, thank you, thank you, thank you for making this possible. We love you. We wouldn't be here without you, and we're going to make America great again together for the next 4 years. And the last thing I'll say is, you know, having stood outside for about 5 minutes to wave goodbye to the Bidens, thank God we moved that thing indoors, because it was a beautiful ceremony and it was cold as hell outside. So, sir, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
No, he's right. I said, oh, look at this beautiful sunny day. We blew it, and then I went outside and we were freezing. You would have been very unhappy. The sun was very deceptive, I will tell you. It is cold out. And I'm sort of saying, you know, that was so beautiful today. Maybe they should do it there every 4 years. Does that make sense? I don't know. Because, you know, the outdoor thing is really good, but it gets a little cold around this time of the year, as some people have noticed. And a lot of times they suffer through it. There was no suffering in that room. It was 72 degrees. It was perfect with the best acoustics I think I've ever heard in a room. This is not so bad either. But I just want to say, you're a younger, far more beautiful audience that I just spoke to. And I want to keep it off the record. I want to keep that off the record, because I don't want to have all those big shots up there. I don't want to think you're more powerful than them, you look better than them, and I love you. Now, we just had a great time. We just had a great day. This was amazing. You know, when you think we took a journey, I mentioned in the speech, a lot of people said that was not a journey that was possible, and it was indeed possible. I didn't really know too much about what they were saying when they said that, but a lot of people felt it, and we hooked up with J.D. very early. I watched J.D. over a period of time. I endorsed him in Ohio. He was a great senator, and very, very smart. The only one smarter than him was his wife. That was, I would have chosen her, but somehow the line of succession didn't work that way, right? But now she's great, and he's great. This is a great, beautiful couple, and unbelievable career. I just said to him, you are very upwardly mobile, because he hasn't been doing it that long, but he picked it up so quickly. Remember, the first week was a little bit like the fake news was hitting him really hard. And I said, ooh, this may be tough, but after that, it was smooth sailing for him. He took on everybody. He took on the meanest. I don't want to use the word corrupt because we're into a new system, so let's wait till the corruption begins, because it will. But he took on some pretty mean people, and he handled it well. I want to also congratulate Mike Johnson for the job that he's doing. Steve, we gave him a majority of almost nothing, and then I said, to make it tougher on him, let me take 2 or 3 of the people, right? I said, he'll only have to suffer with that for about 3 months. How are they doing, by the way? Are they? Is that moving along?
Totally unified.
I said, do you mind if I take this one, that one, and a couple of others? He didn't mind. He can handle it. No, he's a man that's liked by everybody. I've never met a man like this. You've got how many is it, 219 or 220 or something? 220. And of the 220, 219 really like him. I noticed he got 1 negative vote once about 2 weeks ago. But I think even 220 like him, if you want to know the truth. And that's very unusual. I know a lot of nice guys in Congress, and they have 35 people that hate him. So if you have 35 people that hate you and you only have 1 or 2 or 3 votes, you'll have 5, I think. But that's going to be like, you know, the good news is when we get to that 5 number, it's going to feel like a massive majority. You could be really nasty to a couple of them at least, you know? So it's going to feel like hitting your head on the wall and stopping. It feels so good to stop. But he's done a fantastic job. And Steve Scalise is, he's our hero because, you know, I was with him. You talk about being shot. I was with him. He got some bad ones, and his incredible wife, and she really loves him. You know, you never know about that. I've been with other people. They were doing poorly, and the wife is like looking at her watch. She can't get out of the hospital fast enough. How's he doing? Oh, I don't know. He's all right. That woman was a mess. She was crying and crying. No, they're going to take him. They're going to take him. I told Steve when he finally woke up, it was a while, too. The doctor told me it was the most blood they've ever transfused in any patient. They've never done anything like it. And here he is, the picture of strength, right? And he's been a great friend of mine, right? With a family, because of a family. And what a job you did. It worked out pretty much better than we even thought, right? And I did have a couple of things, you know, to say that were extremely controversial. And between J.D. and Melania and anybody else that heard, please, sir, it's such a beautiful, unifying speech. Please, sir, don't say these things. I said, I'm telling you, it's going to play great. They say, you're right. For this group of people, it's going to play great. You're the only ones I hurt by not, but we had some beauties, didn't we, Melania? She said, sir, calls me sir when she's angry. No, I'm only kidding. I better say I'm only kidding, or the press is going to pick that one up loud and clear. No, but she said, no, I think it would be terrible. It's such a nice speech. I think it's, you know, it all depends on your delivery. How was the delivery? Was it good? But she said it's such a beautiful speech. You can't put things in there that you were going to put in. And I was going to talk about the J6 hostages, but you'll be happy because, you know, it's action, not words that count. And you're going to see a lot of action on the J6 hostages. See a lot of action. And I was going to talk about the things that Joe did today with the pardons of people that were very, very guilty of very bad crimes, like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs, where they literally, I mean, what they did is they destroyed and deleted all of the information, all of the hearings, practically not a thing left. They deleted all the information on Nancy Pelosi having turned down the offer of 10,000 soldiers. You wouldn't have needed 10,000. You could have had 500, and it would have stopped. Because we may have had 1 million people that day, the people that were there. You don't see any photographs, but we have a lot of great photos. But you don't see those photographs. They don't put them in. They show the people at the Capitol. But I was talking about that. I was going to talk about that. They said, please don't bring that up right now. You can bring it up tomorrow. I said, how about now in front of the I'll bring it up right now. You know, this little time delay is good because we're getting great reviews on the speech. Now watch. They'll take the speech and say, I didn't like it because he left there and he's talked to people. But we're giving you a little more information than we gave upstairs. But no, they pardoned a lot of people. They pardoned, before we even get to today, they pardoned, 33 murderers, absolute murderers, the worst murderers. You know, when you get the death sentence in the United States, you have to be bad, because they don't give it much. And he pardoned almost everybody having a death sentence. And if you went through the crimes that were committed, you wouldn't even believe them. The level of violence, the people that were killed, the innocence of people that were killed, and children killed by these people. And he pardoned them for whatever reason. He spared them, but they didn't spare the people that they killed. And you know, who knows what happens in the future. It's one of the worst because a lot of times they let them out early after that. You know, they say you're going to be in for life, but then all of a sudden they get let out for good behavior, and then they go on a rampage. You know, it's one of those little things, right? But I was going to talk about that. But I was really going to talk about the level of, you know, what's going on. Why are we doing this? Why are we trying to help a guy like Milley? Why are we doing Milley? He was pardoned. What he said, terrible what he said. Why are we helping some of the people? Why are we helping Liz Cheney? I mean, Liz Cheney is a disaster. She's a crying lunatic and crying crying Adam Kinzinger. He's a super crying. I never saw the guy not crying. He's always crying. I looked at him. I remember years ago, he was actually on my side. And then one day, you know, when you don't want to kill people in wars, they turn against you. Liz Cheney hated the concept of not going to war with everybody. Let's kill everybody. Let's spend a lot of money on military equipment, you know, where her father works, right? And, but what she did was incredible. Think of it. They destroyed and deleted all of that information that went on for almost 2 years against Trump. And the reason they did, because it was all false, like the person that said, I tried to strangle a Secret Service agent. That's one of the toughest human beings I think I've ever seen. I actually had a friend saying, please don't change that, sir. You are the coolest sucker in history. Remember, she said, I put my hands around his neck because he wouldn't go to the Capitol. Made up fiction. And I was rebuffed. And the guy on the right is a massive weightlifter, probably stronger than me. Do you think he's stronger than me, honey? You know who I'm talking about. Possibly stronger than me. Slightly younger than me, like, I won't say how many years because I don't want to talk about that, but a lot of years. But I had a friend that said, why are you disputing that story? That's the coolest story I've ever heard. That I would attack a karate champion, get slightly rebuffed, and then throw my arms around a guy with a neck about this big. Even though there are bars, you know, there are bars, you can't really do that anyway. So I wanted to talk about that. But all of that stuff got deleted. And the reason it got deleted is they were all caught in lies. You know, Secret Service testified, and they said it didn't happen. Actually, the two guys were very embarrassed. They're suffering because their friends are saying, did Trump really do that to you? But they gained a whole new respect for me. But it was just make-believe stuff, and there were a lot of make-believe stories made up. So rather than suffer the wrath, like the story with Nancy Pelosi, I offered her 10,000 soldiers. She knows it. She admitted it on tape that her daughter made. She's a videographer or whatever you call her, which I'm glad she is. Oh, she can't be in good stead with Nancy. But Nancy said it was my responsibility as she's leaving the Capitol. She said it was, and it was. She's in charge of security at the Capitol. But I offered them up to 10,000 soldiers, even more. One time I said more, as many as you need. But you needed 400 or 500. If 4 or 5, you 10,000, that would be more than the number of people there by lot. But we offered her 10,000. Think of it, 10,000 soldiers. In other words, J6 wouldn't be J6. There would have been no J6. But she rebuffed them. She didn't like it. No, she didn't like it. Maybe she wanted that to happen. But she's guilty as hell. And now we would have to go through the process because they destroyed all evidence. They deleted everything. There's virtually nothing left. The other fake story and so many other fake stories. And many people came out on our side. And those people now would got to find them. There's nothing left. So that's a criminal offense. If that were a civil case, it would be a criminal offense. If that happened civilly where you did that, it would be a criminal offense. So I decided I'm not going to make this speech complicated. I'm going to make it beautiful. I'm going to make it a unifying speech. And then when they said we have a group of people that are serious Trump fans, I said, this is the time to tell those stories. He knows. So anyway, but seriously, I'd like to, I think it was a tremendous success. I think we're very lucky we put it inside because it is really cold. We just went to the helicopter out of respect, something that's taken place for a long time. I guess it's as old as helicopters. You used to get into a stagecoach, now you get into a helicopter. Times change. But it's pretty old custom. And it's a beautiful custom, actually. It's a beautiful custom. I wish we could have had a better relationship. I wish we could have had a better relationship between Republicans and Democrats. I was with Senator Schumer. I said, Chuck, I think it's time we all start getting along a little bit because it doesn't make sense. I mean, we literally never get a Democrat vote. They never get a Republican vote, almost. And although there is a bill coming up very shortly that we have a lot of Democrat votes, right? It's going to be a very beautiful bill. We're going to have a signing, I would say, within a week or so, I think. And it's going to be a very good bill. You all know what I'm talking about. So I just want to thank you all for being here. You have been our fans from day one. Look at all these people all over. You've been our fans. This has there's never been anything like it. There's never been anything like it. This has been a movement like no movement ever in history for probably any country, let alone this country. You know, if somebody's running for president, and if they go out and they announce they're going to Arizona, they're going to Nevada, they're going to someplace, if you have 200 or 300 people, that would be standard. Ronald Reagan would go out. I mean, outside of the last couple of days where people get a little excited, but even then you have a couple of thousand people. But if you're going to go someplace, any place, any one of the swing states, any one of the other states, I mean, how about the non-swing states? We won Alabama by 48 points. We won Tennessee by massive numbers. Wyoming, we won by numbers that are, nobody's ever seen numbers like that. And, you know, places like California, we did great, but when they send out like 38 million ballots, nobody knows where the hell they're sending them, and then they come pouring back, the whole thing. You know, they passed a law in California that if you work in an election bureau and if you so much as ask for a voter ID, if you say, sir, ma'am, could I please look at your voter ID? They have the right to put you in jail. You're a criminal. Can you believe that? There's only one reason that happens. They want to cheat. So they had it where voter ID wasn't accepted. But now if you even ask for it, this is seriously a bill that was just signed, passed in their legislature, and it was signed. And I think when we get things cleaned up and we get back to a little bit of normalcy, I'm going to ask the Speaker to really get involved, because I think we would have won the state of California, because, you know, if you look at my numbers with Hispanic, we're at 56%. And we won the Texas border that had never been won, as the governor said. He's doing a good job, the governor, by the way, of Texas. But as the governor said, it hasn't, oh, did I get lucky? Did I get lucky? Supposing I said, you know, he's not here, but the governor of Texas has done a terrible job. Wow, look at you. You mean we couldn't get you up in the front row? I tell you. Supposing I said, J.D., the governor of Texas, is not doing his job. You heard what I said. See, I didn't know you were there. I said he's doing a great job. He's doing a phenomenal job. But now you're going to have a partner that's going to work with you, because you didn't have, not only didn't he have a partner, he had people selling the wall, right? We have a fence structure that we worked on, the governor worked on with me. And I didn't love it, to be honest with you. I wanted a nice precast concrete, you know, 40, 50 feet high, like a beautiful, could have been a T-shape, Y-shape. I love construction. I wanted that sucker to go up maybe 50, 60 feet. It would have looked beautiful, a nice Y shape. And they said, the problem is, sir, they climbed that like a rabbit. I said, what do you mean? No way. And they brought some of these guys out. They climbed it like... And the other thing is you hit it with acid and the thing will disintegrate. You know, they have things for concrete. So they needed very hardened steel, very special steel. And then they needed 7,000-pound concrete inside that steel, inside that steel. And then they have a rebar that's the toughest steel made. Very hard to cut. So this is why very little is cut. I mean, it's right. And then they put a anti-climb panel on top. I hated it. I said, it's so unattractive. And I said, why would that work? I don't believe it works. And I went to watch the Border Patrol, gave a display. We had actually two sets of climbers. The guys that climb up walls with drugs on their back, I mean, they got like 60, 70 pounds of drug, and they go as fast as you can walk. They go bip, bip, bip. Or we have Mount Everest-type climbers. And honestly, the drug guys were much better. I couldn't believe it. The drug guys blew them away, right? But it's true, the anti-climb panel, they couldn't get around it. They just couldn't. When you didn't have it. So sometimes you sacrifice beauty for efficiency. And we did. So we built this wall, and we built over 500 miles of wall. That's why we had such good numbers. The famous chart that came down very thankfully. The chart that came down on my right, Governor, had I not looked over there, I'm not speaking right now. You might be speaking here. You want to know the truth? You, JD, and we've got a lot of great people in this party, but I got very lucky, but we had the best numbers we've ever had. But I bought, you know what happens is when you fill it up, it's like water. You fill it up. Now we have 571 miles of wall. And they would always say, you know, when we renovated a wall, so there'd be like a piece of plywood sitting there for 60 years, or a 2x4 sitting for 60 years on the ground and rotting because, you know, and they'll say, you didn't build a new wall. Here we're building 50 feet up in the air and 30 feet sections, 50-foot sections, all steel, all concrete, all everything. And all, by the way, they don't even want me to say this, but what the hell, doesn't take that long time. They're all wired for all of the equipment. We put wires in everything so they can easily wire for all the different types of equipment. And if there's a doubt, we have to wire. Whenever we just look, you just find the wires all over the place up top, so we could just hook it up. We don't have to have wires on the outside, which wouldn't do too well, right? So anyway, so we built an extra 200 miles of wall, and the governor wanted to buy it. He tried to buy it, and they wouldn't sell it to him. He wanted to put it up himself. Could have been done in 3 to 4 weeks, 200 more miles, because when you do it now, they just keep going further out, further out, further out, getting around. So we did an extra 200 miles, and it was all bought. And they announced that they're not going to put it up. And that's when I realized they wanted open borders, and that's when I realized that people are going to come pouring through the wall like nobody's ever seen before. But you've seen it. A lot of you are here because of that. I made it my #1 issue. They all said inflation was the #1 issue. I said I disagree. I think people coming into our country from prisons and from mental institutions is a bigger issue for the people that I know. And I made it my #1. I talked about inflation too, but you know, how many times can you say that an apple has doubled in cost? I'd say it, and I'd hit it hard, but then I go back to the fact that we don't want criminals coming into our country. We don't want the jails of every country in the world virtually being deposited into the United States, and that man had to suffer with it. And he did an unbelievable job. I'll tell you, he was a very popular governor, but now he's like an unbeatable governor because of your border policies. He was fantastic. And he really was. So. Governor Abbott is he's a great man, great leader. And but it did make him very more. Did you do it? You didn't do that for politics. You did it because you wanted to do the right thing. But I'll tell you, it sure as hell worked for politics too. It's self-preservation, that's right. But no, because the people are demanding it. The people of Texas are demanding it. The people are demanding it all over. So anyway, so we built it, and they wouldn't let us use it. They wouldn't let the governor use it. And other governors, they wouldn't let him use it. But he was the leader of the pack and did a great job. And then we heard about a month ago that not only wouldn't they let us use it, they were selling it. They were going to sell it for 5 cents on the dollar. Now, 5 cents on the dollar then, but today it would cost more than twice as much to build because we bought it like 6 years ago. And it was just sitting on the ground, and that does not do well for the whole thing. But it was just sitting on the ground, and I heard about it, and I called the governor, and I called a lot of people, your attorney general. And here's the story. They were going to buy it, and these are great business people. They were going to buy it for 5 cents on the dollar or less. And they were calling us up, we'll sell it to you for 200 cents on the dollar. In other words, it will cost you twice as much, so it's 200 cents on the dollar. I said, can somebody explain that to a judge? I mean, how corrupt is that? You'd think they'd say, maybe we'll sell it to you for 20 cents, 30 cents, but not 200 cents. So they were going to buy something for 5 cents, and they were going to sell it to us for a fortune. They were going to make it would be, they'd have it down that in Fortune magazine, they'd put it of the deal of the year, okay? You buy something like that. But it was so corrupt and so horrible. And when we told that to the administration, they didn't care. They just kept going forward. They couldn't care less. And they kept going forward. They knew that they were trying to sell it back to us. They would have sold it back to us. You would have ended up buying it. You would have paid probably 50, 60 cents, who knows. But they were going to use it for scrap metal, but then they made a much better deal. They could just buy it and sell it to us for 15, 20 times what they paid. 20 times, think of it, like 20 times what they paid. And we wouldn't let it happen. And the governor with his attorney general, Ken Paxton, they made a fantastic, they're a good lawyer. He's pushed around pretty good by people, right? I said, you got a great attorney general. They should leave him alone. He was with me. But Ken and the governor went to court, and a judge actually became incensed and actually called for an investigation. How could a thing like this happen? So he stopped it. So we're waiting to put that wall up. And now that you have a new president, that wall will go up so fast. The governor will complain, sir. This is Greg Abbott, sir. Please, the wall is going up too fast. Please don't do that. You know the story about winning? No, we're going to win too much. We're winning too much. Please, let's stop. People always love that one. We'll do this with the wall. Governor Abbott calls, sir, the wall is going up too fast. We can't take it. We just can't take it. No, I think you'll be very happy if the wall goes up too fast, right? But we'll get that dude and we'll work with you on that. But it was a great decision by a great Texas judge, right? And it was beautiful, beautiful to watch. He stopped them right in their track. I mean, they were literally loading this stuff onto trucks. It was terrible. Honestly, it was terrible. And he wouldn't take it. So I'm so glad I mentioned that they have a really good governor in Texas. And I swear, I didn't know he was here. I swear to you, it sounds like a setup. I didn't know you would end. Did I get lucky? I said the right thing. Because there have been moments when I wasn't so happy with him, you know? But not too many, I can tell you that. So anyway, it's good to see you too, Governor. Great. But I just want to thank everybody. You've been incredible. I recognize so many of you. It's so crazy. But this has been a long journey. This was a journey that started in 2015, probably started 20 years before that. People used to say, you're going to run for president? You're going to run? And I always said, no, I don't want. And then one day I said, let's give it a shot. And what I talked about then was the border, too. I think it probably was the #1 issue for me. Back in 2015, 2016, I talked about the border. And now I talked about the border, but this border is much worse. We fixed the border. It was totally fixed. There was nothing to talk about. 2020, by the way, that election was totally rigged, but that's okay. It was a rigged election. You know the only thing good about it? It showed how bad they are, showed how incompetent, and frankly, historically, this is a much bigger event. If that would have gone like it should have. The bad thing about it is some bad things happen, like a lot of people in our country that wouldn't be in our country right now. So, you know, that's the bad part. But I will say that it started in 2015, and right from the beginning, we went to the top. Day one, they announced Trump, and Trump went to #1 and stayed there for the whole primary. And then we took on Hillary. She didn't look too happy today. We took on Hillary. A very nice person, but we took on Hillary and we defeated Hillary, and then we did much better the second time in 2020. You know, we got millions more votes. We got millions, like 10, 12 million more votes than we did the first time. No president has ever gotten that many more votes. I got like 9 million more than anybody else had ever gotten, and they said we lost. And because of that, I said to Melania, what do you think? And she said, you want to do this again? And had we lost, and had I thought we lost, I wouldn't do it again, because that's like the ultimate poll, right? But I knew how well we did, and this time we made it too big to rig. It was so big. They tried like hell in the butt. They tried to do it, and around 9:02, they gave up. Last time they did bad things, but this time they just said, yes. You know, I don't know if you saw, Mr. Speaker, in Washington, they had placards. They were all set to march. They thought it'd be closer. A gentleman asked me, a very respected gentleman asked me yesterday, how come the polls were so wrong? They showed you winning, but not in a landslide. I said, because people that are true Trumpers are so angry at the whole polling system and at the writers, the fake news, that they don't want to talk to anybody. So when you call somebody from Trump, who are you voting for? They say, it's none of your business. I'm not telling you. And that was probably 40% of the people they called. So they would discard that one, and they didn't show that. And then when the election happened, you know, the vote came, and it was much different, much higher than we're going to win. But they really thought, they couldn't believe. The one man said, I mean, it was so much higher. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions of votes, which is hard for a Republican. I'll tell you who came through. The unions came through. The auto workers were great. The Teamsters were great. The firemen were great. I think almost every union was great. The only one that weren't great, although Sean was great, and the Teamsters, Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters, was fantastic. But generally speaking, the head of the union was against Trump, but the union would be with us for like 80, 85%. Look what we did with the auto workers in Michigan. Look what we did with the Teamsters. The Teamsters were unbelievable. They were a solid Democrat vote, and they voted for Trump. So we had a great experience. Now we have to go to work and get it done, because we have to do something that's going to be great. We're going to turn our country around, and we're going to turn it around fast. And I think this was a better speech than the one I made upstairs, okay? I think this was better, JD. I think this was much better, and I got to see my friend. So, Governor, take care of yourself. You call me, we'll start working. You know what that means with him? He's going to be calling me tomorrow morning at about 6. And I said, how about next week? You call me, and we're going to get it started real fast. We'll really help you a lot. You've done a fantastic job protecting something which it's not supposed to be for the states. And amazing job you've done. Thank you very much. And I want to thank everybody. And I have a First Lady who's been incredible. She's been incredible. I shouldn't say this. I'm going to get hell when I say this, but her feet are absolutely aching. You know, those heels. And we thought we were leaving. We were going home. Sir, would you be able to go down and say hello to some of your other fans that are here? I said, oh, I didn't know that. Wow. Did you get to see pretty clearly the picture, I hope? Good. That's good. But because you wouldn't want to make the same speech again, right? But she said, darling, I love you so much, but my feet are killing me. I said, honey, let me just see how far it is. I asked the person. Oh, not that long, maybe 400 or 500 yards. That's 5 football fields. I said, can you make it? She said, we're going to make it no matter what. We're going to make it because we have to go, right? And then we went out to the helicopter, though, just prior to this, and said goodbye. And it's a custom, and the wind is blowing like crazy. And with the hat that she's wearing, she almost blew away. We almost lost off her. She was being elevated off the ground. She almost blew away. No, so we all appreciate it, because she's been a great First Lady, a beautiful and a great First Lady. And they love our First Lady. You know, JD, whenever I make a speech, I see hundreds of times, we love our First Lady, and they do, and they should. She's great. So I just want to thank you very much. I just want to thank everybody. And I felt that, I said to JD, should we give him the A treatment, the B treatment, the C, the D, or the F? You know what the F is? Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. Bye-bye. I gave you the A+ treatment. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Governor. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Well, in the span of 2 hours, a beautiful, carefully scripted inaugural address. And Trump at the Improv is back.
It's the A+ treatment.
And that's what the crowd loves. I mean, he's going off on the wall, and he's about to do the snake poem.
Yes.
He's about to do anything we saw at the rally. But this is what the mainstream media has never gotten. And we've all been at these rallies around this great country deep in the heart of Texas. I remember being in Conroe when he was first coming back a couple of years ago. And I'm telling you, it took me hours to get out of the parking lot, to leave the event. There were reports of 60 to 80,000 people that are not making it outside Houston. Yeah. And I saw you at some,
we were there.
Some of those we were together. And it's just, People love this blunt, fun talk. He also gave them the spinach an hour and a half ago. And there's a lot of work to do.
And some of these folks weren't in the rotunda where there were only, select people, 800. So for them, this was sort of their Inauguration Day memory. He spoke really lovingly about Melania, which I thought was beautiful, and really pumped up, J.D. Vance in the beginning. So, he did kind of go unscripted as we like. Hillary, didn't look too happy today. He mentioned crying Liz Cheney, a crying lunatic, J6 pardons, but he did react a little bit to Biden's pardons as well. And you're right, Donald Trump, the outsider, is now the insider. And he is, and it's already WhiteHouse.gov, already branded Donald Trump. I have my first email from the White House press secretary's office. So things are moving very quickly, except here in Emancipation Hall, a little bit longer to linger there with 47.
And John, it's interesting in J.D. Vance, the way he teed it up, we were all commenting off camera, that he's mastered the idea that I'm the number two. Because anyone who is number two, like a Pence or is in the cabinet, once they start outshining Donald Trump, they're not around for long. And J.D. Vance literally talked for 60 to 90 seconds. And then I think Donald Trump made an important point that is easy to forget. He said, this guy is great as my number two. And remember, the first week wasn't too good. And that's right. The first week, the mainstream media turned Vance into the devil, and there was a lot of second guessing, even in the Republican
Party too. When the announcement was made at the convention, there were a lot of concerns from the establishment wing of the Republican Party about the J.D. Vance selection. But he was so successful at helping Donald Trump prosecute his case, so good with the media. And beyond, of course, you got to interview him on the border.
Yeah, I got the first sit down.
Let's go to James Rosen now, who's live at the White House with a new administration moving in. James, I saw some video of the buses of the Trump staffers moving back into the White House. Give us an update on how it's going out there.
It's pretty quiet here for now. About the most activity we've seen since the Trumps and the Bidens left here to head over to the Capitol, as I saw what looked to me suspiciously like the dry cleaning of a principal being carried by a young person into the White House. But we're all awaiting, obviously, for the onslaught of executive orders to come from President Trump. Published reports put the number as approaching 200 that we could see signed just today. We've already received, of course, a lot of detail about some of those executive orders that are being signed today, particularly those relating to immigration, the declaration of a national emergency at the southern border, which will pave the way for President Trump to be able to deploy U.S. troops down to the border under the command of NORTHCOM, the U.S. Northern Command. A number of other immigration-related executive orders, the designation of the massive drug cartels in Mexico, such as Tren de Aragua and MS-13, as foreign terrorist organizations. Again, that will unlock additional tools for the Treasury Department and other members of the interagency to go after those gangs and their individual members. Of course, we saw the speech from President Trump at the Capitol. Not as stark and dark as American Carnage 8 years ago, but nonetheless a very pointed speech, one in which the outgoing president and vice president were forced to sit there and listen to President Trump describing their administration as one that cannot manage a simple crisis at home and stumbles into catastrophic events abroad. One that Mr. Trump said that fails to protect law-abiding citizens but provides sanctuary for dangerous criminals who have entered this country illegally. We have never seen, I think, an inaugural address where the incoming president has lambasted his predecessor in his presence so directly, so forcefully as we saw there. And then, of course, we saw these remarks from President Trump over at the Capitol. He actually spoke longer to this group just now than he did at the inaugural. 30 minutes for the inaugural address, 32 minutes for those unscripted remarks. Trump unvarnished and unplugged, as his supporters most like to see him. President Biden, I should say former President Biden, gave some brief remarks at Joint Base Andrews before he took off for Santa Ynez, California. The chopper that carried him there was no longer Marine 1, it was Nighthawk 46. 46, obviously, the number of the Biden presidency. And of course, then we've had the extraordinary news of the pardons that were issued by President Biden in his final minutes in office. Earlier, of course, there were the preemptive pardons we saw issued today for the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark Milley, the former chief medical advisor to President Biden, Dr. Anthony Fauci, and both the members members and the staffers of the select January 6th committee. And then with about 20 minutes left in his presidency, while all eyes were focused on the rotunda and the transition shortly to be underway with the swearing in of J.D. Vance as the vice president, the White House, the Biden White House, put out perhaps its final email, one in which it was announced that Mr. Biden was also pardoning both of his brothers, his sister, and his in-laws. The pardons going to James and Sarah Biden, to Frank Biden, and then also to Valerie Owens, the president's sister, and her husband, John Owens. My family has been subjected to unrelenting attacks and threats, Mr. Biden said in that statement, motivated solely by a desire to hurt me, the worst kind of partisan politics. He said he had no reason to believe those attacks would end, and while he respects the rule of law and is optimistic about the strength of our institutions, this was why he was exercising, quote, my power under the Constitution to pardon James B. Biden, Sarah Jones Biden, Valerie Biden Owens, John T. Owens, and Francis W. Biden. Now, in issuing the Bidens to the former officials and in issuing these pardons, in pardoning the former officials and his own family members, in both cases, President Biden declared that the issuance of these pardons should not be mistaken as an acknowledgement that any individual engaged in any wrongdoing, and nor, he said, should acceptance of these pardons be misconstrued as an admission of guilt. But the truth is, the Supreme Court has spoken on this in the 1915 unanimous decision in Burdick v. United States. The Supreme Court held that acceptance of a pardon does constitute an admission of guilt. And the Ford White House determined that should ex-President Nixon accept the pardon that was being offered to him by President Ford back in 1974, it too would constitute an acknowledgement of guilt. Indeed, on the official website of the Gerald R. Ford Presidential Library and Museum this very day, you can see that it states on that website that ex-President Nixon's acceptance of the pardon from his successor constituted an acknowledgement of guilt. So, President Biden, who likes to say, or former President Biden, who always liked to say that he taught constitutional law for many years, seems to have made some inaccurate assertions about the law and about what it means to receive presidential clemency. It does constitute an acknowledgement of guilt, even if the president was saying otherwise in his final statements as president today. Back to you guys.
All right. James Rosen, our chief White House correspondent, we appreciate all of that. We'll be getting to you a lot in the days ahead. Interesting because
Thank you, James.
You can see these live photos right there. Susie Wiles, the incoming chief of staff there at the White House. Mitch McConnell, the former leader of the Senate Republicans. He still has a seat, though, and we'll have a vote on these confirmation battles in the cabinet. So that's something to watch. We've seen Bernie Sanders there, John, and there's Pam Bondi. Doug Burgum is around. There's Barron Trump, Scott Presley, who had a lot to do with turning out voters in places like Pennsylvania in particular, and then flipping people to register as Republicans. Senator Chuck Grassley, who's the Senate President pro tem. So you're going to see a bipartisan group there, the traditional luncheon. Let's bring in our friend Bob Sellers, the N2 host, because there's some other news that I think with Daniel Littman as well, who's the White House and Washington reporter. Gentlemen, welcome to both of you. Bob, you first, because you cover the economy so closely. We heard that there'll be one of the executive orders or more will be about a national emergency with the border. But I also heard the new president say in his inaugural address that he is declaring, something I hadn't heard before the speech, a national energy emergency. And I wonder what that might mean. Obviously, we still have to flesh out the details, but energy at the center of the inflation crisis, of course.
Yeah, and as you probably recall, shortly after that, he said we need to bring back drill, baby, drill. I think a lot of people realize that oil prices affect so much of our economy that he wants to make sure that drilling is given a big green light. I believe that we are also pulling out of the Paris Climate Accords, which makes a lot of common sense to people when you think about, if you want to talk about polluting the skies, why don't you go to China, where I believe they're opening something like 100 coal plants this year. So that's where you need to go, not here in the United States. Also, I should mention he's talking about tariffs. and taxes on other countries. He wants to create something that he's calling an external revenue service to collect those. By the way, the other countries don't necessarily pay those tariffs. It may affect what they do with our country as far as trade is concerned, but people who are importing actually pay them. But I think it's symbolic more than anything. He also is talking about creating Doge. I don't know if he can do that unilaterally or if Congress has to create the department. But I think we're seeing this is a focus that Mr. Trump wants to have on our economy to lessen regulation, drill oil, keep energy prices down. And there are challenges right now. It went beyond a lot of people's attention that in the past 2 or 3 weeks, the Biden administration put some more sanctions on Russian oil. Now, oil is a world market. So if you're putting sanctions on that oil, it's driving up the price of oil, which right now is checking West Intermediate crude is like $80 a barrel now. It had gotten down to the high 60s. Excuse me for being verbose, but I think just shifting, moving forward, there's a lot of work to be done.
Well, economically, he's been laying out his policy. The EU has come out and said that it's ready to defend economic interests against the United States. The world leaders reacting to what we're seeing in our nation's capital. And we're going to tee up a soundbite, Daniel, of Donald Trump during his inauguration speech, which James Rosen noted was just 30 minutes compared to 32, where he talked about Panama. And already the president of Panama is reacting to the inauguration speech, saying, we're going to keep Panama Canal. But in addition to, talking about Greenland, talking about strengthening our borders, if we can, let's play that clip of Donald Trump just a short time ago talking about the Panama Canal as we look forward to the worldview that he's laying out today.
The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China. We gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back.
Daniel, we know he's had conversations with Xi. We know the vice president of China is in Washington for the inauguration. In fact, Donald Trump has told folks in the first 100 days of office he'll be going to China. This in addition to TikTok. Of course, the world is watching, and for some, anticipating a visit from Donald Trump, our 47th president.
Yeah, no, he's laid out a strong agenda in terms of he wants to make the most of his first 100 days. Remember, he's a lame duck president, and so really the first 2 years are very important. What was interesting in that speech is he talked about no new foreign wars, and so in terms of taking back Panama, I don't think he's actually going to send U.S. troops down there. And so this might be a negotiating tactic, just like with those tariffs. He had said during the campaign, we're going to have universal tariffs on day one. But he did not talk about that in his speeches today. And so we'll have to see if he's actually going to sign that. You would think that if he's going to install tariffs, then he would have mentioned it in these speeches. But I think he's probably worried about the blowback in terms of increase in inflation at a time that's why he was elected. And he doesn't want to do anything to hurt Americans' bottom lines.
This, as of course, the luncheon in the rotunda continues on. We're looking at Ivanka Trump there, talking with members of Congress. And this is where Donald Trump also will go as well. And he'll be presented with crystal gifts, and there'll be some photography. Johnson, the speaker, will be toasting Vance, and Vance will have a 2-minute response. We'll see. He's been pretty good about keeping it to his time.
How long are they allotting for Donald Trump? That's what
They are allotting 3 minutes after Senate Leader John Thune. So we see. We'll see.
Also say in that soundbite, China is back?
China is back.
China. He did that.
Yes. A lot's back. You can go
we are so back.
You can go to the White House, whitehouse.gov, and see Donald Trump's back. Donald Trump's the POTUS feed is back to Donald Trump.
Yes.
And a lot
it's
of
an energy shift. It really is.
Yes,
it is.
That luncheon is in Statuary Hall, as you can see, right next to the rotunda. Each state around the union gets to send 2 statues to Washington. Sometimes there's controversy where they say, well, well, we don't like the guy that we sent there 70 years ago, and let's now, we dug up something he said or something, and let's send Elvis instead.
There's Tom Cotton maybe trying to say hello to Carrie Underwood, just kind of waiting in the background. We've all been there at a party.
Where's Mark Zuckerberg? He's probably looking for Carrie Underwood as well.
we saw Mark Zuckerberg and his wife talking to Lindsey Graham.
There you go.
Can only imagine what they were talking about. But it seems like everybody's in good spirits there.
Yeah. Bob Sellers, your thoughts, because we were talking in the pregame before the swearing in about how in some interviews, Time Magazine for Man of the Year and Person of the Year and all of that, Donald Trump started dialing back a little on inflation and saying, well, you know, it could take a while to get prices back down. Whereas in the campaign, when you're running for office, you say, look, I'm going to do that right away. He also has been saying, remember in the campaign, he said, on day one, I'll have a deal to end the Ukraine war. Well, we've got a few more hours, Bob, and then we'll be on to day two. I know he was speaking generally, and he might have meant, certainly, you can understand, early in his presidency, he's going to wrap this up. Ukraine war is not going to go for another 2 years, was his point. But he does have high expectations, Bob.
Yeah, I will agree with him as far as inflation is concerned. I mean, there are signs that inflation has been coming down. That's one of the reasons the Fed has lowered interest rates, 3 times in the past few months. But I got news for you, folks. The markets are telling us that inflation's not gone. The 10-year bond, and I don't want to get too wonky here, but it's indicating that inflation, the 10-year bond is now trading at a level that we haven't seen it since about 2007. And you may recall back then we had the Great Recession that followed. I'm not saying that's what's happening. What I'm saying is inflation has not gone away completely, and the markets are telling you that because no matter what the Fed does as far as lowering interest rates, it's an open market. When you're out there trying to raise money, which is what the government does with 10-year Treasury bonds, they have to pay a certain amount to get people to give them money.
That's right. All right, Bob, we got to jump in here. You can see the new president is now straightening the jacket. He's with his vice president. The first lady is there as well. Other congressional leaders. Let's listen in.
Okay, I assume they're going to be happy with these documents?
Yeah, they're we might not be here.
It's the next step.
It's a tradition.
Sir, the first is 22 cabinet and cabinet level appointments for your signature.
Okay.
The next one will be, excuse me. Next one will be 47 sub-cabinet level appointments, sir.
But you don't have to sign 47 times.
Thank you, sir. Now 31 acting designations and appointments to effectively take control of the government.
Let's do that.
That's important.
That's important, isn't it?
And we have 15 commission chairman and acting chairman appointments.
Send him.
Commission chairman and acting chairman.
He was #1 at Harvard also. You know that?
Good counsel.
They have something in common.
Thank you, sir. Lastly, we have a proclamation ordering that on all future inauguration days, including this inauguration day, that flags shall be flown at full mast. Very important.
That was a beautiful place to have an inauguration tonight. The sound was so good. The temperature was 72 degrees, but the sound was so good on it. Maybe something to think about. I don't know.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good acoustics. Yes.
All right. Now
That's it.
we go to lunch.
Great. Very
Nice
good.
to meet you. Thank you very much. Here you go. Take that. All right. See you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, sir.
President, did you have a good meeting with former President Biden?
Very nice. Very nice. It's a beautiful custom.
Mr. President,
It goes back as long as helicopters. Before that, it was a stagecoach. But I thought it was beautiful. Thank you. Great job. Great job. Thank you. Check.
Mr. President, do you have any reaction to the pardons President Biden did at the last minute?
Well, I'm not going to discuss it now. I think it was unfortunate that he did that. We won't discuss it now. There's plenty of time to discuss it.
Thank you very much, guys.
Should we go to lunch?
Okay.
Head to lunch.
Ready for lunch?
Okay. Thank you.
That was 3 times the number of appointments you did in 2017, sir. On day 1. Just getting started.
A lot of good work to do. So where do you want to stop at? Good counsel.
Try to look through the documents.
That's when they get free.
Thank you. That was great. That was great. That was great. Standing ovation.
I liked it.
All right, so now they head right there to Statuary Hall. A pretty awesome moment. The ceremonial pens, but basically, the staffer says one of these documents allows you, when you sign it, to take control of the federal government, sir. And he said, let's do that.
Yeah, that's
and
very
that is what he's
important.
doing. But I just want to say, Will Scharf was the voice you heard. He is the staff secretary that controls all the paper to the president. And you know him because he was on all of our shows. He was here on N2, one of the attorneys representing Donald Trump during the lawfare.
Yes, he was. And ran for, I believe, Attorney General in Missouri as well. And he also executive order to keep the flags full mast on Inauguration Day, because today one of the points of contention was that they were half there because of Carter's funeral. Supposedly there was some talk about them being frozen poles, but they actually signed an executive order. Also noteworthy as the lunch continues there, just sort of Donald Trump was asked about the pardons, and he said, we're not going to talk about it right now. So he kind of held a little more restraint there.
That's an important point, if I can say, because, John, you've covered this a long time, as we all have. I think in 2017, Donald Trump would have said, it's a disaster, he's a joke.
Yes.
And now he's saying, to your point, some restraint.
Right.
He's certainly going to punch Joe Biden in the nose. But this is the day when we're coming together. I've got a big agenda. I'm focused on that, because otherwise your headline's going to be that I called him a joke. He's a different president in the first couple. I know it's early, but he's approaching this differently, I think.
And of course, he's learned from prior experience, and I'm sure that's coming into play in the calculus and how he handles these situations. I did talk to January 6th defendant last night, Brandon Straka. Asked him if he heard anything. They have not heard anything as of last night what was going to happen today, even though at that time we did know Donald Trump had said that you'd be very happy. 99.9% will be very happy, something like that. But it's something that he's talked about, and there's a lot of pressure on him to do that right away.
Absolutely. All right. We still have Daniel Littman, and we'll hear from him in a minute. But let's bring in our colleague, Rick Leventhal. Rick Leventhal for now. And Rick, he'll be really setting the table tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern, because there's a lot to discuss, because I think these executive orders are going to be signed throughout the day. We saw a couple things to get the government going there, Rick. But after this lunch, he's going to be headed to Capital One Arena, where he's got thousands of supporters, and there's a desk and a chair sitting there, Rick. I don't know. I've covered this for a while, but I think he's probably going to sign some things to applause.
Well, of course he is, right? Because he's doing everything that you would not normally see a president do on Inauguration Day. He is not your typical president. And thank God he's back in office. You already see things happening. They've already shut down that CBP One app at the border, canceled all the existing appointments. They're not going to put up with that nonsense anymore. And yeah, he's got a lot of work to do, but he's already getting a lot of it done. And to John's point, yes, experience matters. Trump went through a lot in his first term. He dealt with a lot of pushback and a lot of handcuffing and tripping by members of Congress to keep him from achieving his agenda. Now he has a majority in the House and in the Senate, and a lot better opportunities to actually enact his agenda and get stuff done. And the fact that he is so easy he's so free with his words. He doesn't hold back. He keeps it real. And I appreciate that so much. And I also, much more importantly, appreciate the things that he is saying that he wants to accomplish to put America back in front, to make this country great again. I know he says it a lot, but you can see that he actually has a plan to make that happen.
Not so sure Biden and Kamala appreciate what he was saying today, because he was certainly calling out the errors and what he sees, the wrongs he has to correct. You talked about the CBP One app, Rick. I mean, it's canceled. There's already pictures of people reacting when they go online. If you go to the Post, it's saying it is effectively, immediately no longer open. He's talking about not having birthright citizenship, a guarantee, cartels designated as terrorist organizations, which will equip the federal government now to use tools that they had at their disposal. But without this distinction, they wouldn't be able to use this. These are all things that the government is allowed to do. And also under the Foreign Enemies Act, you would be able to enact to have border security strengthened, have troops down there. And, as Congress is enjoying a lunch, which they put out the menu, it's very delicious, that that there's going to be some fighting and some, it's going to get back to business as usual, politics as usual tomorrow. But even as they exited that room, you could see Schumer was asked a few questions and Hakeem Jeffries, and they kind of didn't really want to engage.
Were there liberal tears on the menu or what?
No, it was crab cake and a steak. They probably were subbing that out today because, I don't know, it seems like the Democrats understand the shift of power here to Donald Trump and the Republican Party. Overall, this is going, I think he's just a little bit behind schedule. Not too bad. He did like the rotunda. They talked about the acoustics in the rotunda being great, too, if you heard Speaker Johnson inside that room.
It sounded good as we streamed here at N2, but I think in the room, having covered the Congress, there's been gold medal ceremonies and unfortunately funerals and whatnot, and you could hear in the rotunda, the acoustics are incredible. Carrie Underwood and the rest, and the benedictions were wonderful as well.
Yeah, I want to go back to a quote from Donald Trump's speech, his initial speech, and I'll get your take on this, Rick. He talked about foreign policy and what he really hopes to accomplish, and he said, "We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but by the wars we end, and perhaps more importantly, the wars we never get into. My legacy will be as a peacemaker." And, that's the second term presidency, kind of ultimate goal, I think, for any president, to be known as a peacemaker.
Well, listen, he is a guy who projects confidence and strength. What a difference, right, between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Joe Biden looked feeble when he spoke. Donald Trump looks strong, and you can tell he means what he says, and he's not messing around. And being that confident, strong president sends a message to the world, just like, to Bianca's point, sending troops to the border sends a message. We're not messing around anymore. Okay? You're not going to just walk right in anymore, and we're going to make sure of it. And that message extends to the rest of the world with that confidence and that strength that you can't do whatever you want anymore, because we will do what we have to do to protect our interests and to protect our friends and neighbors around the world. And sometimes, you can win a war without firing a shot. And I think that's where he's coming from, and I think that's the result that we may well see very, very soon.
Yeah, very soon. I want to dip into what's happening over at the Capital One Arena and go across town here. Byron Donalds, congressman in Florida, is speaking, someone who may be running for the next governor of Florida. Let's listen in as he revs up the crowd there.
It was phenomenal. But what it said to me is that in our country, there are no perfect men. There are no perfect women. There are people who were used at a point in time in this country to put this country in position to be better than it was before. And so that's why in the Capitol Rotunda, when President Trump talked about that bullet that went through his ear, and that he is here at this time because God has placed him here at this time to make sure that the golden era of America comes through right now. So yes, we are going to make sure that we get your prices under control and we have a great economy. Yes, we're going to get out of stupid wars and dumb conflicts, and we're going to have peace through strength. Yes, our soldiers are going to be focused on their core mission, and that is to kill the enemy and to come home. Yes, we're going to have the largest repatriation force of illegal immigrants in the history of this country, because the only way you come to America is legally, following the law. All of those promises and more, they're going to be kept starting today at that very desk over there.
You certainly heard it after the first 4 years, and now there's a whole lot of problems that Donald Trump has promised to address. He talked about it throughout the campaign, not just in the inaugural address today. He's now entering Statuary Hall. You can see people standing there. There's dignitaries, there's family as well. And, you know, it's amazing as we get ready to hear this that we're noticing at MSNBC, John and I found the same item at the same time, is reporting what Kamala Harris is doing. Flying back to Los Angeles today with an all-female U.S. Air Force crew. And the first time an all-female crew has operated a C-33. Bianca, it's like she just wants to keep checking off, oh, glass ceiling, all-female Air Force. That's wonderful. I'm glad it's an all-female. What does that have to do with anything? It's like a DEI, let's check the box, which is the exact opposite of the Trump approach as we see the Vances enter the room.
Yeah, it's you know, it's to, you know, appease whatever, you know, they're beholden to, the radical left, and just keep that little door open for what her future may be. But we're looking at the future right now. This is the future of our administration that is officially sworn in. Yeah, they won't let the DEI die, but there'll be an executive order on DEI today. We look at this, and you just heard Byron Donald saying there is no perfect man, but people are used for certain times. Donald Trump, not a traditional politician, but here he is, the second time he has now been sworn in as president of the United States, and really showing the world his comeback is probably, if not the greatest political comeback in this country, but in political history. There's something to be said about somebody like that, their character, and what they're able to withstand if they are aligned to do what they want to do now, which is put America first.
The other thing, too, Ed, just to kind of dovetail what you were saying about Kamala Harris, when she lands, she's going to be handing out, you know, doing fire relief work, still kind of craving the public eye.
And it's great that she's helping people.
Yes, of course.
And we see the president and First Lady, too. But you're right. You know, she wants to stay in the California media market for now, say I'm doing something, because she wants to keep her options open. And God bless her for helping people, because we know people need it in California. She really wasn't in Western North Carolina very much, though, as the point was made by Donald Trump in his inaugural address. And there he is shaking the hand of Pete Hegseth. And Pete Hegseth's nomination appeared to be on life support a few weeks ago. And that man, Donald Trump, stood with him. And to his credit, Pete Hegseth fought back. And he appears to be on the precipice of being confirmed. We'll see.
He really kind of set the tone, too, for the confirmation hearings.
Once he fought back, everyone else did, although we'll see where Tulsi Gabbard is. Let's listen in.
I have a feeling people are very hungry, so I'm going to get this started. Mr. President and Madam First Lady, Mr. Vice President and Madam Second Lady, my colleague Senator Fisher, distinguished guests including the Speaker, Leader Jeffries, and Senate Leaders Thune and Schumer, on behalf of the United States Congress, welcome to the 60th inaugural lunch. Big surprise, we are featuring Nebraska beef and Minnesota apples for dessert. We are here in Statuary Hall where these luncheons have taken place since President Reagan's first inauguration in 1981, and where the House of Representatives once met over 150 years ago. That would be before you were born, Mr. Speaker. In 1864, after the new House wing of the Capitol was built, and in the midst of the Civil War, Congress dedicated this chamber to host statues chosen by every state. Walking into the hall, we all passed under the arch, holding the marble car of history clock. The statue shows Cleo, the Greek muse of history, holding a book to record events as they happen. And as you can see, she's heard a lot of stuff. And as she rides her chariot forward into the future, she looks behind her to remember the past. She remains here as she has for hundreds of years, a reminder that history will remember the events of the present, and it is on us to write that history right now. Speaking of art, the painting right here before you, I chose this painting for this lunch this summer, and it's titled American Horizon. It's by Jane Wilson, who grew up on her family farm in Seymour, Iowa. Coming from the middle of our country, Senator Fisher and I both liked the painting because the artist is from America's heartland, but the horizon could easily be Florida, Mr. President. I will also note that this is the first time in history we are featuring the work of a woman artist at this lunch, and we thank the Art Institute of Chicago for their assistance. Looking at the vast open landscape of this painting, we're drawn to the bottom of the frame where the land or the water, depending on where you're from, meets the sky, and the horizon endures. The enduring horizon is especially meaningful for us today as we mark our enduring democracy as we approach its 250th anniversary. It's a reminder that what's over the horizon is our next chapter. And it is my prayer that the people in this room can write that chapter together. I'd now like to ask U.S. Senate Chaplain Dr. Barry Black, and we thank God he is back with us and in good health, to deliver the invocation, after which lunch will be served. Thank you.
Let us pray. King of Kings.
All right. So Barry Black is a Senate chaplain and is obviously going to bless the food and all of that. And Vice President Vance is expected to speak in a little bit. We'll certainly dip in then. Sure. President Trump is expected to speak as well. I got to tell you, he's going to be speaking all day long, John, yes, because there is that podium plus a desk and a chair with now a presidential seal at the Capital One Arena. So Donald Trump will make remarks and sign executive orders and basically get down to business. So we're going to hear from him all day long.
Yeah, and based on what we heard from him the last time we heard him speak, he's got a lot more to say. I think he's probably keeping some of his powder dry for that particular speech. And again, you know, we see kind of the more routine aspects of this, where you have Amy Klobuchar up there on the dais with all the other honorees, and they're obviously blessing the food at this point. But we know Donald Trump wants to get to work. I have to imagine he is eager to get back behind the Resolute desk, pick up that phone, and start, you know, getting to work and getting an alliance around him to accomplish what he wants to do, not just here domestically, but also internationally.
Yeah, to your point, he has Republicans united. Yeah. But what are the Democrats going to do? Because they've looked very defeated. Yes. And I spoke to someone last night who had breakfast with President Trump yesterday and said that the breakfast, which was supposed to be probably an hour or so, like usual, went about 3 hours. It was a handful of senators, and I was told that he was in good spirits, as we can see. That's certainly easily confirmed, but that a lot of the senators were warning him, you know, the Democrats have been keeping their powder dry, but they're going to start acting crazy, as this senator told me. Like, they're going to go all in. They're figuring it out, but eventually they're going to go nasty again.
They're going to dig in
so
their
what
heels.
do you do?
And I think the first sign of that is this report about a lawsuit being prepared to go after DOJ, going after the Department of Government Efficiency. That's going to be one of the first kind of nasty tricks we see. Also tomorrow, Janet Yellen said that we're supposed to hit the debt ceiling, which is going to require the Treasury Department to be very creative creative on how they spend whatever money is left in the tank. And it's also going to require an initial negotiation with Congress to raise the debt ceiling. This is why Donald Trump didn't want to have the debt ceiling hanging over his head when he came into office on his second day. They're going to have to do this. And I don't think it's an accident that it's happening on his second day in office.
And they might have to put in funding for natural disasters into the debt ceiling. That was another part of it. But you're right. The pieces of the financial, the no tax on tips, no tax on Medicare. I mean, this is the part where it's going to be a little bit more thorny, especially with SALT in states like New York and how they try to navigate it. But, you know, you said the word creative, John, and I think that's important because Donald Trump is very creative. What he's also doing is he's making sure that laws that are on the books that the Democrats have basically ignored, like the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, are brought back in. You wouldn't think, why do we need this from 1798? It's because it's wartime powers that you can crack down on gangs and illegal immigration. So he's like, this is a law. Why not? Because we had been looking at, say, Texas when the DOJ was suing them. We're like, well, doesn't Abbott have an oath to the Constitution to, you know, we just heard Donald Trump say it, to defend our borders against alien invasion. And that's what we have here. So being creative using this law and also using Congress, there is certain ways that Congress can go in. One of them is the RAIN Act and just undo things that Joe Biden has done. So they need to go in and start doing that as well. So he'll work in tandem with Congress as well to use some of the powers that maybe haven't been wielded by the Democrats.
So you're saying Donald Trump will be making it rain?
Yes.
With the RAIN Act.
Yes, they will. Yes.
And they also got to get a lot of these cabinet officials confirmed very quickly, too.
Absolutely, yeah. They may get the Senate, some of that confirmed, 4 or 5 of the cabinet picks as early as this afternoon as Donald Trump heads to Capital One Arena. You saw Charlie Kirk warming up the crowd a moment ago from Turning Point USA. We're going to hit a quick break. On the other side, we'll get you ready. Coming out of that luncheon, there'll be some remarks, again, from the Vice President and the President, and then we'll be going live to Capital One Arena as well. So
historic day.
Big day.
We'll be right back.
It's a fact. 80% of your immune system is controlled by gut bacteria, and many people suffer from digestion woes. Dr. David Brownstein created Bactipro to help. This premium formula supports optimal immune health and contains 6 powerful probiotics. So try Bactipro to see if it helps you with our risk-free offer. Get 30 days of Bactipro at no cost to you. Go online now or call us toll-free today.
I ask you to join with me in prayer. Almighty God, our sons, pride of our nation, this day have set upon a mighty endeavor, a struggle to preserve our republic, our religion, and our civilization, and to set free a suffering humanity. Lead them straight and true. Give strength to their arms, stoutness to their hearts, steadfastness in their faith. They will need thy blessings. Their road will be long and hard. For the enemy is strong. He may hurl back our forces. Success may not come with rushing speed, but we shall return again and again. And we know that by thy grace and by the righteousness of our cause, our sons will triumph, and a peace that will let all men live in freedom, reaping the just rewards of their honest toil. Thy will be done, Almighty God. Amen.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would. And now you can, with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol, combined with 15 other important ingredients
Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function, and that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You discover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
All right, welcome back to N2's special coverage of President Trump's inauguration. John Bachman alongside Ed Henry and Bianca De La Garza. Great to be with you guys and great to be with everybody at home.
Always great to be with both of you. It's already been a historic day. It's only going to get bigger. It'll close much later tonight at the inaugural balls. There's several of them, but 3 official ones that we expect the president.
We're kind of like in the midpoint of the day.
Yeah, we're almost, but they're a little bit about 40 minutes behind, so it's still a little going. And where we'll go soon to see the president after he makes remarks at that congressional luncheon is Capital One Arena, where he had a victory rally yesterday. He's going to be signing some executive orders over there, and his incoming Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, is speaking. Let's listen in.
Dedication for the country. So when the president asked me to join him in his administration, I jumped at the chance. So I was the co-chair of the transition team, which helped pick for the president, helped sort of set him up so he could pick all the nominees. And then I'm really proud to tell you that he was nominated, President Trump has nominated me to be the next Secretary of Commerce for the United States to serve all of you. So let's talk about commerce. You see, we plan to end the decades of policies that threw American workers to the wolves. Factories were closed, jobs were lost, wages decreased. We left Americans out in the cold while country after country of this world took us to the cleaners and made money off of us. And that is going to end today. At the start of the 20th century, America was the richest country on earth, and we defended our workers from unfair trade policies with tariffs. And we only made money. We had no income tax. All we did is charge other countries and foreign companies, if they wanted to sell to America, you had to pay for entry. Okay, so imagine this. The US government had no income tax. Americans got to keep all their hard-earned money, and foreigners paid the price. So now, what's happened? We have the
Listening to Howard Lutnick, incoming Commerce Secretary. Of course, the economy, tariffs, trade, a major point of Donald Trump's agenda. And we want to also let you know, Elon Musk is set to speak at Capital One Arena, as is Tom Homan, among others. But we will bring you those speeches in their entirety. Obviously, a historic day, and you don't want to miss one moment of it. So we're bringing you the latest here on N2 as we talk about what Donald Trump has been doing and shaping today, in addition to the few executive orders he has already signed. There is more to come. When we talk about Tom Homan, there was also word that there potentially would have been raids starting as early as tomorrow. But because those raids were, in some way leaked, that ICE would be going to places like Chicago, there's a thought maybe they won't do it because they want that element of surprise. There really should be no surprise, seeing that this has been discussed. But in Donald Trump's inauguration speech today, he was very, very clear on the border failures and the dangers. And one thing he did talk about is that we have American cities where they are sanctuaries and people are living better than Americans. And we also want to point out the Laken-Riley Act today will be one of the first things and laws that Donald Trump will sign, will enact in.
The House and Senate. When it comes to these ICE raids,
and that is the beautiful college student in Georgia killed at the hands of an illegal.
The first phase of these ICE raids, it doesn't need to be a surprise, right? Because we're talking about people who have been locked in prison for committing other crimes. They remain sitting there that the Biden administration refused to deport. that's going to be one of the first phases. And we talked to Oklahoma Governor Kevin Stitt yesterday, Bianca, and this is what he said he was most excited about, is having support from the federal government when it comes to immigration reform to get these people out of this country who have not just committed the crime of coming here illegally, but have committed additional violent crimes on top of that.
Yeah, and if you start with the criminals, you build public support for continuing it. We know the left will turn this in. If Abuela got deported, you know, you threw someone's grandma out, or you did this. And look, you've got to follow the law, but you should do it in a humane way. And that's not me talking, that's Donald Trump. He's talked about this on the campaign trail, that he wants to go after the criminals, to John's point.
And the polls showed that most Americans did not want open borders as well. And as they sort of winded down this campaign, it was clear that even Hispanics, who the left thought, well, they're not going to go for this. They were like, no, we want strong borders too. We came in the legal way. We came in and we waited our turn. We have Joe Biden, who also was speaking at the same time Donald Trump was signing some of these executive orders. He is heading off to Santa Barbara, Santa Ynez, to a big donor's house. Let's play a little bit of Biden's final words as he departed Washington.
We got a lot more to do. I know from many years of experience, they're up and down, but we have to stay with it. My dad taught me the measure of a person, you heard me say this before, is how quickly they get back up when they get knocked down. That's what we have to do right now. And we've always done our best as Americans. We never, never, never give up. Never. We're leaving office, but we're not leaving the fight.
He said in a recent interview he's not going to, fade away, and you just have to wonder what he means by that. And then the sign of the cross, I think some may just sort of shudder at when there really were so wider, more spiritual moments today when Donald Trump spoke about
That's
God.
one of his jokes that he does, as a Catholic. Oh, God bless,
A cafeteria Catholic, as some say.
I mean, never give up. This is the guy who dropped out of the presidential race. So, and we've heard him and no one's above the law with his pardons. What is he going to do? How is he going to get back up? He has no platform. He's very unpopular in the Democratic Party.
And the mainstream media is turned on him.
And the media is turned on him. We saw Alexandra Pelosi, Nancy Pelosi's daughter, come out firing against Joe Biden. So, obviously those are staffers, those are loyalists to Joe Biden, applauding for him. But it's easy to imagine he will never be in a venue where people will applaud for him in that type of...
Maybe bad speech writing there. He could have maybe said something else that was not really...
Young Pelosi was saying something about Lady McBiden and whatnot. That said she was the power behind the throne.
She said not very many people are saying nice things about Joe Biden right now, and Nancy Pelosi is one of them. But Joe Biden, the claws are out.
It's still a scandal that we know a small percentage about, is how Jill Biden and others in the White House kept the secret about the cognitive decline. We saw some of it, but the full extent of it has been covered up.
No, it has. And even when Speaker Johnson revealed last week, and he was point blank with Joe Biden, why did you sign that EPA? And he didn't realize he had signed it. The fact that it was so well known within circles and within those rooms where there were briefings and Biden was falling asleep, the culpability there is it is so much.
Wasn't what Speaker Johnson saying, to your point, that he confronted Joe Biden about a policy and said this was in the executive order, and he said no, it wasn't, as if he did not know what was in it. And Speaker Johnson's takeaway was not just the cognitive decline, but that the staff and the powers said, just sign this, just sign it, and they wrote the policy.
Right, and there was some thinking that's what's going on with the pardons too, although that might be mollified a little bit, considering he pardoned so many of his family members.
Yeah, right.
He was definitely involved in those.
That's right. All right, let's check in with our national correspondent, Mike Carter. Again, we want to build more momentum and suspense as we head soon to Capital One Arena for an extended period of time when Donald Trump is there signing executive orders, we anticipate, and maybe even the Lake and Riley Act for all we know. He's got a lot to sign today, and Mike Carter is there. What are you seeing, my friend?
Yeah, guys, we've got Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin up on stage right now. Governor Youngkin just saying we are witnessing a sunset today. The sun is setting on weakness. The sun is setting on wokeness. And the sun is setting on an open border, on America's southern border. Of course, a lot of things are changing today. It is Liberation Day in America, according to now President Donald Trump. And the crowd here at the Capital One Arena has been watching all of the proceedings. Remember, this was supposed to be the crowd out on the National Mall, but because of weather, possibly security concerns, we don't know the full extent of what the reason is. We are inside here. This is the public viewing area here in Washington, D.C. for President Trump's inauguration. He is expected here in the arena within the hour. So we do have a number of speakers up here today, including Governor Youngkin. We just heard from Charlie Kirk, of course. Turning Point USA played a huge role in getting President-elect Trump elected to be the president. Now, 35-point swing of young people this time around voting Republican. That's due in large part to Turning Point USA, getting out those early voters, those voter registrations in places like Pennsylvania and Michigan. Huge. Donald Trump, when he arrives here today, we mentioned this about an hour ago, there is a table behind me. It does have the presidential seal on that. Now, what is going to be made of that? We do have a podium to the right, but on that left, you see that table with the presidential seal. What significant policy changes? What executive orders could be signed there? Could we see some of those J6 pardons possibly put into place at that podium? Of course, Donald Trump yesterday at a rally in this venue said when he gets sworn in today, it's not him getting sworn in. It's all of us getting sworn in. And obviously, there would be a thunderous applause if some of those pardons for those J6ers who were here in Washington 4 years ago, and many of them have been locked up since that day, whereas now the wheels were put into place for those people to be released from jail. All right, so we're expecting the president's arrival within the hour. I'll send it back to you guys for right now.
Great job out there, Mike Carter.
Thank you, Mike.
Appreciate it.
If I had to guess, I think one of the executive orders he may sign in front of the crowd, just because it is something that touches all ages and mothers and fathers, is this biological truth, where there is only male can be men, women can be women. And I think that's something that maybe would really, although it's something he's talked about at rallies, I can't believe we have to talk about this.
Yeah, isn't it amazing
that
you
in
have
the
to write
setting.
that down?
Right.
Yeah. Because I'm pretty sure it's in a lot of medical textbooks that there are only two genders.
Can we just submit that?
Yeah,
as
we can just. This is the executive order.
But it's
chapter
come up with now
1
bathrooms
in your.
at Capitol Hill, where even though they have their own private bathrooms in their offices, we've seen transgender members of Congress now trying to say that.
Yeah.
And when you trickle it down to locker rooms and they want boys in with young girls, my guess is that might be one of those in Capitol One that he signs.
Yeah.
Just a
Well,
hunch.
and don't forget, yeah, exactly. Bianca teed up that Elon Musk will be speaking soon. We'll go there live. Important context being that Donald Trump in the inaugural address talked about sending a man or a woman to Mars, just like JFK. Wait a second.
There we go.
There he is. Let's see
cue.
what he has to say.
This is what victory feels like. Yeah! And this was no ordinary victory. This was a fork in the road of human civilization. Okay. There are elections that come and go. Some elections are, important, some are not. But this one this one really mattered. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you. My heart goes out to you. It is thanks to you that the future of civilization is assured. Thanks to you. We're going to have safe cities, finally, safe cities. Secure borders, sensible spending, basic stuff. And we're going to take Doge to Mars. I mean, can you imagine how awesome it will be to have American astronauts plant the flag on another planet for the first time? How inspiring would that be? There's always problems in life. There's this problem, solve that problem. But there need to be things that inspire you. There need to be things that make you glad to wake up in the morning and say, I'm looking forward to the future. Yeah. And I love you guys. So, and let me tell you, I'm gonna work my ass off for you guys. So, I really will. So, and yeah, but I'm super fired up for the future. It's gonna be very exciting. As the president said, we're gonna have a golden age. It's gonna be fantastic. And one of the fundamental things, one of the most American values that I love is optimism. And this feeling like we're gonna make the future good. We're gonna make it good. So, man, I can't wait. This is gonna be fantastic. So thank you again. And yeah, I'm just so excited about the future. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Well, we weren't sure exactly when he was going to speak, but we were just talking about the mission to Mars, and the man behind that mission is Elon Musk. There are some Trump fans around Washington. I saw some yesterday wearing these T-shirts saying, let's go to Mars.
Is walking out, though.
And so that's big. And then there's Kash Patel, who's the next FBI director.
He can follow Elon. Elon's a tough act to follow, but he's trying to hype up the crowd there. Optimism, planting a flag on Mars, and working his bleep off for us. Let's listen into Kash now, following Elon.
My, oh my, how do you follow Elon Musk when he tells you you're going to take you to Mars? I'll tell you how. He and I share something deeply. We love the American dream. And we have been given a gift by God today to usher in a new dynasty, because we just inaugurated Donald J. Trump as our 47th president. And we just inaugurated J.D. Vance as our Vice President of the United States. And we did that because the American dream is alive and well, because you chose that our dream can be the dream for our children and the dream for our world. And we are at a crossroads here in America. But our future is bright because you had the courage to stand for your convictions. So I'm humbled here to talk to you about why I love the American dream. My story's pretty simple, it's unique, and some of you share in it. My parents were born and raised in East Africa. My father in the 1970s fled a genocidal dictatorship in Uganda, where he saw 300,000 of his countrymen murdered, where he saw what lawlessness would do if it was allowed to break through the system of constitutional justice. He fled, like so many others. He married my mother. They moved here. They waited in line. They stood in line because the American dream was worth standing in line for. That dream is woven into the fabric of this nation, and our immigration policy is the greatest policy in the world. And now that we have Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance, it will become the greatest policy in the world again. But dreams and hopes aren't enough, my friends. We got to get to work. And we got to accept the realities that too many of you know from your communities. President Trump launched in his first term.
All right, Kash Patel, the likely FBI director, still has to get through Senate confirmation. John, his hearing will get interesting.
Yeah, it's going to get interesting. And we heard his name invoked in some of the other confirmation hearings. There's obviously real concern from Democrats about what Kash Patel and Donald Trump want to do with the FBI, and namely clean it up.
Well, you know, when he unraveled Russia collusion last time around and wrote a book called Government Gangsters, he pretty much has your number and knows what's been up. So interesting that Fauci was pardoned this morning, and a lot of people are saying, you know, these pardons may not be technically legal because they weren't charged with crimes. But guess what? If Kash Patel or Pam Bondi wants to call and subpoena people, they can't plead the fifth anymore because of the pardon. So it strikes both ways. But yeah, he even said following Elon might be a little bit hard. This is how we're going to do it. And he really is an American dream, talking about where he came from and his parents, to work hard. And this is what America's about, which Elon also touched on, which is optimism. And our country is really brimming with that today with the inauguration of Donald J. Trump as our 47th president, and his second term beginning in earnest today, and beginning like a rocket, if you will.
Going to Mars.
Elon's obviously very excited about that. We saw him kind of dancing during the presidential speech, and it's carried over. His enthusiasm is contagious, I think, probably from some of
it certainly is. And we expect Tom Homan. The borders are no longer saying incoming. He does not need Senate confirmation. That's an appointed position. He's already made it clear he's going to be moving forward with the largest deportation operation in American history. So let's get an idea of what else is happening on Capitol Hill. Let's not forget the 47th President of the United States is still under that dome right now having lunch. Check in with our congressional correspondent, Alana Austin. Alana?
Hey guys, good afternoon. We're learning a little bit more about those initial legal steps being taken by progressive groups to challenge DOJ. Now, the name of the organizations putting this litigation forward are Public Citizen, State Democracy Defenders Fund, and the American Federation of Government Employees. They are suing the new Trump administration over DOJ, saying this is not transparent. There needs to be open access to the public to be able to weigh in. Where are the records to all of this? And they're also saying this could be a threat to hundreds of thousands of Americans. Jobs could be on the line, and spending cuts as well. So this is potentially a foretaste of what is to come over the next 4 years. Speaking to what you were saying, the mood on Capitol Hill, I've seen several congressional Democrats coming through. A pretty muted response here. Some look kind of downcast in their expressions. This is not a celebratory day for them. On the other hand, I'm seeing Republicans, they're saying they're feeling united, energized, and as though President Trump returning to office here is a huge motivator for them, and that they feel unified on the core issues of cracking down on immigration, unleashing America's energy potential, and advancing those initial pieces of legislation. As you all said, the Laken-Riley Act, that could be moving forward as early as tonight. That could be heading over to the president's desk very soon. And this is a little bit of a different tone than the last administration. As much as we are anticipating Democratic pushback, potentially at a large scale, we are this time around hearing from a handful of members of Congress that they are at least trying to extend that olive branch, at least in writing, saying, hey, I don't agree with President Trump on everything. We may be able to find some common ground. We're hearing there are some Democrats who will support the Laken-Riley Act. We know there are a handful of Democrats as well participating in DOJ, at least to date. So interesting dynamics, a new chapter here, much more to come. I'll send it back to you guys for now.
All right, Alana Austin going to be very
Thanks,
busy
Alana.
in the hours ahead and the days ahead as well. We know you do a great job. Thank you for coming on. It's really fascinating to see because, there's going to be a lot of executive action, but then there's going to be a flurry of activity on the Hill.
Yeah, there sure is. And as we watch it sort of the day go forward after lunch, Donald Trump, although there's no parade, he'll be heading over to Capital One Arena, and it'll be sort of another celebration like we saw yesterday, maybe minus the Village people. Tom Homan expected to speak. And I also have to say regarding DOJ, it's going to be basically in Musk's hands now because Vivek has decided to run for governor of Ohio now, so it doesn't look like he'll be as big of a part of that. And that's obviously because Mike DeWine, the governor there, has nominated the Lieutenant Governor John Husted to fill the empty seat in the Senate by J.D. Vance. So there you have it, a little bit of a DOJ, reboot there. A live look here as we are going to take a very quick break. But our live coverage of the historic day unfolding on Capitol Hill that is being not just reported on here, but also being felt and reacted to around the world continues right here on N2. We're back in just a moment.
You served your country with honor. Now get the benefits you've rightfully earned. Paul R. Lawrence has written the book every veteran should own, Veterans Benefits for You. This step-by-step guide breaks down what you need to know, from financial compensation and disabilities to information for dependents and parents. This book is a must-read for all servicemen and women. Get your free copy today with our special offer. Call the number on your screen or go online to order.
On September 15, 1950, General of the Army and Commander-in-Chief of the United Nations Forces, Douglas MacArthur, launched a surprise amphibious attack against the Communist North Korean Army at the Bay of Incheon in South Korea. Approximately 3 months earlier, the North invaded South Korea and soon captured its capital, Seoul. MacArthur, against the advice of his military advisors, chose Incheon for his counterattack. The move was risky. Incheon was heavily fortified, and American soldiers would face towering cliffs on its beaches. His maneuver caught the enemy completely by surprise. MacArthur quickly cut the North Korean army in half as their beleaguered army hastily beat a retreat north. For the moment, the government of South Korea had been saved. In an address to a joint session of Congress, General Douglas MacArthur uttered those famous words, "Old soldiers never die, they just fade away," and then added,
"I now close my military career and just fade away."
You're watching An American Moment on Newsmax TV.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would. And now you can, with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol. Combined with 15 other important ingredients, Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function. And that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You discover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
All right, welcome back to N2's live coverage from Capitol Hill and beyond on a historic day in America. Donald J. Trump sworn in as the nation's 47th president. He now has the honor of being the 45th and 47th president, Ed Henry, alongside John Bachman and Bianca de la Garza. And
real quickly, if you look at the flag, it's at full staff.
There it is.
Yes.
Earlier,
so the ropes were unfrozen.
Speaker Johnson was trying to bring him up, or told him to, and he was told that the ropes were frozen, and you were skeptical.
Oh, I was skeptical. In fact, yes.
Because
more
Democrats
than I didn't
want them
buy
to stay
it.
at half
Yes,
staff.
they want some sort of negative omen.
A symbolic
yes.
nature.
I mean, Carter was laid to rest, more than a week and a half ago. So I think that, and it was also, I think.
Respects were paid.
Respects were paid, and it was sort of it's a little petty, but that's their playbook, if you will. And so here we have, an executive order that they will always be flying high, as it should, on Inauguration Day. What an Inauguration Day it has been already. Donald Trump, speaking inside the rotunda to 800 people, but then speaking a little bit longer, 2 minutes longer, and a little more of a freestyle. And soon, folks, he will be heading back over to the Capital One Arena, where he will address his supporters and also sign more executive orders. It's expected to be thrilling, and also, as Donald Trump, can always bring high energy. And a day that, here we are witnessing what this, country has been been waiting for 4 years. And I know that a lot of the people inside and some of the left-wing media are saying, how can this be happening? How can Jeff Bezos and the president of Google be sitting next to, all the incoming secretaries and sitting behind Donald Trump? And it just goes to show sort of what a type of, transition we're seeing, but also a generational shift in how government may actually function, the we the people version aspect of it here.
Something else we're seeing, too, that's happening, these quick changes. General Milley's portrait apparently has been removed from the walls of the Pentagon.
After the pardon?
After the pardon, and I guess maybe that's his admission of guilt responsibility here, but it was apparently just revealed 10 days ago, and now it's no longer hanging in the White House. So we don't know exactly why.
The White House
or
I'm sorry, the Pentagon.
Yeah,
so it's no longer hanging in the Pentagon.
Wow.
This is being reported by multiple sources, including CNN. They have a picture up.
That it was taken down.
Taken down.
Because, Joe Biden issued these preemptive pardons to retired General Milley, who was there and served as Joint Chiefs Chair in the first Trump administration, but infamously broke with the Commander-in-Chief. And in Bob Woodward's book, among other places, we learned that he was having private conversations with the Communist Chinese officials.
He testified as much.
About undermining Donald Trump.
And we can all remember the notorious comments he made about wanting to understand white rage when Joe Biden came into office. They had a 60-day stand down to try to root out white supremacy in the military. And then not long after that, we saw the debacle in Afghanistan. Really got a clear view of what the priorities are or were in the Pentagon under Milley.
And this was starting to unfold around 7:30 this morning when those first initial wave of pardons, and Milley reacted right away. In fact, he told CNN that he was grateful for the pardon and saying that he did not wish to spend whatever remaining time the Lord grants him fighting those who unjustly might seek retribution for perceived slights. But there's this dangerous precedent, too. If you start pardoning people, be it Fauci, be it your family members, be it your brother, before there's even a crime committed, it really goes to show the threat to democracy is the Democrat Party, because what they're saying is you can come in, you can do whatever you want, we're just going to give you a blanket pardon on the way out. What does that standard mean now?
Two of the people who have preemptive pardons are on record criticizing the idea of preemptive pardons.
Yeah.
Adam Schiff and Adam Kinzinger, the two Adams we'll call them, both are on record. Both have been very vocal about the fact that if Donald Trump were to preemptively pardon anybody, it would be grossly,
That's right.
A gross abuse of power. And here we are.
We're not just about the tax crime and the gun charge. It was 11 years that there was a pardon.
A Jake Tapper interview of December 2020, I believe, that's making the rounds today, with the incoming president and vice president Kamala Harris at the time, Biden and Harris. And they were speculating that Donald Trump was going to do preemptive pardons of himself, his sons, all these people, which Donald Trump never did, number one. It was a lie. And number two, Joe Biden, in this interview on CNN at the time, 4 years ago basically, said that we'd be a banana republic if you did preemptive pardons.
That he would never do that.
So you're right. He turned out to be the threat to democracy. Let's talk about it with the former vice chair of the New Jersey Federation of Republican Women, host of Money Talk with Melanie Collette. And Melanie, it's great to have you on. We were watching the inaugural address together. We just heard John talking about how one of the priorities the Democrats have had inside the military, for example, with DEI programs, is dealing with quote-unquote white rage. I never really saw evidence that existed in the military, number one. Just like Joe Biden told us that white nationalists, Christian white nationalists, were like the biggest threat to America, not Hamas or other actual international terrorists. And then I met you today, and I sat with you and watched the inaugural address, and I heard you saying amen and other things as Donald Trump spoke. So help me understand what kind of picture the Democrats and the mainstream media have painted about Donald Trump that you don't buy.
I don't buy that the man is a racist. If he is a racist, he's very bad at it. He put a number, even during his first term, put a number of things in place, a number of real substantive policies in place that address issues in black communities. Not only that, but black Republicans, Republicans of color, have longed for real outreach to black communities by the Republican Party. And Donald Trump did that. President President Trump gave a shout out to the massive increase in support that Black and brown communities gave them in this election cycle. But he has himself to thank for that because he did the hard work. He did the hard work in 2020 with the community centers in Black and brown neighborhoods, and he did it again engaging with grassroots organizations like the Black Conservative Federation and others. So I think this whole narrative about him being a racist and also them being apoplectic about white rage, so much so that they address it in our armed forces, is ridiculous. And so that's why I was saying amen. And I really wish we would get away from that narrative.
Melanie, hang with us. We want to also welcome in now Rob Astorino, host of Saturday Agenda. He's live outside the White House at Lafayette Park. And Rob, first we'll bring you in the conversation here. We'll make it quick so you don't freeze. But tell us about, set the scene for us out there, what's happening at the White House right now. And earlier we were seeing some of the new Trump administration employees showing up to the White House and getting to work. What are you seeing out there?
So it's been an interesting day. We've been here basically since 6 in the morning. And the first thing we noticed is this was where the parade was supposed to go. So the viewing stand is right below us, the presidential box right behind me. 2 flags on the to the right and left of the presidential stand, the viewing stand. They were at half staff like every other American flag here in D.C. and around the country. And at some point this morning, Biden was still president. At around 9-something, they raised these 2 flags to full staff. But everything else on the White House and the Executive Office building stayed at half staff. About an hour ago, right after President Trump was president, the main flag on top of the White House went up. And now all the buildings, Treasury Department right over there, the Eisenhower Executive Office building, they're all getting up to full staff right now. So Donald Trump is back. This obviously was just very busy this morning because the Bidens were in the White House. The Trumps came. They were at St. John's right on that side of where we are. And then, of course, the Trumps came here for tea. And it was a massive motorcade. It was the biggest in history, we were told, double the size of a normal presidential motorcade. I'm not sure if that was because the president and the president-elect were there. Whatever, it was massive. The moving trucks, you can still see them. So when the Bidens and the Trumps left the White House to go to the Capitol, the moving vans started coming in and taking the Biden stuff out. I don't know if there are any classified documents. But then the Trump stuff started going in. And they had 5 hours to do that and make the total transition. And as you were mentioning, now the staffers are there too. At noon, really, the key cards were activated, and the new team, the Trump team, can get into their offices and start to work and putting in action the executive orders that Donald Trump signed. So it is certainly Liberation Day in Donald Trump's words, and the golden age has started. And a lot of course, obviously, security, the big perimeter. It's quieter now. They opened up Lafayette Park because Donald Trump is not here at this moment. But they opened it up, and it'll get tighter again later when he comes back. Pop-up demonstrations have started, as you would imagine. But overall, it's a pretty good day in D.C. A lot of happy people, but also a lot of confused people. They're like, well, I was going to be at the inauguration. Now I don't know what to do because they can't get into the Capital One Arena. So they're just going to make a fun day of it.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of them, I think, went to the bars, from what I saw.
It's great for business, and they're buying extra weather gear and warm gear. Yeah, which you definitely need. Rob Astor, we'll let you get warm for a few minutes. Excellent sort of picture there and lots of color as we think about this transition, bringing back in Melanie Collette. Melanie, Kamala Harris leaves, and she rode with J.D. Vance, and Jill rode with Melania. But it's interesting now that Joe Biden and Jill will be in Santa Barbara, Santa Ynez. Kamala also going out to California. Donald Trump may be in California within the next week because he's going to be talking about the fires and all the problems that we've now seen, from the cuts to the budget, the mayor being in Ghana and not acting fast enough, Governor Newsom. I mean, it's fascinating to sort of see how these two sides play out. And Joe Biden, in fact, was in Riverside the night the fires broke out. He never made a public statement. And when he did, he came out with Newsom to talk about him being a great-grandfather. Talk about tone deaf, huh?
Exactly. And, there's been a lot said today about how President Trump's speech was really rough on Joe Biden and Joe Biden's administration. But nothing he said was not true about the policies that the Biden administration put in place and how much the American people did not like them. So if you're proud of the policy positions that you put in place and the things that you subjected the American people to, then how is it a rough speech? The people spoke loud and clear and said they did not like those policies. And President Trump was saying, I told you they didn't like those policies, and that's why I won. You should be able to sit there with your head held high, knowing that in your own heart of hearts, that even though everyone else thought that your policies were terrible, you did the right thing. So what's the problem?
I think change is really hard for people, too. I mean, Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of America, abolishing the Department of Education, which is failing students. I mean, there are actually things that actually make sense, but because they're novel, they're creative, and Donald Trump is the politician who can actually be an outsider thinking of these things with a different approach because he's not from this institution and 50 years in like Joe Biden. Sometimes that's a tough pill to swallow for people who are so used to being in the swamp, in the Beltway.
Absolutely. Yeah. Melanie, last thought from you, because you told me you're a former teacher. So I think what the education department does or doesn't do, Donald Trump said at the victory rally yesterday that he told Linda McMahon, his incoming secretary, I want you to do such a good job that you're out of a job, that basically we shut that department down and give the power back to the states and the parents.
And he's exactly right. The federal government and the Department of Education has long been heavy-handed, withholding federal dollars and doing things like that to manipulate school districts, to instill these woke policies that are damaging to the educational system, and meanwhile not teaching kids. If we want to address the social ills of America, let's do it after all of our kids are brilliant in things like reading, writing, math, and science. But until then, we need to leave that alone. So he's absolutely right, and I hope she does exactly that. That bureaucracy needs to go away and go to the locals and make sure that we are focused on making our education system top-notch and as strong as America holds itself out to be.
Making it great again, maybe even. Melanie, we appreciate your time today.
Thank you so much, Melanie.
Thank you. Great to see you.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll have more live special coverage of President Trump's historic inauguration. Remember, he is still inside that Capitol building with the First Lady, with the Vice President, with the Second Lady. He is expected to make remarks, a little toast, as well as J.D. Vance doing that as well. The House and Senate leaders will start the toasts off, and then they'll react. So we'll go to that live soon. And then after that, the new president will head to the Capital One Arena for remarks and executive orders. We'll cover every minute of it after this.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
We've got to cut the sales by about 9%. I think that'll be enough to get them to the table. And we're somewhere, I think, past 5. And the boycotts have a way of developing their own life.
The oldest son of 4 siblings, Cesario Estrada Chavez, was born in Yuma, Arizona on March 31st, 1927. After graduating 8th grade from Laguna Dam School, he dropped out of school to work in the fields. He joined the Navy in 1946, and following his discharge, he married his sweetheart, Helen Fabella, with whom he would have 8 children. Early in his adulthood, he was befriended by 2 social justice activists, Fred Ross and Father Donald McDonnell, who redirected him from field hand to union organizer. In 1962, Cesar Chavez joined with community activist Dolores Huerta to form the National Farm Workers Association. UFW had organized successful strikes against produce growers, resulting in higher wages and safer working conditions for their field workers. Chavez soon realized boycotts were more effective against supermarket chains rather than individual growers. In July of 1969, Chavez appeared on The Today Show and called for a nationwide boycott of grapes to protest the wages and working conditions of farm workers. That year-long boycott ended successfully for Chavez and catapulted him to national prominence. Chavez used his newfound prominence to enter the world of presidential politics by campaigning for Senator Robert Kennedy. In 1973, believing illegal immigrants were being used as strikebreakers, his union established the Wet Line along the southern Arizona border to stop them from entering the United States. Chavez also initiated a campaign to actively deport those already here. Until his death at age 66 on April 23, 1993, Cesar Chavez remained a popular speaker at colleges and universities throughout the country. March 31st, the birthday of Cesar Chavez, is a state holiday in California. You're watching An American Life on Newsmax TV.
Are you getting everything from Medicare you deserve? You need Medicare for You. It reveals how to maximize benefits while improving your health care. Medicare for You shows you how to reduce costs, improve coverage, get procedures approved, and avoid 4 big mistakes and scams. Make sure Medicare works for you. Get Medicare for You at bookstores or see the free offer. Go online now or call today. Your health is too important to wait.
Hi folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Welcome back to our coverage here of the inauguration of our 47th president, Donald J. Trump. The events continue in our nation's capital. The cold forced it indoors, but still the feeling and the joy of a lot of folks there very high. And I use joy in a way, of course, we know it is not with Kamala Harris and Biden as they have left the building and the White House officially.
Didn't work. That's right.
No, it didn't. And we've just been hearing from folks like Elon Musk. We're waiting for Tom Homan across the way at the Capital One arena, and that is where Donald Trump will be after he wraps up this lunch with dignitaries. And we want to head out to our correspondent Caleb Park, who is standing by right now outside the Capital One arena, as a lot of folks are excited to get in and listen to the president today with more speeches. Caleb, I hope you're staying warm out there. You got a lot of layers on. That's a good thing.
That's right, Bianca, I am. And as you mentioned, there's been thousands of people that were streaming in this arena since 7 a.m. this morning. As you can see, it's pretty empty here, but a lot of people have been walking to restaurants, bars, coffee shops to watch from the arena. They have the Jumbotron out here past the security checkpoint, which is behind me. And I had a chance to speak to a lot of supporters throughout the day from all across the United States, and even, if you can imagine, from around the world, from South Korea, Japan, in Europe, Africa, and even south of the border. So it's been really cool to see tons of people coming here. But unfortunately, you know, they only have so much capacity inside the arena at 20,000. I got a chance to talk to them about the pardons that former President Biden issued this morning and these next 100 days with President Trump as he just took the oath of office. And here's what they had to say earlier.
That's why it's so rewarding. It's very exciting. It's rewarding to be here.
It's a very special day. We might not see this for a long time. You know, a Republican getting elected and doing all the important things that needs to happen for America that most politicians say they're going to do, give you empty promises about, but someone that's going to actually do some of the things that he says he's going to do.
Total honor to be here and share this day with President Trump and his family and the rest of our nation.
We're just so grateful for Jesus Christ, our Savior, that he gave us another chance by putting this wonderful man in office so that he can try to restore what's been so terribly broken.
It's going to fundamentally change America, and I just wanted to be here today to celebrate that monumental occasion.
Some of the people that I got to talk to, and there's been a lot of a swag, like MAGA swag here that we've been seeing. So as people have been lining up along the streets, we've had a lot of merchants selling Daddy's Home sweatshirts and, you know, just a wide array of gear to celebrate President Trump as the 47th president here in the Capitol. And he'll be coming to the stage very soon for the parade that would have been outside but got moved in because of the weather and other factors. Bianca and Ed and John, back to you.
I'm impressed that you remembered everyone's name. Yeah. Your lips are very cold, but you're doing an outstanding job, Caleb. Get warm.
Go get warm, yes.
Cup of hot cocoa or something like that. Live look inside, much warmer, obviously not just the temperature, but the atmosphere. Capital One Arena. It was the scene on Sunday of Donald J. Trump hosting a victory rally. I suspect we may see more rallies, even though the campaign is over. When he hits a roadblock on Capitol Hill, he'll go on the road and rally, say, do you want no taxes on tips or not?
And this is something I'm sure you saw when you were covering President Bush. This is how he sold the Iraq War to the American public. He would go out and hold these rallies. Obviously, a different type of rally.
Didn't work. Well, it worked and then it didn't work, right? He sold the policy, but the policy didn't work out.
Yeah.
And to your point, when I was covering President Bush in the back half there in the second term, he thought he had a mandate to go out and sell like Social Security reform and major entitlement reform, and he hit a brick wall. He went around the country, and people weren't ready to do it. And they said, don't touch my Social Security. No. And his second term had a lot of flops in terms of legacy items. Donald Trump coming out of the gate pretty strong, hoping that he can put a lot of wins on the board, frankly, not just executive orders, but up on Capitol Hill.
Already so many iconic moments that have happened throughout the day and more that will be happening in the next few hours. Let's bring back in host of the Leventhal Report right here on N2 every night at 7 o'clock, Rick Leventhal, as we watch and await Donald Trump to leave the Capitol with First Lady Melania. I love the hat. I love what she is sort of bringing back, this glamour. And also sometimes I think she doesn't have to. She can avert her eyes when and if she chooses to. Ultimate signature fashion there. But Donald Trump last night on the stage with the Village People. I mean, that's something you don't normally see either. I think the rallies, they are a signature for him, and it's also something, it's refreshing to see sort of this cross-pollination of culture, politics, but also grounded in logic and family, and, you know, crime is going to be law and order back in the streets. There's so many things that touches on to human life, to our core tenets of us as Americans today here, Rick.
Yeah, and I love how he said it was a revolution of common sense, because that's what this country has needed for quite some time. And, you know, I was just sitting here marveling at the fact that he did have a rally last night, and he's going to have another rally today, and how unusual that is to be holding rallies as the president-elect the night before inauguration, and then as president. I mean, good for him, and good for America, and you know, it's also refreshing to see somebody who walks in the door, speaks the truth to his voters, to the people of America, and then gets right to work and sets up a desk, you know, for his next appearance where he can actually sign bills into law while he's talking to the folks in the room. It's a remarkable way of governing. It's a very different way than we've been used to. And I think he's going to be a lot more effective this time around than he was in the first term because, like I said earlier, having the support of Congress and the Senate.
We even heard Musk say he's going to get to work, and he's recruiting Americans who will work for free 80 hours a week. And wasn't there this thing this week that some of the Democrats are like, oh, 36 hours a week, I'm already so tired.
Yeah, they wanted a 32-hour work week. The progressive staffers, the left on the Hill, remember that? Right. And they had to pull that back because people were laughing at them. Right?
They should go to France where they do that.
I mean, I think
how's that worked out in the streets of Paris?
32 hours is like minimum. Like, you know, here, maybe we're news junkies, right, Rick? You know?
Well, how about a guy who's worth $400 billion who's taking on another job and willing to go to work for somebody else when he's already the richest man in the world? I mean, good for him. And, you know, having that kind of brain power in the White, you know, counseling the president is remarkable. You know, this guy has built a team, and a lot of those team members are going to be confirmed, we believe, very quickly. And the other thing that I'm going to be watching for is how the other networks and the rest of the media cover Donald Trump's presidency, and that's something we're going to talk about on the Leventhal Report tonight. Seeing how unfair they've been to him during his first term. And, I mean, it's also remarkable just how slanted the coverage has been. And I wonder, you know, if it's going to get even worse because they're so desperate to say something bad about Donald Trump when he's doing so much right for this nation.
Yeah, and to your point, the media has a harder time to continue to kind of con the American people, or try to, about Donald Trump and his intentions, right?
Yeah.
He was a Nazi, he was a fascist, and they didn't buy it. And now they're looking at it, and I want you to react, all of you, but I'm looking at my notes, and in the inaugural address, where the most amount of people saw it. Some people will not watch the rallies, they'll turn it up, but people were watching the moment when he sworn in. And he said very simple things, guys, like, every day I will very simply put America first. Who is against putting America first? Please speak up. I know there are lefties who are, but that's outrageous. Sunlight will be pouring over the entire world, he said. America can seize opportunities like never before. Is a man talking about the American dream, no?
Yeah, just to what Rick was saying about how the news media, legacy news media, and some of these leftist outlets are going to cover this. We saw Elon Musk sending his heart out to the crowd, and I just watched a clip of two CNN anchors basically saying he was giving a Nazi salute at the rally.
Oh, come on.
Yes.
Well, and let's be clear, too. AOC says she's not going today because she doesn't support rapists. She better watch herself, too, because ABC just had a big defamation suit that they lost because they called Donald Trump a racist. So I think they actually should really put themselves in check if they're going to go that far and say those types of defamatory things, Rick.
And ABC, in their article talking about the inaugural address, said that Donald Trump painted a dark picture of America. You know, that wasn't my takeaway. No. My takeaway was that he painted a very optimistic picture for America's future. He did call out all of the mistakes that the Biden administration made and how difficult of a position they put many Americans in, but he wasn't painting a dark picture, just like he hasn't painted a dark picture his entire campaign. He painted a picture of hope and optimism and a way forward that no one else was able to articulate. I think what his inaugural address was very, very positive and hopeful for putting America back on the world stage as a leader, not a follower.
Yeah, and ABC News had to settle that lawsuit, defamation suit that Bianca just alluded to. And there are reports now that CBS News is in conversations about settling a multi-billion, I think $10 billion lawsuit from Donald Trump about the 60 Minutes interview and how they played fast and loose with the transcript of Kamala Harris.
And CNN just had to settle a defamation lawsuit last week with a...
Well, they lost the first part.
They lost the first part.
Then they settled the second part,
Interesting times in the media, but maybe that's why people are tuning in right here. From the warmth of their own home, we should say, with best coverage here, Rick
Beautiful
Leventhal.
Home, California.
Yes, love having you with us. Thank you so much for your insight and your perspective. Again, just...
My pleasure.
Watching Capitol Hill.
We'll see Rick at 7.
And the lunch is still being served, and it must be dessert time now. It sounds like
there's some plates being cleared, and it looks like maybe the cameras are back on, which tells me that the toasts may be coming now. You can see the President and First Lady in the center top of the screen. You can see the hat, if nothing else. And it looks like Boris Epstein is there, and it just greeting the president. He made it into the luncheon. And Chuck Schumer's walking by the head table there.
He was just talking to Marco Rubio.
There you go. And so maybe some business is going to get done. So Schumer was talking to Rubio?
Yes.
So
you see Rubio right there above Arena.
Oh, there he is on the top right. Yeah. So what I would say is that Rubio is one of the names on deck to potentially be confirmed as Secretary of State. So I would think, there's senatorial deference. And typically, if you're a senator nominated to the Supreme Court or nominated to the cabinet, senators show great deference for their own unless there's some major hiccup. And Rubio had a pretty, no gloves touched confirmation hearing where he's very likely our next Secretary of State as soon as this afternoon.
Yeah, that's moving ahead, it looks like, and also could be Pete Hegseth's confirmation hearing and vote as well coming up. So Lake and Riley Act, we know, will be something that the House and Senate also will be taking on, and I think the program is about to start. If Steve Scalise is just taking the podium, want to dip in and listen for a moment here as we watch the luncheon festivities here.
Over in the beautiful rotunda, wonderful that it was indoors, Mr. President, because I don't think the crowd would have wanted to be in the 20s or below. But one of the things President Trump said that I thought was the most touching, he said, in America, the impossible is what we do best. And I think that epitomizes the spirit when you think about this room, this statuary hall, and you look at some of the statues, Thomas Edison, he did the impossible. Elon Musk, I'm not sure if Elon's still here. Elon does some of those things himself. But you look at somebody like Rosa Parks, and she did something that many would have said couldn't be done with just a simple gesture of saying, I'm not going to sit in the back of the bus. And so the impossible is what we do in America. And President Trump said something else. He said, our golden age has just begun. America's ready for another golden age. Mr. President, we present to you these flags that were flown over the United States Capitol at full mast in honor of being sworn in as President of the United States.
Thank you, Chairwoman Klobuchar, for your leadership of today's ceremonies. President Trump, Madam First Lady, congratulations. I have the honor of presenting the Vice President with our nation's highest symbol, the American flag. As a United States Marine, the Vice President put on the uniform to protect and serve America. Like so many men.
All right, so you can hear the pleasantries. Democrats getting in on it, at least for a day or a half a day, with Hakeem Jeffries, the House Democrat leader.
Probably half a day.
Yeah, probably half a day to be safe. We're going to hit a quick
Till
break.
sunset.
On the other side, we'll hear the rest of the toast, and we'll give you every second of Donald Trump as new president, his toast and his response to the toast to him from the House and Senate leaders after a quick break.
We're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
We must begin by acknowledging a hard truth. We will not eradicate violent conflict in our lifetimes. There will be times when nations, acting individually or in concert, will find the use of force not only necessary, but morally justified. For make no mistake, evil does exist in the world. A nonviolent movement could not have halted Hitler's armies. Negotiations cannot convince al-Qaeda's leaders to lay down their arms. To say that force may sometimes be necessary is not a call to cynicism, it is a recognition of history, the imperfections of man, and the limits of reason. The United States of America has helped underwrite global security for more than 6 decades with the blood of our citizens and the strength of our arms. We have borne this burden not because we seek to impose our will. We have done so out of enlightened self-interest, because we seek a better future for our children and grandchildren, and we believe that their lives will be better if others' children and grandchildren can live in freedom and prosperity.
We welcome change and openness, for we believe that freedom and security go together. There is one sign the Soviets can make that would be unmistakable, that would advance dramatically the cause of freedom and peace. General Secretary Gorbachev, if you seek peace, if you seek prosperity for the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, if you seek liberalization, come here to this gate. Mr. Gorbachev, open this gate. Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Donald J. Trump looking live here inside the Capitol. Speaker Mike Johnson now at the podium addressing members of Congress, the luncheon that's been going on for about an hour now. I think that we are sort of in the sort of winding down phase. Donald Trump's inauguration indoors, 800 people got to watch in the rotunda. He floated the idea of keeping it indoors because he liked it, talked about the acoustics. Donald Trump obviously enjoying the history of today and also realizing the impact of his life, saying, I was saved by God so I could make America great again. Some very powerful moments. We'll listen in for a few seconds here in the Capitol.
We know the great story of your grandparents and what they did in your life. He's written about his professors and mentors that he met in law school. He speaks a lot about his gracious, beautiful wife, our new second lady, Usha. Is a great inspiration as well. And JD, you yourself have been inspiring people. Your story really has. It's one of the reasons that I believe God has raised your platform as he has, because you've been so faithful to tell that story and to inspire so many others. And so our hope and our prayer is, as you continue to do this, that as you go to help us execute on the America First agenda, that you also do what you've been doing so well all along, and that is providing a model for what is possible in America. What a great story. What an inspiring story you've had, and it's just getting started. I pray specifically that you inspire a lot of the young men in America. Some of them feel hopeless and stagnant sometimes, and you're a great example to all of them and to all of us, that if you work hard and you play by the rules and you do the right thing, you can make a better life. You're now the Vice President of the United States, my friend. So everyone, will you please join me in raising a glass to our own mentors, the people who inspired all of us, to the possibilities of our own future, to these great new horizons. What a perfect choice this was for the painting, the artwork today. And to the great example of our new Vice President, Mr. J.D. Vance. You're here.
Thank you, Speaker Johnson and Vice President Vance. I will now invite my senator next door in the state of South Dakota, Senate Majority Leader John Thune, to give the toast for the president.
Well, Mr. President, Madam First Lady, congratulations. It is an honor for all of us to be able to be here today with you on this historic day as we celebrate your inauguration. Mr. President, one of the most important influences in my life when I was getting started in politics was Ronald Reagan. His philosophy of limited government, his belief in peace through strength, the strength of his convictions, were all things that appealed to me. But I was also drawn by his optimism and by his belief in America. And Mr. President, those are qualities that I see in you. One of the things that resonated throughout your campaign was the unshakable belief in our country and in her citizens. You remind us of everything that's possible in America. I'm looking forward to working with you over the next 4 years to build up our great country. It says in the scriptures that if you ask for wisdom, it will be given to you and given to you generously. And so I pray, and our prayer is, that God will richly bless you in the years ahead and grant you not only strength, but wisdom. And ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to join me in raising a glass to the President of the United States, President Donald Trump. Hear, hear.
So, This has been a long day with many other things ahead for so many of you. But I want to thank you for attending the 60th inaugural ceremonies. And as we close, we ask that you pick up a gift. All of our guests are going to get a set of commemorative glasses in embossed leather featuring the Great Seal of the United States, which Senator Fisher and I selected together, and maybe Senator McConnell added some bourbon from Kentucky. Just saying. It is now my privilege to conclude this luncheon by asking Margaret Kibben, the chaplain for the House of Representatives, to deliver the benediction. Thank you. And we love this eagle podium. It's pretty good, Mr. President.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the benediction.
Would you pray with me? Holy and merciful God, having witnessed another successful moment in the experiment that you have entrusted into the hands of the American people, we pray your blessing on our 47th President of these United States, Donald J. Trump, and Vice President James D. Vance. Ensure that this mantle of singular responsibility that you have laid upon our President's shoulders remains secure in your will and safeguarded in your keeping. Uphold him as he preserves, protects, and defends the Constitution to the best of his abilities, relying on your divine help. God of power and might, grace and mercy, grant that your spirit of counsel has access to the President's heart to search it, to his mind to examine it, to his will to test it, that his faithfulness would bear witness to your truth. Surround him with angels and advisors who will serve as your agents to guide and guard him, caution and encourage him to remain upright and blameless in your sight. Buckle the belt of truth around his waist. Place the breastplate of righteousness over his heart. Fit his feet with readiness, that your gospel of wisdom and justice will shine forth throughout President Trump's administration. We offer this prayer to the one whose voice we follow to guide all that we do and all that we hope for. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please remain at your seats as President Trump, Vice President Vance, the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, and the official party depart National Statuary Hall.
All right, having covered Capitol Hill, they used to always say after some of these events, everything's already been said, but not everyone has said it. And that's pretty much what goes on. The speeches go on and on and on. And in fact, the original program had both the vice president and president giving short remarks. Maybe they just scrapped it and said, look, this has already gone over an hour or so in terms of the timetable. He's got to get over to the Capital One Arena, number one. And number two, John, it's just sort of, once he starts talking, then he's going to push his schedule further back. He's already spoken a couple of times to obviously the inaugural address, but then the overflow room, because there were about 1,800 people who didn't get tickets to the first room. So this is nice. There's a benediction, people coming together, and now he's getting to work.
And some nice embossed leather and some bourbon, too, on top of everything else.
That might be the last nice thing Mitch McConnell does for a while.
Yeah, and obviously there's this camaraderie that's happening today and right now. How long this will last, we'll see. Donald Trump, and there was a moment there to J.D. Vance where Speaker Johnson was talking about he hopes he inspires some young men. Really incredible story. Hillbilly Elegy, the book he wrote, chronicled, things that he talked about in his life and what he's overcome, and somewhat bearing his soul, and now to become, one of the youngest senators, now vice president of the United States, and a family man that Donald Trump picked. I was fortunate. I got the first sit-down interview with him at the border, and it's interesting now to see the border be such a major threat in this first day with these executive orders. We were waiting Tom Homan also to speak over at Capital One Arena, where they will be heading to very shortly.
Already reports that the border in El Paso, Texas, has been shut down, We'll see if that's temporary as they try to get things in order. We will take a quick break. On the other side, John and everyone, stand by. We will track the motorcade's movements of the president over to Capital One Arena. And then we'll check in with a lot of great analysts about the road ahead for the 47th President of the United States after a quick break.
It was intended to take the roar out of America's roaring 20s, but instead its passage divided the nation and began an era of bootleggers, speakeasies, and rum-running gangsters. When ratified in 1919, the 18th Amendment to the Constitution outlawed the manufacturing, transportation, and sale of intoxicating liquors. Consequently, organized crime was quick to step up and quench the thirst of an eager nation. The Volstead Act gave federal agencies the legal authority to enforce prohibition, but with an average of only 30 enforcement agents per state, the illegal liquor flowed freely. By 1925, in New York City alone, authorities estimated over 100,000 illegal bars were thriving, with customers consisting of friends, neighbors, and lawmakers alike. Still, some law enforcement became famous fighting the booze trade. One was Eliot Ness. As a top agent of the Bureau of Prohibition, Ness led a team of men known as the Untouchables. Tough and incorruptible, they brought down Chicago bootlegger and mobster Al Capone. But bowing to public pressure, in his 1932 presidential campaign, Franklin Roosevelt endorsed the repeal of prohibition. It was later reported, with the Depression in full swing and national morale at rock bottom, then President Roosevelt remarked, "I think we could all do with a beer." With the passage of the 21st Amendment on December 5, 1933, prohibition was officially repealed, making the 18th Amendment the only amendment in the U.S. Constitution repealed by the passage of another. Still, even with the repeal of prohibition, many states chose to remain dry, the longest running of which was Mississippi, who didn't repeal their self-imposed prohibition until 1966. I'm Bill Curtis, and this is an American Moment.
It's a fact. 80% of your immune system is controlled by gut bacteria, and many people suffer from digestion woes. Dr. David Brownstein created Bactipro to help. This premium formula supports optimal immune health and contains 6 powerful probiotics. So try Bactipro to see if it helps you with our risk-free offer. Get 30 days of Bactipro at no cost to you. Go online now or call us toll-free today.
Hi folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
I was exhausted all the time, and I just didn't feel like myself. And then came the weight gain. I found out I was like millions of Americans whose thyroid gland wasn't functioning like it was supposed to. And that's why I started taking Actilin, a premium nutritional supplement. Actilin was created by renowned physician Dr. David Brownstein, formulated with 17 powerful ingredients to specifically support your thyroid function, adrenal health, and metabolism. And now, you can get a free bottle of Actilin with our special offer. Just pay a small shipping and handling charge. Plus, receive Dr. Brownstein's free special report, A Doctor's Guide to a Healthy Thyroid. If you're experiencing loss of energy, cold hands and feet, dry skin, weight gain, or joint pain, Actilin may be right for you. Don't wait. Act now. Get your free trial bottle of Actilin, valued at $39.95.
All
All right, hello and welcome back to our special coverage of President Trump's inauguration. And we're watching the luncheon break up and everyone head back out to
Bezos.
Yeah, Jeff Bezos and Mike Johnson.
A slightly more covered up fiance, because there was some, talk about what she was wearing.
Yes, we know.
Or the lack
we know
of
who Melania was
covered
wearing,
up.
but we don't know what Lauren Sanchez was wearing underneath that
No,
jacket.
but an eclectic group there as they mix and mingle
It's
after
possible
the
that Mark
luncheon.
Zuckerberg knows what she was wearing.
It's very possible.
But we'll have to.
He was certainly
keep an eye on
curious.
that. He was trying to find out. I mean, he was just trying to find out. He's probably into fashion.
Probably.
That's why, I don't know what the internet is.
That's what I think so too.
Absolutely. Let's bring in our friend Ben Weingarten before we get into some trouble here. He's, of course, at the Federalist and knows all about what is happening right now. Tell us what's happening.
Ben's seen the memes. He knows what's going on.
Mark Zuckerberg had a little fun there at the inaugural, but what I'm reading across social media, and one of the things I keep seeing is the fact that an incoming president has to do an executive order saying, folks, there's two genders, man and woman, tells us how wacky the last 4 years really were, Ben.
World, and to your earlier point, what Donald Trump laid out in that address. And by the way, I think this address had a completely different tenor and tone than the quote-unquote American carnage speech that we saw. Ultimately, this is about an actual return to normalcy and the kind of uniparty policies and the progressive policies, the wokeism on steroids, the putting America last, prioritizing non-citizens, including illegal aliens, over Americans, doing things like pardoning hardened murderers, and then all your family members involved in an international influence peddling scheme, and on and on. All of that insanity is over, and I think to complete the point on the contrast in these inaugural speeches, the first one in some ways was a voice of protest. It was, these are all the disastrous things that have transpired under this corrupt ruling class. This speech was more about, here's all the ways we're going to fix it, vigorously, quickly, energetically, with all that experience of all the challenges that were faced in the first term. So I think there are lessons learned, and that's going to allow for an incredibly successful second term, and also a Donald Trump who is effectively a lame duck. And that also provides unique opportunities that you wouldn't have if you were trying to run for re-election at the end of the 4 years.
No, and that's why the runway really isn't 4 years. It might be just to the midterms. And while he has the House and the Senate, there is a tremendous amount of work to be done. We also know that Donald Trump, there's also this infusion of youth, young J.D. Vance with the young children there today. And he even made a crack at his second stop, Benjamin, saying, you're a more beautiful, younger crowd, as he was addressing the wider crowd. And he left to the smaller rotunda. But you can sense that, when you listen to Elon Musk talking about going to Mars, talking optimism, this country has been sort of starved of happiness and hope ever since 2020, the Black Lives Matters, where we've seen sort of the spiraling out of control on our streets. It did infect, obviously, our schools with radical transgender policies. So if there is a normalization, it's coming back to where America sort of our center core values are, even talking about God much more powerfully and having permission to talk about miracles for the first time, maybe in a long, long time, Ben.
To your point, the message has sort of been America is a declining empire. It was awful and evil and deplorable at its founding, and now there are tens of millions of deplorables who want to make it even worse. Our opposition consists of Nazis and all the rest. And the contrast is America is a great country. It's always been a great country, despite whatever flaws it has. The values, the aspirations, the ambitions have always been the highest of any country in the history of mankind. And we've done peerless, incomparable things. And why can't we do it again? Why shouldn't we do it again? Enough of the decline and the doom and gloom. It's time to be dynamic. It's time to pursue excellence again. And that's a message that's going to resonate, and it cuts across race lines, class lines, education lines, et cetera. And I think, the notion of a morning in America or rebirth, I think there's a reason why there's what I would call rational exuberance in and outside of Washington now, in contrast to the declinism, the doom and gloom, the pessimism. It's America's going to be just another large superpower, but not the dominant one. In fact, there's every opportunity possible, and we have all the resources to achieve it if they can just be unleashed and freed. And I think that's the message that we're getting, and I think they're the personnel to do it as well. And obviously, personnel is policy.
And just things come full circle sometimes. Where we began with our conversation, we are back in. You see Mark Zuckerberg and his wife there.
Priscilla just walked by, and the heads of Google and Apple came out together as well. And you kind of wonder about all this talk on the left about oligarchs taking over when they've been getting most of their big campaign cash from George Soros.
Yes, the so-called oligarchs don't seem too concerned about these names that they're being called these days. And I think this is also, we've seen this when Donald Trump has had both of those news conferences at Mar-a-Lago, massive amounts of foreign investment coming, in development coming to the United States. And this is all part of that. The United States, Ben, as you were saying, is still the greatest country in the world. And as other countries are struggling right now, the United States continues to be the most attractive place to invest your money.
And look, there's been a populist nationalist wave that really started with Brexit and the first election of Donald Trump, and it's continued to sweep across the rest of the West since. And it's ultimately about putting your people first, adhering to the values and principles that made Western civilization the great civilization that it is, and America the greatest country among the Western nations. And to your point, there's no doubt going to be a rush of capital to America because it's going to be treated better here than anywhere else because of the talent and dynamism that we have, because of the deregulatory that we're going to see. And then the big tech, let's note that the big tech companies were all on the left. And they've come around, and that's really why they're being called the oligarchs, and now there's the demagoguery about them. It's because they've jumped ship.
Ben, we got to run. Pardon me one second, Ben. Yeah, and that's now they're shifting gears and looking at Donald Trump's agenda. I didn't mean to interrupt, but President Trump's about to show up again before he heads to Capital One Arena and review the military troops. They are starting to form there, as you can see. Let's listen in. So they were just forming. Once we hear some sound, it will be interesting because I bet they're happy that they're being reviewed indoors as opposed to outdoors on the way over to Capital One Arena, because as the president's been saying, it's pretty darn cold out there, and he has been doing a lot of these activities indoors, including the swearing in. And I think Ben was making an important point, as well, about investment in America. And John was noting those news conferences where at Donald Trump's first post-election news conference, as I called it, was the South Korean or Japanese bank.
Japanese, yes, SoftBank, and their investment. And the second one
was a Middle Eastern investor.
And they're building these data centers which are needed for the AI development. And the other thing too is we watched Donald Trump prepare to review the military here. We've already seen an increase in recruitment for the military, which is such a critical need, something that Pete Hegseth has talked about. And Bianca, as you were saying, this youth movement, Pete Hegseth is certainly part of that. You imagine him being able to go out and sell the image of a military career, someone like himself who went to Princeton, went to other places. I think he went to Yale, right?
I think just
Harvard or Yale, one of
Princeton, Harvard, maybe, and had 2 Bronze Stars.
2 Bronze Stars.
And they try to say he's not qualified.
Yeah, he's a very accomplished guy, and he also had a very strong confirmation hearing as well. But this is obviously one of the tenets and one of the key core interests and focuses of the Trump administration, restoring that lethal mentality back to the military.
Well, you can imagine it's hard to recruit when all the stories you're hearing about there about DEI and about the fact that the way when they get out of the military, how they're treated. And that's another thing that, I think that Pete Hegseth has worked with military organizations. He knows when he served himself, the way we treat our military is really shameful in many ways, and they are the heroes. Also, what we're looking at here is part of today's, historic sort of the layout of what we'll see. There's also going to be a military flyover expected after this too, and this is because they're a little bit behind, but there's no true parade So in lieu of this, I think they maybe extended the lunch a little bit. But what a beautiful, patriotic vision we are seeing inside our nation's capital. And I think, too, that we've been hearing so much, America, we're back. If you go to whitehouse.gov, that is actually there, and it talks about the administration, the policies. It's very clear. It's very crisp and very uniform. Donald Trump now is 47, has been here before, but it'll be a much different presidency. If we just want to let this breathe just for a moment and take you there inside.
You can hear the military putting the ceremony together, as you noted, Bianca. You also notice, Donald Trump made a joke about how the second crowd he spoke to after the inaugural address was younger and more beautiful, as you said earlier. And, it was a joke, but it also was a reference to these lawmakers in both parties that a lot of people have been saying, what's been going on with Mitch McConnell falling and other things. You just saw Chuck Schumer, who's aging on the Democrats. Nancy Pelosi broke her hip recently. And they were just walking along there. It's a long day, but they're all sagging like, boy, because they're used to lighter days. I mean, these lawmakers work sometimes 2 or 3 days a week and then head out.
And it's not necessarily age as the number, right? Because you look at someone like Chuck Grassley, who's so sharp as a tack, and he's with it. So it is a case by case, and I understand that. But you also have a clear idea of you have to have people who have vision. You have to have people who are living for the next generation as well. If you've got young kids, you're sort of invested in that. And I know there's been some pushback, when people like J.D. Vance have talked about that. But I think that that's a reality. When you see your children and you're looking at them and what country you're handing them, it has a greater significance as well. And I will talk about the standards that they do want to have fighters who are healthy, and I think that also dovetails with Make America Healthy Again as well. An overall thing that could be good for all Americans, not just those who are fighting and serving.
That's a big part of military readiness, is that the obesity crisis has set us up where there are not enough fit men and women to serve.
And they actually had to create kind of a pre-enlistment program where you can get some help from the military to get in shape, get your grades in better shape to serve in the military. Let's welcome in Daniel Lippman, Politico reporter, also host of the Leventhal Report, Rick Leventhal, joining us as well. Daniel, wanted to ask you real quick, we were hearing that the Lake and Riley Act, there's going to be a vote in the U.S. Senate today. Do you have any idea what time that's going to take place?
I'm not exactly sure, but what I'm most curious about this act is how many Democrats are going to support it? Because if you're a red state Democrat, you're looking at, and there's not that many red state Democrats left, but if you're a purple state Democrat, you're looking at the election results and Trump's themes of immigration being one of his top priorities, and saying, hey, we're hearing from constituents that we have to support something like that. Most Democrats will be opposed to it. Because, of course, their bases are, focused on other issues, and they don't think that the illegal immigration crisis is that much of a crisis, and so they're kind of still head in the sand a little bit on this issue.
They were trying, the Democrats, you're right, for a long time to say it was not a big deal. And Rick, I know in your monologues on almost a nightly basis there, after Laken Riley was killed, and Rachel Warren and others you've crusaded on, and said, let's focus on this. And I think. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. It was infuriating to see what was happening, to see tax-paying, innocent American citizens being targeted by people who should not have been here in the first place. And yeah, I probably repeated myself a couple times over the last few months because to me it was the most significant and most important issue facing America. And Donald Trump said in his remarks this morning that, in fact, he made it his #1 issue when he was campaigning because he knew that he was speaking directly to Americans who were worried about their future. And, I've said this a lot, too. I can't imagine what life would have been like if Harris had won and stuck to her policies, allowing millions of people in every year who really should not have been let in because they weren't following the proper procedures. They relaxed all those rules. To me, it was criminal what happened at the border. And the fact that Donald Trump, one of his first priorities is to tighten that up it's awesome, and it's meaningful.
The border also is a multi-pronged issue. And we'll just take you inside first to the Capitol so we can listen and bring you there.
See the President and First Lady obviously getting instructions on what's next. This is carefully choreographed, but a little bit behind the weather scrambled plans. And then, you know, they were at the church service a little bit longer at the beginning of the day at St. John's. And then step after step going to see the Bidens, Kamala Harris, and Doug Emhoff. The Biden family and the Harris family have left Washington, and Donald Trump is back. All right, they're coming down the steps just as they did when they addressed the overflow room there.
What a beautiful tradition. And you see the salute in unison, just all touching the same part of their hats and their uniform.
All the military branches represented.
Beautiful.
You'd see a lot of those ribbons and flags are from different battles over the many decades and decades.
Attention! Present! Arms! Sir, this includes first honors.
See the president there as the troops may have some final goodbyes on the Capitol portion of the day. But he is heading shortly to Capital One Arena, probably less than a mile or so from the Capitol.
Just sign here, obviously steeped in tradition, beautiful ceremony there. But interesting note, the incoming Secretary of State Marco Rubio is likely to be the only confirmed cabinet member to take office within the first 24 hours. The Trump's defense secretary nominee, Pete Hegseth, will get a vote in committee today. But Democrats may use that procedural measures to delay the final floor vote for as long as possible.
Well,
so as we look at the military,
as
we look at the military, it's interesting to underscore where the state of play when it comes to his choices for his cabinets.
And it's interesting to think about, Ed, when will be the next time President Trump will return to Capitol Hill to maybe twist some arms and can try to get these guys to get on board? Will he go meet directly with Democrats at some point?
Right.
And then we'll, of course, you see these regular meetings at the White House with the congressional leadership. There were so many famous moments with Donald Trump and Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer as well.
Well, I think this week we're anticipating as soon as tomorrow congressional leaders coming to the White House to discuss the agenda. But you use political capital, as you know, when you go up to Capitol Hill and twist arms, as you say, and count votes. And then if you lose that vote, the trips are not as beneficial. So you've got to really save your powder for when there's a big vote on the tax bill. Reconciliation we expect to be the process where they've got one big bill full of these various tax items, such as extending the Trump tax cuts, which will be so important.
One thing that struck my mind here as I watched Donald Trump walk through the troops here, 75 years old, back in power again. Could have gone any way, though. Facing 4 indictments, Jack Smith was, going after him hard, and he beat them all, every single one. Amazing to think as he walks through the halls of Capitol Hill as the President of the United States for a second time. the road he has traveled
Right.
to get here. If we just think about
They
that.
took him off ballots in Colorado and other states.
Yes, they tried everything to keep this guy out of the White House, and everything they did, you saw his poll numbers go up as a result. The American public saw right through all this stuff. And I think what you were saying, too, about the Democrats have to be careful about playing games.
Yeah.
The American public is very curious about what's happening right now. That's not always the case.
Right, they're paying attention.
They're paying attention. And Democrats don't have a lot of political capital to blow right now.
Yes, and it's something we haven't had a chance to talk about because we're watching this and we're talking about the border and energy and the economy. But there's a Gaza ceasefire plan that just started with some hostages coming out yesterday. There's still Americans and Israelis in captivity. And if the Democrats want to play games on whether Pete Hegseth is going to come in or not, you have career people at the Pentagon making decisions that Donald Trump maybe doesn't agree with. It's only the first few hours, but he needs to get his team in place. He has a mandate. He won not just the Electoral College, but the popular vote as well.
He's been president now for about just 4.5 hours. There's a report coming in that the next group of hostages are said to be freed this Saturday. That's coming in from ABC reporting Israel and Hamas has released and reached that agreement. But also someone has mentioned in the transition that potentially where would everyone in the Palestinians go? So there's a lot of, as you say, thorny issues here.
He's
as
exiting
we look
the
at
Capitol.
Donald Trump exiting with Melania onto the Capital One Arena in lieu of the parade. Still bitterly cold out there in Washington,
Yeah, and we'll
D.C.,
see
scrapping the
whether
outdoor
they
festivities.
go together, or I'm wondering whether she might head to the White House, take a breather. Maybe she'll go to the arena with him, but he's planning to sign some executive orders there, so it's always possible that they go their separate ways, but maybe she'll stay with them and go over to the arena. She doesn't always go to the more political rallies at arenas and whatnot. And yeah, as I suspect, let's see. No, she's opening the door, like maybe she's going to go. Let's see which vehicle he gets in. And still being greeted there, the president. He just said, "Where do we go?" I think he's wondering about that motorcade, like I am.
And as he's likely to do, he's stopped and talked to one of the police officers
Jeffries,
there.
too.
Said hello to him.
How many times did we see him on a tarmac and stop after a long day and take photos with 40, 60, 80 law enforcement, literally, state troopers and the motorcycle guys who get him to the airports when he's been president, when he was a former president, the picture after picture.
At some of these rallies too, when we would interview him backstage, we would always wait because he would take pictures with the police officers and first responders first, and he liked to do the interview a lot of times right before he steps out on stage. But that was one of the things I've seen it many times where he stays back and he makes time for those people everywhere he goes.
Well, this is an important exchange with Senate Leader John Thune, who he has said recently is doing a fantastic job, and their relationship had been strained. But Thune being, someone who's very now the head of the Senate with these confirmation hearings, it's good their relationship is.
Well, you're right, but it could change quickly.
It could change very quickly.
Because John Thune is going to have to stand up to Chuck Schumer, and there had been questions about whether he was more of a rhino before he won the leader's post, succeeding Mitch McConnell. And if you're telling me that Rubio is maybe the only one confirmed,
not a good look for Thune.
We started the day that maybe 4 would get confirmed. People in the Republican Party are saying, John Thune, where's the cabinet?
Right. Well, they wanted Rick Scott to be Senate leader, and they do the blind vote behind closed doors, and he was out in the first round. So there you have it.
It looks like the president and first lady are going to travel for now. We'll see if she keeps on going to the White House or goes to the arena. And then remember, tonight, they still have at least 3 inaugural balls that they're going to stop at. So they've got to go back to, not the Blair House, but the White House now, where presumably, I think it was James Rosen who reported that he saw a personal valet bringing in dry cleaning.
Yes.
So much more fashion.
Right.
And I'm here for that.
There'll be a new dress for the First Lady.
Oh, she had her choice of designers this time around. They all wanted to dress Melania. Yes.
There'll be a change of clothes for the president as well. So this is a long, long day, and we're going to stay with this as we see the motorcade getting ready to depart the Capitol. Think about the security that we've been talking about. We haven't talked in the last hour or so about it because he's been indoors safe and sound. But this is the first time, John, since, the 10 a.m. Eastern hour, that Donald Trump has been out and about outside the friendly confines of the Capitol that's heavily guarded and fortified. Obviously, he's got a lot of security around that motorcade, but this has been the concern about once you get out in the open and they know the motorcade is moving, what foreign adversaries and other bad actors are out there. Not to be alarmist about it, but this has been a big concern this weekend into this week.
And you certainly can sense it walking the streets of Washington. There was obviously a lot of enthusiasm. A lot of people are very excited about Donald Trump being inaugurated, but you would see the barricades, some of which you can see right here, 10 feet tall, lining the streets, walking out of your way to avoid the barricades. And you can certainly see from the way the urgency that was displayed by a lot of the uniformed and military officials here to keep everyone safe. They're taking this very seriously.
Those are the flags back on the vehicle that Donald, remember, he headed to the Capitol with Joe Biden and the flags were on, and Kamala Harris had a vehicle with the vice presidential flags, and then she got that vehicle with the flags off to take her to Joint Base Andrews and on to California. It's a whole new world.
Yeah, it's a whole new world indeed. And as we look at this picture here, Donald Trump is still now, we talk about being an action-packed day, but he's not going to disappoint people. He will go to Capitol One Arena and he will give them a show. We know that. And he will have that desk there to sign more executive orders.
That's going to be fun to see. We were joking around. Are we going to be doing the wave in between signings? Let's welcome in our panel, commentary editor at the Washington Times. Also, you may see her on N2 every single day. The National Desk, Kelly Sadler is with us. Ford O'Connell also joining us as well. Great to have you both here.
Great to be with you guys.
Great to be here.
All right, Ford, we were trying to navigate Washington, D.C. last night through all these barricades after we left the Newsmax party. Kelly, I'm sure you encountered this as well. Let's set that aside for a second, Ford, and just talk to us about what we've seen so far today. And also what Ed was talking about a moment ago and what Bianca reported. There was some talk that we might have 2 or 3 cabinet officials actually voted on today, but it looks like just one Marco Rubio, and not the best start, I guess, for John Thune.
That's exactly right. Look, John Thune needs to understand Donald Trump has a mandate. He deserves his cabinet, and he needs to get it done in a very timely manner. I want to add something that Ed pointed out earlier. There's a reason why Melania is going to Capital One Arena and not back to the White House, because there's a 5.5-hour window between Biden and Trump in terms of when they move the stuff in. So as I understand it, he can't go to the White House until about 5:30 p.m.
Well, and normally, to your point, that's a great piece of information. The parade would be going on now. And so that's when the valets and ushers are rushing everything out into the moving trucks. And then they rip up the carpets and all that. They put in new carpets. Melania Trump and Donald Trump would have picked what artwork they want in certain places. And that's an evolving thing. It doesn't all happen in one day. But she may go to Capital One Arena and then get over to the White House in order to change clothes. And that'll happen maybe about an hour from now, based on what you're saying.
And he may be signing some of these executive orders. Tom Homan was one of the speakers. So even without having Kristi Noem confirmed, we know Tom Homan's getting right to work. One of these orders, Kelly, is using the Enemy Acts of 1789 to help the federal government have more tools. It's an emergency at the border. He's declaring the CBP app. There's already been reporting. It is effectively shut down. People cannot apply for those hearings anymore. So these changes are already being seen and felt across our nation. I think to the great relief of many Americans who saw our border as the #1, not just threat when it comes to national security, but law and order on our streets, and also the sanctuary cities where real Americans were not being put in luxury hotels, but these criminals and gang members were.
You know, absolutely. And there's reporting that Donald Trump purposely focused on immigration for his inauguration speech. His advisor said, why don't you talk about the economy? Why don't you talk about inflation? He's just like, there's only so many words you can say for the price of eggs are more than they were 4 years ago. But immigration is something that the president believes passionately about. And I should say illegal immigration, not immigration in general. There's a lot of MSNBC left-wing media that are going after President Trump already. It's not about the people who are in this country legally, who are going through the process of immigrating into the United States and want to be U.S. citizens to add to our economy, to add to our society. He's talking about the illegals brought or trafficked through the southern border by the cartels, who named a terrorist organization as they are, and then have free reign to go to these hostels. To how many stories have we heard about these illegal immigrants in these hostels raping young women?
Well, this just in
them,
too, Kelly, not to interrupt, but there's a breaking story now in Vermont where a Border Patrol agent has actually been shot. This is happening on Interstate 91 on the border in Vermont near Canada, and they're looking to get more information, but drivers are being told to use different routes. Obviously, we don't know the circumstances, but we're having a Border Patrol agent shot on the northern border. We don't have Kristi Noem, confirmed. Tom Homan, like I said, is that liaison here, but it just illustrates how dangerous it is when it comes to, the Border Patrol agents who are trying to do their job. And now the military is going to have to be there to back them up. I mean, I just want to, put a little finer point on that, Kelly, when we talk about the crime. There's one happening right now. We may learn in a few hours, and we hope that Border Patrol agent is fine, but we don't know the suspect.
Right.
And Bianca, this is the reason why over the last 4 years you've seen the public change its opinion on this mass deportation issue. At first, it was something like, oh, we don't want to deport, like this is not a good thing, it's not a good look for America. Now, the majority of Americans agree with President Trump. The crime in their neighborhoods has gone up exponentially. And then when you learn it's been committed by somebody who's here illegally, paying, after your tax money dollars, your taxpayer dollars are going to housing them, going to their education, going to their health care. It's what about us citizens? Shouldn't we be first? And this is something that President Trump is he's going to implement on day one. And we're seeing it. We're seeing the CBP app totally shut down. We're seeing people in Mexico crying, and there's going to be more confrontations like this, I'm afraid, in these next 100 days as this mass deportation ramps up. There's going to be a lot of hysteria, public hysteria, drummed up by the mainstream media. But this is something that Tom Homan, who have to be Senate confirmed, is going to implement, and he's going to implement it right now and tomorrow and the next day, and we're going to be seeing it.
Let me add one thing to what you just said.
The agent's actually, the agent is dead, and sources say it was a person who was overstaying their visa. So that is a tragic tragedy in Vermont. In a very probably
the
rural
northern
area
border,
there.
not the southern border. Yeah. Ford, you wanted to make a point.
Yeah, and that is we actually have 1.4 million illegal migrants who already have final deportation orders. The Biden administration only has about 35,000 of them in custody. We also know from Tom Homan that there's more than 700,000 criminals who've either been convicted of felonies in their home country, been convicted of felonies in the United States, or awaiting trial on felonious charges. That is what we need to be getting up out of America immediately, and blue state governors and blue state mayors need to play along. People never talk about what a sanctuary city means. A sanctuary city means you're not going to let federal law enforcement go into the jails. And if the American public knew that blue state governors and blue state mayors are blocking the feds from going into the jails and pulling violent criminals out of them and deporting them, their hair would be on fire. But unfortunately, the lefty corporate media doesn't allow the truth to be told.
All right. Well, we tell it here, and we appreciate you laying out the facts there. Ford O'Connell, Kelly Sadler will be checking in with both of you a lot in the days ahead as the first 100 days unfold. Thank you. You can see they've still struck up the bands there at Capital One Arena, and there's all kinds of music. This is basically the parade elements. The various folks will be first responders from Butler, PA, who helped save President Trump's life when he was shot, for example. They were going to be part of the parade. They'll be there at Capital One Arena. We'll give you every minute of that as the president heads to the arena right after this.
Women and children first. The orderly commands given that fateful April day in 1912 as the RMS Titanic began to sink after hitting an iceberg. Hours later, over 1,500 passengers and crew had perished in the chilly North Atlantic. The Titanic's sinking is well known, but few know of the permanent reminder of this infamous tragedy that stands not far from the National Mall in Washington, D.C. Weeks after the Titanic disaster, a group of American women organized the Titanic Memorial Committee. Soon, women all across the nation tirelessly collected $1 at a time from grief-stricken Americans who admired the heroism of the brave men who voluntarily gave up their lifeboat seats. First Lady Helen Taft is said to have donated the very first dollar for construction of the memorial. Gertrude Vanderbilt Whitney, of the prominent Vanderbilt family, designed the striking 13-foot-tall male figure with arms outstretched. Carved by Boston sculptor John Horrigan in 1918 from Rhode Island granite, the statue was finally erected in 1930 after 20 years of quarreling over where to put it. Today, it stands overlooking the Potomac River on Washington's waterfront. An inscription reads, "To the brave men who perished in the wreck of the Titanic, they gave their lives that women and children might be saved." The Titanic Memorial stands as a monument to the perished and the sacrifice of those who gallantly stepped aside so others would live. For Newsmax TV, I'm Lucy Celia, and this is An American Place.
At 9:47 a.m. on the 20th of February, 1962, Lieutenant Colonel John Glenn, Jr. of New Concord, Ohio, found himself sitting on top of an Atlas 6 rocket filled with 600,000 pounds of fuel. At liftoff, 360,000 pounds of thrust hurled the massive rocket and its occupant into space and America's history books. John Glenn became the fourth human being to enter space and the first American to orbit the Earth. For his remarkable heroism, President Kennedy awarded Colonel Glenn NASA's Distinguished Service Medal.
As our knowledge of this universe in which we live increases, may God grant us the wisdom and guidance to use it wisely. Thank you, Colonel.
Glenn went on to become the United States Senator from Ohio, and in 1984 ran for the Democratic presidential nomination, but lost to Walter Mondale.
I was exhausted all the time, and I just didn't feel like myself. And then came the weight gain. I found out I was like millions of Americans whose thyroid gland wasn't functioning like it was supposed to. And that's why I started taking Actilin, a premium nutritional supplement. Actilin was created by renowned physician Dr. David Brownstein, formulated with 17 powerful ingredients to specifically support your thyroid function, adrenal health, and metabolism. And now, you can get a free bottle of Actilin with our special offer. Just pay a small shipping and handling charge. Plus, receive Dr. Brownstein's free special report, A Doctor's Guide to a Healthy Thyroid. If you're experiencing loss of energy, cold hands and feet, dry skin, weight gain, or joint pain, Actilin may be right for you. Don't wait. Act now. Get your free trial bottle of Actilin, valued at $39.95.
Well, welcome back to our special coverage here on N2 of President Trump's inauguration. And things are moving from the Capitol now to Capital One Arena in downtown Washington, D.C. Ed Henry next to me, Bianca De La Garza next to Ed. Great to be with you guys.
Great to have you all day.
Incredible
really
day.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. So much anticipation for this day. Obviously, a lot of last-minute changes, moving everything inside. But it was still a very special and I think beautiful ceremony that we saw so far today.
It was fun to sort of see Donald Trump in the inauguration speech, a little bit more official, and then a little bit looser as he addressed a little bit of a larger crowd in a holding area in the Emancipation Hall after. The remarks set for 10 minutes went a little bit longer. And then tonight, we can only imagine, you know, what type of words and remarks he may give to his supporters who have traveled really from all around the world to come here descending on Washington, D.C. They are getting the show of a lifetime.
They want to see a swearing in outside. They didn't get it.
No.
So now they'll get essentially a rally inside. We focused, rightly so, on the reaction within America, but the reaction around the world is something as well. I'm noticing that the Israeli ambassador to the U.S. is now saying he expects Mr. Trump to reverse the hold that is in place now on 2,000-pound bombs that the U.S. had promised to send to Israel. Remember, this is something that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were slow walking. They kind of denied they were slow walking it. And that's another area that could shift dramatically in terms of having Israel's back and taking on Iran and its terror proxies like Hamas and Hezbollah. You're not using these weapons in a vacuum. You use them to the purpose of decimating these terrorists once and for all.
Right, and Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu have that type of relationship where they can pick up the phone and talk to each other. Yeah. Joe Biden and Benjamin Netanyahu famously didn't talk to each other there at the very end. You understand why the things that the Biden administration implemented, making things very difficult on Joe Biden.
And even Kamala Harris, so frosty. Netanyahu, she didn't do the joint news conference, didn't go up to his joint session of Congress. And also, interesting enough, within the past hour, the de facto new leader of Syria since Bashar al-Assad's regime has fallen is also saying he's looking forward to having relations with Donald Trump. And of course, the hostage release, which dominated the news cycle, as it rightly did the past few days before today's inauguration, many say is a result of Donald Trump. So whether it be Israel and Iran, but now with Syria, which is also somewhat of a hornet's nest as well, reacting to Donald Trump because the world is watching every move here. And the move might be right there on the desk.
Be very careful with the Syrian de facto leader, former ISIS terrorist now claiming.
You've heard from Rick Leventhal, who will be back at 7 p.m. Eastern for the Leventhal Report. I'll be back at 6 p.m. Eastern for the briefing. Well, we'll recap things and undoubtedly be going live to Mr. Trump's remarks. But at 5 p.m. Eastern, top of the hour, you will hear from our friend Todd Starnes. Let's deal him in now and get your top-line reflections. Todd, welcome, first of all, to our live special coverage. Your reaction from where you sit at a rather remarkable day.
Well, hello, guys. And yes, I sit in Memphis, Tennessee, where it is actually colder here than it is where you guys are right now in Washington. But I will say this, people here in the Mid-South are super excited. As a matter of fact, one of the local watering holes was packed out today. People were toasting the president with his own champagne today, Trump champagne. This was a great celebration. I got to tell you, I watched the president's speech. I've watched many of them before. He really hit a home run today, and I think the president understood the message that he needed to convey, and I think he did a terrific job of that. You know, I want to go back to last night, guys. I was watching our coverage of the big rally there at Capital One Arena. I was watching the very end where you had the Village people up there, and President Trump was dancing along. I was looking at a guy who is living his best life. That's what I think is going on right now. The president is just in a great mood. He loves what he's doing. And, you know, really, I think he revealed why he is so comfortable right now. He really does believe, to borrow a phrase from the Blues Brothers, that he's on a mission from God. He believes that God spared his life to make America great again. And I think that's coming across loud and clear.
Yeah, for sure. Todd, we're seeing a little bit, some speed bumps in the first day. We were expecting 2, maybe 3 of these cabinet nominees to get votes in the Senate. Looks like maybe only one, Marco Rubio. And we were hoping for a fast start here. Give us your thoughts on that and maybe a level of disappointment.
Well, I'm not too sure we're going to be terribly disappointed. We've already started to see some movement on some of the border policies, and I think we're going to see things get kicked into high gear tomorrow and really through the rest of the week. You know, it really is on Congress now, and the Republican-controlled Congress, to get behind the president, to get behind his nominees, and to get these nominees through these confirmation hearings and these votes. And that's going to be very, very important. I know the president was joking a little bit back and forth with Mike Johnson and the narrow majority he has, but Johnson still has to deliver no matter how narrow that margin might be. Look, another big story, we're going to be talking about this at 5 o'clock, the pardons that came out in the wee hours and then just about 20 minutes before the inauguration. That's a big deal, and there's bipartisan outrage over that, guys.
All right, Todd Starnes, we can't wait to hear about that outrage because it's unbelievable what Joe Biden was doing on his way out the door. A lot of us have been reporting on it. The mainstream media looked the other way. Now it's there for the American people to see. We'll see you at the top of the hour. Todd.
See you in a few minutes, Todd. Thank you.
Bianca, by the way, there's a report now that there was a website, we appreciate you, a government website that was set up by Joe Biden called reproductiverights.gov, and that is now down. It's been taken down, presumably by people inside.
Well, you know,
Trump
they like to call
administration.
abortion, which is the murder of, you know, innocent life, reproductive, you know, medicine and family and health care. So, yeah, these changes are happening very swiftly. And
So they've been looking at everything
Yes.
that Biden set
Yeah.
up, and step by step. It's not just executive orders and legislation. It's what have they been doing and promoting with federal resources about abortion and other policy.
And that's the transition underway. And these are the types of things, and that you know, one website obviously isn't going to put a dent in the bureaucracy, so to speak. But you start finding areas like that don't represent all of America.
Yeah.
There's a very divisive issue. The White House has no business getting involved in something like that, or the federal government, and you know, shut those things down one at a time.
Well, they thought they could win on abortion, and clearly it didn't work with the American voters this time around. There were things like the economy and the border. I have to say, I'm really happy, as we've been watching the coverage today, how tough Donald Trump has gotten on the border, because it is about the security. And I was starting to say earlier, it's very multi-pronged. You know, we had a terrorist attack in New Orleans. We have people on the known terror watch list who are in our country. So it's national security. There's fentanyl pouring across the border. We can expect that. There's also hundreds of thousands of missing children that are probably being, you know, sold into, you know, a sex trade, and the Democrats just turn a blind eye. They voted down DNA testing at the border. These aren't people who care about the safety and sanctity of life or children, and that's why these issues are so important that Donald Trump's tackling right now tonight.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to bring you Chris Salcedo and some other great guests at 6 p.m. Eastern. We'll undoubtedly be dipping in live to some kind of speeches at Capital One Arena, maybe even President Trump signing executive orders. It's really been a pleasure being with both of you.
Always.
Not just today, but the whole campaign and victory that led to today.
And now the work of the administration begins. We'll cover them, and we'll see how they do.
A big thanks to all of our viewers. Of course, you've been along for the ride here on Newsmax2 with us, not just today, but throughout this historic campaign and the season. The greatest comeback ever, Donald J. Trump, and now it is fulfilled as he has taken the oath. He is our president, the 47th, and the work is about to get started, and so is the most exciting part tonight for those folks who are cold outside, but very warm inside Capital One. Thank you for being with us.
Have a wonderful evening, everyone. We'll see you soon.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
With the outbreak of World War I, on July 28, 1914, began the systematic destruction of the very center of Europe. Millions of soldiers and even more millions of civilians were dying, and it was about to get a lot worse. The Meuse-Argonne Offensive, better known as the Battle of Argonne Forest, would mark the turning point in the war. Involving 1.2 million American soldiers, it was the largest battle in U.S. history and the second deadliest. Planned by then Colonel George Marshall, future World War II five-star general and later Secretary of State, its objective was the capture of the train station at Sedan, the main supply railhead for German forces occupying France. In the 3 hours preceding the offensive, Allied forces unleashed an artillery barrage that exceeded the total number of shells fired in the entire American Civil War. The destruction was immediate. The Battle of Argonne Forest began on September 26, 1918, and raged for 47 days, culminating in Germany's surrender, ending one of the most destructive wars ever. However, the Battle of Argonne was actually a continuation of a series of American-French frontal attacks along the entire Western Front in what became known as the 100 Days Offensive. Earlier that year, Germany launched Operation Michael to retake the offensive and reclaim lost territories. However, British and French forces, reinvigorated by the arrival of the American Expeditionary Forces, stopped the German advances and forced their retreat. The American and French victory at Argonne Forest brought a swift end to the war's hostilities, and on the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month in 1918, peace returned to Europe. We commemorate this costly triumph every year as Veterans Day. After 4 years of war, 20 million deaths, and 23 million wounded. The armistice was signed in this rail car near Paris, marking the end of World War I. You're watching An American Moment on Newsmax TV.
folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
The golden age of America has officially commenced. Well, hello, everybody. Welcome to the Todd Starnes Show, broadcasting from Memphis, Tennessee. And what a glorious day it is for the America First movement and the future of our great republic.
After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams